Once, there was a young man named Theodolatan. He was a proud soldier of the Arcanese Empire, an empire that he was glad to be a part of. From the moment of the magical revolution, suddenly, their empire became stronger and stronger with each year. He was a young man at the age of 21. Thus, he was not able to see the dark times of the empire. But he had heard from his father. According to him, life was incredibly hard back then. Diseases swept through villages like a relentless specter, claiming the lives of countless innocents. Maladies like the Crimson Fever and the Shadow Plague were rampant, decimating the population and leaving families broken. Theodore's father had vivid memories of those dark days, where hope seemed to wane with every passing day. Food was scarce, and the land seemed cursed, yielding little to sustain the hungry masses. Before it rose to its imperial status, the kingdom of Arcanese was a land constantly embroiled in battle. It seemed as though every season brought a new conflict, with invaders pressing at their borders from every direction. The kingdom fought valiantly but was often outmatched and outmaneuvered. The Loria Empire, their archenemy, was the most formidable of their foes. With a shared border, Loria launched countless invasions, each one more devastating than the last. Arcanese saw its territory shrink more and more, villages and towns falling into enemy hands, and its people driven further into despair. Theodore's father spoke of battles that raged on for days, where the sky was thick with the smoke of burning homes and the ground stained with the blood of fallen soldiers. It was a time when survival was a daily struggle, and Arcanese's future hung in the balance. The warriors of Arcanese fought bravely, but they were often overwhelmed by the sheer might and numbers of their adversaries. But now, the tides have turned. The magical revolution had changed everything. New advancements in magic had bolstered their strength, integrating mystical prowess with military strategy. The Arcanese Empire was no longer the beleaguered kingdom it once was. With the newly integrated units combining both traditional combat skills and powerful magical abilities, the tides of the war in the Valerius Plains, which had long been in a stalemate, began to shift in their favor. The Arcanese Empire was winning the fight. Their enemies, who once seemed invincible, now found themselves on the defensive, their advances thwarted by the renewed vigor and power of Arcanese's forces. The Valerius Plains, a land steeped in strategic importance and contested for generations, finally looked like it was within their grasp after the constant fighting of 3.5 years. And Theodolatan was not just any soldier of the Arcanese Empire. He was a two-stage awakened, one of the elite warriors whose magical abilities had been heightened through rigorous training and awakening rituals. His unit was specialized, equipped with the powers of an awakened, and trained to execute complex strategies on the battlefield. Theodore, get ready. We are going to advance into the battlefield. And today was the day that he would be summoned. Understood, Captain. As the captain of his team asked him to get ready, he did comply. He went to the barracks to get ready and grab his equipment. While the war was constantly going on for the foot soldiers, the advanced units were treated differently. They would not be sent to the battlefield constantly as their presence was of strategic importance. Their strength needed to be reserved, as recovering mana after a whole day of fighting would not be easy. Today, it seemed, was one of those crucial moments. As Theodore secured his gear, the anticipation of the upcoming mission settled into a familiar focus. He joined his team, their expressions reflecting the same mix of readiness and determination that he felt. The briefing took place in a reinforced command tent, the air thick with the tension of impending action. The captain stood before a large map spread out on a table, various markers indicating troop positions and strategic points of interest. Theodore and his teammates gathered round, their attention fixed on the captain's every word. Our mission today is critical, the captain began, his voice steady and authoritative. The Loria Empire is being pushed back on multiple fronts, and they are struggling to defend all sides. Our scouts and previous analysis have identified a weak link in their defenses. He pointed to a location on the map, a section of the enemy lines that appeared less fortified than the surrounding areas. Here, this is where we will strike. Our goal is to create as much chaos as possible. The Loria forces are stretched thin, and they lack sufficient awakened resources to respond effectively. This makes it the perfect target for our unit. The captain's finger traced a path on the map. We will advance from the eastern flank, hitting them hard and fast. Our objective is to disrupt their formations, draw their attention, and cause maximum confusion. Other awakened units will be engaging simultaneously on different fronts to split their focus and draw aggro. This will give us a limited window to exploit their weakness before they can mount a coordinated response. Theodore nodded, understanding the gravity of their mission. The success of their operation depended on swift and decisive action. Each member of the unit knew their role, their part in the intricate strategy that had been laid out. Remember, the captain continued, our strength lies in our speed and precision. Hit them hard, create chaos, and fall back before they can regroup. Timing is crucial. We have a limited time frame to achieve our objectives and retreat before they can mobilize their reserves. The team members exchanged determined glances, a silent acknowledgement of the trust they placed in each other. They had trained extensively for moments like this, and now their skills would be put to the ultimate test. With the briefing complete, Theodore and his unit moved out, their movements coordinated and purposeful. As they advanced towards their designated position, Theodore felt the familiar surge of adrenaline, his senses sharpening in anticipation of the battle ahead. The air was thick with the sounds of war, distant clashes echoing across the plains, but he kept his focus on the task at hand. Reaching the edge of their staging area, they paused, waiting for the signal to commence their assault. Theodore took a deep breath, centering himself. When the signal came, it was like a spark igniting a powder keg. Go! The captain ordered, and they surged forward. The moment the order came, everyone in the unit shot forward. Eye swoosh! In an instant, the wind surged all across the place as the awakened unit attacked the foot soldiers of the enemy. The enemy soldiers were unprepared for the ferocity and speed of the awakened. They were mere mortals with no magical enhancements or special abilities. Against the elite unit of Arcanes, they stood no chance. Theodore's blade cut through the first line of defense effortlessly. He moved like a shadow, swift and deadly. The screams of the fallen filled the air, a chilling symphony of terror. These Lorien fools, Theodore thought, a smirk curling his lips as he cut down another soldier. They think they can stand against us, against me? Pathetic. He watched as the enemy soldiers stumbled and fell, their faces twisted in fear and desperation. The sight filled him with a grim satisfaction. They are nothing compared to the might of the Arcanese Empire. Weak, unworthy. They deserve this fate. Monsters. They're monsters. One of the enemy soldiers cried out, his voice breaking with fear as he saw his comrades fall. Run! It's an awakened squad. Another shouted, dropping his weapon in sheer panic. But there was no escape. The awakened moved with precision, cutting down anyone who tried to flee. The battlefield was a slaughterhouse, the ground slick with blood. Theodore swung his blade, a clean arc that severed another soldier's head. Look at them, scrambling like ants. They should have known better than to challenge us. This is what happens when you defy the Arcanese Empire. Around him, his teammates were equally efficient, their movements a blur of lethal grace. Hold the line. We have to hold the line. A desperate officer bellowed, trying to rally his men. But his voice was lost in the chaos. Some of the enemy soldiers, driven by fear or sheer stubbornness, gritted their teeth and charged at the awakened, shouting curses and swinging their weapons wildly. Die, you bastards! One of them screamed, his eyes wild with rage. But his bravery was short-lived. Theodore's blade found its mark, and the man crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Foolish, Theodore thought, watching the man's lifeless body fall. Your courage is meaningless in the face of true power. You should have fled while you had the chance. That was how the battlefield would ensue and how he knew. Foolish. Courage is meaningless in the face of true power. You should have fled while you had the chance. Others were less fortunate, their courage failing them. They fell to their knees, begging for mercy that would never come, their pleas cut short by the merciless blades of the awakened. Please, no. I have a family. One soldier sobbed, but his words were silenced as an awakened sword pierced his heart. Theodore's eyes scanned the battlefield, always alert. He could see the enemy ranks breaking, their formation collapsing under the relentless assault. The screams of the dying and the wounded were deafening, a testament to the sheer power of the awakened. This is how it should be, he thought, his heart pounding with exhilaration. We are superior. They are nothing but vermin, deserving of extermination. We can't win this. Fall back. A voice cried out, a desperate attempt to save what remained of their forces. But retreat was not an option. The awakened had their orders, and they would not stop until their mission was complete. With each swing of his blade, Theodore carved a path through the enemy, his movements precise and calculated. The fear in the eyes of his foes was evident. Their morale was shattered. God's help you, broken bar, whispered a soldier as he saw Theodore approaching. But the gods offered no respite. Theodore's sword flashed, and the soldier's life ended in an instant. The battle was over almost as quickly as it had begun. The ground was littered with bodies, the once proud soldiers of Loria reduced to a heap of lifeless forms. Theodore took a moment to catch his breath, his eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of a counterattack. This is the fate of all who oppose us, he thought, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. The Arcanese Empire will crush all who stand in its way. Coke, a thud. The sound of another person coughing blood entered his ears. It was something he had already gotten used to, something that he was now familiar with, and maybe he even liked it a little bit. Coke, a thud. But then another sound echoed, occupied by the sound of someone falling to the ground, and he sensed something. Why was the order to fall back not given? Weren't they supposed to return? Something that he somehow missed before. As he turned to look at what that feeling was, he saw a scene that made him widen his eyes. A lone soldier stood. His long, thin sword pierced his comrade's neck, with cold, pitch-black eyes locked onto him. A shiver. For the first time on the battlefield, Theodore shivered. He looked into the eyes of the enemy, seizing him from top to bottom. In that split second, he saw that the enemy was a young man with a lean build. The young man had a scar going over his right eye. There was an aura of stillness surrounding him, pitch-black eyes and a pitch-black aura covering the sword. His sword was thin and long. Theodore recognized the weapon instantly. An estoc. The young man did not move, his eyes boring into Theodore with an intensity that sent chills down his spine. The pitch-black aura around the estoc seemed to pulse, a living darkness that promised death with every flicker. Who is this? Theodore thought, his confidence momentarily shaken. How could someone like this have gone unnoticed? The young man pulled his estoc from the neck of the fallen comrade, the body collapsing to the ground with a dull thud. He took a step forward, his movements deliberate and measured. Theodore tightened his grip on his sword, trying to steady his nerves. This isn't just any soldier, he's different. There was something different about this man that he had never felt before. It felt eerie. Berg. Suddenly, he heard someone else's voice. Looking at it, he noticed the comrades that he thought were his own. Yes, his own comrades. They were lying on the ground, blood scattered around. An immense amount of anger surged through Theodore at the sight. The pride that he had cultivated all this time, the sense of belonging and superiority that he felt towards the Arcanese Empire, was now being challenged by this lone soldier. This lone kid dared to do something like this. He dared to go against us and is now trampling down on my comrades. How dare he do such a thing? Theodore's eyes burned with fury. He felt his grip on his sword tighten to the point where his knuckles turned white. The air around him seemed to crackle with his rising anger. You, he snarled, his voice low and dangerous. How dare you? The young man remained unfazed, his expression cold and unyielding. He merely tilted his head slightly as if considering Theodore's words to be insignificant. This only fueled Theodore's rage further. He charged forward, his sword aimed straight at the young man's heart, his battle cry echoing across the battlefield. I'll make you pay for this. I swoosh. But the young man moved with an almost supernatural grace, sidestepping Theodore's attack with ease. The estoc flicked out, striking Theodore's side and drawing blood. The pain was sharp, but it was nothing compared to the burning hatred Theodore felt. You think you can stand against the might of the Arcanese Empire? Theodore spat, his voice dripping with venom. You are nothing. The young man's eyes narrowed slightly, the dark aura around his estoc growing denser. Power isn't absolute, he replied, his voice as cold as ice. And you're about to learn that the hard way. Yet, while his voice was somehow distant, there was a weird sense of tranquility in his eyes. And that made Theodore feel even more angry towards him. He felt his anger boil over. Sword aura. He activated his sword aura, coveting his sword with mana. Being a stage 2 awakened, he was able to coat his weapon and extend his mana outside of his body. 8. Iacon's magic sword, 10 Pedalsa. Using the mana accumulation art that is given to special soldiers like him, he channeled his energy all across his body, feeling the strength surging through him. Swoosh! He launched himself at the young man again, swinging his sword with all the strength he could muster, with the power surging. The attack that he was using was a special attack consisting of 10 moves. It was something that he was proud of as he mastered it a lot faster than any others. Any other men in the military were way behind him in terms of this technique. Clank, 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 clank. But each strike was met with a precise parry or dodge, the young man moving like a spectre on the battlefield. Clank. Theodore's attacks grew more frenzied, his vision red with rage. I can't lose to this. This bastard, he thought, each blow becoming more desperate. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Swoosh! Theodore completed the final move of his attack sequence, his sword arcing towards the young man's neck. He smirked, confident in his victory. This attack will end you. He laughed, sure that the technique, which put his enemy into a predetermined state, would make it impossible for him to dodge. As he swung his sword for the last time, certain of his success, the young man's sword suddenly turned pitch black. In a fluid, almost elegant motion, the young man stepped back, making Theodore's attack a miss by a hair's breadth. Theodore's eyes widened in disbelief. How did he dodge that? Before he could react, the young man lunged forward, his long estoc piercing Theodore's neck with lethal precision. Stab! Theodore felt a burning sensation in his chest, his breathing growing harder and harder. Grug! He struggled, rising for his arms, trying to fill this emptiness in his lungs. But strength left his body, and he was not able to do anything. Coke! He tried to gasp for air, his hands instinctively reaching for the blade lodged in his neck, but his strength was fading fast. This can't be happening, Theodore thought, his vision blurring. I am an awakened of the Arcanese Empire. How could I lose? The young man withdrew his estoc, allowing Theodore to collapse to the ground. As the darkness closed in, the last thing Theodore saw was the young man's cold, unyielding eyes and the tranquil aura that surrounded him. A life as trivial as foam in the sea. He saw the young man looking into his eyes. That is what you amount. Never forget that next time if you exist to see. For some reason, those words pierced Theodore more deeply than the estoc ever could. His eyes widened, and tears began to form, streaming down his face. Whether it was from the lack of oxygen, the sheer emotional weight of the situation, or some profound realization, Theodore couldn't tell. But in that split second, Theodore felt an emotion he had never experienced before, an overwhelming sense of insignificance. The pride, the arrogance, the unwavering belief in the superiority of the Arcanese Empire all seemed to evaporate in the face of this young man's serene disdain. It was as if he were being judged by a force beyond his understanding, a force that saw through his facade of power and found it wanting. The young man turned and began walking towards the Lorien Empire's camp, his form blending into the shadows of the battlefield. The tranquility that surrounded him seemed to swallow the chaos, leaving an eerie calm in his wake. As Theodore lay there, his life slipping away, he couldn't tear his eyes away from the retreating figure. In those final moments, he felt a strange mix of emotions, fear, despair, and an inexplicable sense of clarity. The young man was not just an enemy, he was a harbinger of a truth Theodore had refused to see. I was wrong, Theodore thought, his tears mingling with the blood on his face. We are not invincible. You have returned. In the camp, the same young man stood before another man, a figure of authority who radiated a quiet, imposing presence. Report, the older man commanded. The young man bowed slightly before speaking. As requested, I have successfully dealt with the enemy forces. Just as predicted, the enemy did not send two strong forces, only an awakened of stage 1. This was the main focus of their strategy, to probe our defenses and weaken us gradually. He hesitated for a moment, then bowed his head further. I am sorry for not being able to save the soldiers. The older man's gaze hardened as he looked into the young man's eyes. Do not say things that you do not mean. The young man nodded his head at this fact. Understood, he replied, accepting the truth in the older man's words. The older man then shifted his gaze to the sword Lucavian was holding, the airstock still radiating a dark aura. "Was that to your liking, Soldier Lucavian?" he asked, his tone neutral but his eyes sharp. Lucavian met his gaze steadily. "There were no problems with the weapon," he replied. "It performed as expected." "I see," the old man replied. "I had given a good amount of funds to make it, but I guess it is not that exceptional." As the old man replied, the young man stayed silent. As the old man spoke, Lucavian remained silent, standing at attention. His demeanor was respectful, yet his eyes were unwavering. "You have done well. This is your fourth mission, and you have successfully completed every one of them," the old man continued. Lucavian stayed silent, waiting for the elderly man to speak further. Colonel Morgan studied Lucavian for a moment before continuing. "With all the contributions you have made, you will be given an opportunity to consume a high-tier mana essence." Lucavian bowed his head deeply. "Understood, Colonel Morgan." "Thank you." Colonel Morgan nodded. "Your dedication and skill have not gone unnoticed, Soldier Lucavian. The high-tier mana essence will enhance your abilities further. Use it wisely and continue to serve the Lorian Empire with the same diligence." "I will, Colonel," Lucavian replied, his voice firm with resolve. "You are dismissed," Colonel Morgan said, waving his hand slightly. Lucavian straightened and gave a sharp salute before turning and leaving the command tent. "As for how he came to be in such a state, we need to look back for a little while." In the aftermath of Gerald's departure, Lucavian found himself alone in the forest, the night sky above a reminder of his promise. Determined to honor his master's legacy, he threw himself into his training with renewed vigor. For the first few months, Lucavian focused on mastering the basics of the Void Starfall Blade, the combat art Gerald had taught him. He practiced relentlessly, pushing his body to its limits, refining his techniques, and honing his skills. His dedication and perseverance began to pay off as he felt himself growing stronger, faster, and more precise in his movements. His mornings and afternoons were spent on the battlefield, fighting alongside his comrades in the Lorian Empire's army. Each battle was a test of his abilities, and Lucavian rose to the challenge, proving himself time and again. His unit, initially skeptical of the former noble-turned-soldier, began to recognize his talent and determination. Even Lyra, who had once doubted him, saw the potential in his swordsmanship and allowed him to fight with his stock instead of the spear. During the nights, Lucavian's training continued under the starlit sky. The memories of his master's teachings and the lessons he had learned guided him. He meditated, focusing on the flow of mana within his body, and gradually, he felt the pain in his meridians subside. His connection to the stars deepened, and with it, his understanding of the Devourer of Stars technique grew. The breakthrough came after months of relentless effort. One night, as he meditated under the stars, Lucavian felt a surge of energy within him. The mana flowed smoothly through his meridians, and he sensed a shift in his core. Concentrating, he channeled the energy, visualizing the formation of a second star within him. The moment was intense, his body trembling with the effort, but finally, he succeeded. The second star was born, and with it, Lucavian reached the second stage of awakening. With this newfound power, his abilities on the battlefield soared. He could strengthen his body with mana, making him faster, stronger, and more resilient, but that was not the end. After reaching the second stage, the mana in his core was already strengthened to double at least, and he was also able to coat his blade with the mana of his technique. But because of the constantly changing battlefield, he was finding it a lot harder for himself to find the opportunities to become stronger. With the knowledge of the novel, he was already well aware of the fate that was awaiting this war, and he knew either he needed to desert or he needed to make sure that he was in good hands in the army so that he may be viewed as a valuable asset and could return from the war without being sacrificed. Deserting is not a good option for the time being, he thought. Lucavian knew that attempting to desert would likely result in being caught, as there were formations and surveillance measures in place to prevent soldiers from leaving. The consequences of desertion were severe, and the risk was too high, at least until he would become a fourth stage awakened. The reason for this was clear: the formations and the protectors could only restrict the core and body of an awakened up to stage 2. From the third stage onwards, Limiting such a strong awakened would require immense resources. Given the kingdom's current struggle in the war, they could not afford to allocate such resources. Lucavian learned that once soldiers reach the second stage of awakening, they will have a special imprint marked on them to prevent them from leaving the battlefield. This was why Lucavian had been hiding his prowess all this time. He needed to find the right moment to reveal his true strength, ensuring he was in a position where he could leverage his abilities to secure his safety and fulfill his promises. While training with his sword, Lucavian discovered another unique aspect of his condition, that happened after his master lost his life 2 years ago. Lucavian sat alone in his tent, the flickering light of a single candle casting long shadows on the walls. He knew he had to find a way to conceal his master's sword style and protect himself from the scrutiny of the Duke. He was also one of the people to whom Duke put importance. The urgency of the situation forced him to think creatively to find a way to blend in while harnessing his newfound abilities. His mind wandered to countless different choices. Among them, 2 stood out, somehow being able to use their iron will spear art, and his family's own, flame serpent art. Both were powerful techniques, but he needed to adapt them to fit his unique condition and his goal of concealing his master's sword style. Perhaps there is a way, he thought, remembering his master's words about his unique condition. Your body and your core are a lot different. While many things that are effective for others will be detrimental to you, the reverse is also true. The limitations that other people have been put in are broken bar. There is a chance that they will not be the same for you. If what his master said was correct, that would mean he would need to broaden his horizons. If I can form more than one core in my body without damaging myself, I might be able to master multiple techniques and integrate them seamlessly. With this realization, Lucavian decided to begin with the iron will spear art. He retrieved the manual from his belongings, studying the intricate patterns and movements described within. He had 2 things that he needed to do. The first one was to change the breathing art to fit into his unique condition, and the second one was the fact that he had to convert the spear techniques into sword techniques. For days, he immersed himself in the manual, dissecting each movement and adapting it to the sword. He referred to how his master had changed the way he originally cultivated to fit his unique condition. Slowly, he began to see the connections, the underlying principles that could be translated from one weapon to another. Lucavian practiced tirelessly, his body moving through the motions with increasing precision. He visualized the mana flow within his reversed meridians, adjusting the techniques to harmonize with his unique condition. The process was grueling, requiring immense concentration and control, but he persisted. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lucavian felt a breakthrough. He moved with a fluid grace, the sword in his hand an extension of his will. There, iron will spear art, now transformed into a sword technique, resonated within him. He gave a different name to that style. Black Blade of Ironclad. Finally, it was at that moment that he knew he could execute the plan he had in his mind. With his core being different and his meridians reversed, he found he could practice more than one mana accumulation technique simultaneously without damaging his core. It was like forming another core in his body, which did not make any sense at the start, but then, as he closely inspected his body and experimented with it, he realized that thanks to his unique condition, the mana was flowing in the reverse direction, the cores would not get entangled. This realization opened new possibilities for his growth and power. But at the same time, it was hard for him. No matter the mana accumulation technique he saw or learned, he needed to adapt all of them to himself. At the same time, the other cores were not completely unlinked to each other. Their energies needed to be balanced. He had found out about this while trying to cultivate flame serpent art. When he tried to cultivate those energies, he almost internally injured himself because the fire energy of the art made the energies itself too destructive. It was nothing like Devourer of Stars. It was as if that art was the best thing that was suited for him, and while cultivating that, he didn't feel any pain. But that was not the case for the flame serpent art. While he was cultivating that, his core burned, and that alone was not enough. Just like his core, Almost all of his meridians also burned. The destructive energy of the fire was not being regulated inside his core. Since his meridians were reversed, rather than expelling the energy, it was holding it inside, and that increased his inner temperature. And that alone made it nearly impossible for him to bear the pain, as it was even more than what he was doing before. That was why he had postponed training for it, as he knew he did not have the time to do such a thing. His efforts needed to be focused on the things that would benefit him. Why? Because he was running out of time. While he was cultivating, he had realized one thing: with the speed of my cultivation right now, I will not be able to form the third star until the war ends. The higher one's rank was, the higher it was for them to reach the next realm. That was especially the case for Lucavian, as he needed to adjust the teachings of his master and the manual he had left for his own core. And that was not easy. He needed to understand the technique, which had become more and more complex than it was before. He also needed to absorb mana and cultivate his inner mana to reach the pinnacle of the second stage. For him to do such a thing, he needed an immense amount of time, and that time was something that he did not have. Constantly being sent to the battlefield as a foot soldier was taking a lot of his time. It was nearly impossible for him to only focus on his cultivation, as he was out there fighting for his life. That was why he decided to try to cultivate another art and form another core. If he were to do such a thing, he would show himself that he had awakened his core and became awakened to the military. With how things were going rough and the Arcanese Empire winning the war, there was no way the army would reject him or do a background check for him. He had already learned from the military that even now, many awakened were being encouraged to join the army by being promised many rewards, and that was the case for the soldiers who were also awakened. There would be many pills, essences, and alchemy products that he would be given if he showed that he was awakened. But there was one thing restricting him: the fact that he was practicing the art of that traitor Gerald. At least, that was how his master was known. Practicing the Void Starfall Blade openly would bring too much attention and scrutiny. The stigma associated with Gerald's name was still strong, and any association with him could spell disaster for Lucavian. That was the reason he found the need to cultivate another technique. If he were to show that he was awakened by a different art, he would both pass the scrutiny and prove himself more worthy. This would likely grant him more resources, making his cultivation journey smoother. For Lucavian, it was a win-win situation. Even if he failed, he would still be unable to escape the battlefield's demands. Without the resources, he would not be able to reach the third star in just a year and a half. It was also not like he could easily defend himself while perfectly hiding his strength. There were bound to be things like the Night of the Wind incident happening again. Determined to pursue this path, Lucavian decided to start with the Iron Will Spear art. He needed to convert it to a sword technique and then make it his own. He studied the manual, paying close attention to the flow of mana and the specific techniques. It was challenging, but he had a foundation laid by his master's teachings, which made the adaptation process more manageable. And because their Iron Will Spear art was a technique that only used raw mana without any attributes, it came as a blessing in disguise. Because thanks to that, there were no side effects that his core would be bearing. He spent days and nights practicing, his body moving through the forms with increasing precision. He visualized the mana flowing within his reversed meridians, adjusting the techniques to harmonize with his unique condition. In the end, he was able to achieve what he had wished. Black Blade of Ironclad. It was the name that he had given the technique since it was a breathing technique that he made out on his own. Even if he had taken inspiration from the original Iron Will Spear art, he had changed both the mana circulations and the weapon that the art would be used on, so he shamelessly changed the art from one to another. But at the same time, it also came with its own hardness, as he was forced to spend much time cultivating this technique. He had spent a whole 2 months creating this technique, and that was why he was not able to focus on his main cultivation core, Devourer of Stars. Despite the time and effort, Lucavian knew he needed to balance his cultivation. He couldn't afford to neglect the Devourer of Stars, but he also needed to solidify his cover. With his new technique, he decided it was time to show his prowess to the other soldiers in the army, intentionally demonstrating his abilities during training and minor skirmishes. he ensured his skill with the black blade of ironclad did not go unnoticed. The raw, unembellished power of his technique drew attention, and soon, whispers about his potential began to spread. It wasn't long before he was called for an examination by his superiors. They tested his strength, endurance, and skill in a series of rigorous challenges. Lucavian passed each one with flying colors, his mastery of the black blade of ironclad evident in every move. Though it was evident that the art was not anything special, his way of using the sword was exceptional. Impressive, one of the officers remarked, watching Lucavian closely. You've shown exceptional skill and dedication. We could use more soldiers like you. After the examination, Lucavian was raised from the rank of foot soldier to a third-rate soldier. In the military context, the term third-rate was generally used for first stage awakened and vice versa until the third stage awakened, which was called a first-rate fighter or mage. Lucavian's rise in rank came with new responsibilities and privileges. He received better equipment, access to higher quality resources, and a greater degree of respect from his peers. The change in his status also meant he was no longer on the front lines but rather part of more strategic missions. This advancement allowed Lucavian to focus more on his cultivation, balancing the training of the Devourer of Stars and their black blade of ironclad. He worked tirelessly to harmonize the two techniques within his unique condition. His progress was slow but steady, and each day brought him closer to his goal of reaching the third stage. As he grew stronger, his reputation within the army solidified. His superiors took note of his dedication and skill, and he was given increasingly challenging tasks. Despite the constant danger and the weight of his hidden identity, Lucavian felt a sense of purpose as he was getting stronger with each second, and he was already strong enough to deal with the most third-rate soldiers only using his black blade of ironclad. Not long after, he became a member of a special troop that was filled with people who were awake like him, though the group was mostly filled with people with antics overlooked by Colonel Morgan. That was his story. From now on, he will no longer be staying in this place. After consuming the high-tier mana essence, I will no longer be forced to stay in this damn place. Since today, he would be breaking through, and it would be his last day on the battlefield. As I left Colonel Morgan's presence, I felt a mix of relief and anticipation. The promise of the high-tier mana essence was the final thing that I had needed, a chance to finally move beyond the endless grind of the battlefield. After all, for the past 3 weeks, I had already reached the peak of the stage 2. The mana cultivation was complete, and I had already formed the required meridians for the third stage. Now, at this point, there was only one thing I needed to do: break through to the third stage. But for this, the amount of mana I had accumulated was a little bit lacking. If not for the high-tier mana essence, it would have taken me at least more than 5 months of cultivation for me to reach the third grade. And I could not afford to do so, as I already knew from the content of the novel that this battle would end just 2 months later. Even now, the Lorien Empire is already getting pushed back, and it is a matter of time before the high-ranking executives give the order to abandon this battlefield. At the end of the day, it is inevitable, as I already had witnessed the power of their magic units. At this point, it is nearly impossible for the Empire to deal with them with their current strength. Even today, the strategy they had applied was smart. It would work if not for me. I made my way back to the barracks, each step filled with happiness. Finally, I will be leaving this wretched place after all. The camp was bustling with activity, with soldiers preparing for their next assignments and others tending to their equipment or resting. I navigated through the maze of tents and makeshift structures, my mind focused on the path ahead. Reaching my tent, I pushed the flap aside and stepped inside. The familiar sight of my simple bedroll and personal belongings greeted me. I sank down onto the bed, the weight of the day settling on my shoulders. Taking a deep breath, I allowed myself a moment to reflect. The journey had been long and arduous, filled with challenges that had tested me to my core. But through it all, I had grown stronger and more resilient. I looked in the mirror, checking my face. And just as how it was before, my face was still the same. The same scar that was going through my right eye was still there. The proof of that moment. Knight of the Wind. I had waited for him on the battlefield, hoping to see him make his appearance. But he didn't. Not on my side, at least. As if fate were purposefully keeping us apart. The memory of our brief encounter replayed in my mind. His speed, his precision, it had been overwhelming. I had felt completely outclassed, a mere insect before a giant. Objectively, I knew that facing him now, even with my increased strength, would be nearly impossible. I had been letting my emotions get the best of me. The desire for revenge, the need to prove myself, it was clouding my judgment. Acting brave and strong when I wasn't ready would be plain stupidity. If I truly wanted to face the Night of the Wind again, I needed to prepare myself thoroughly. There was no room for recklessness. I had to be smart and methodical. I had to grow stronger, not just in power but in skill and strategy. Just at that moment, the flap of my tent rustled, and someone stepped inside. It was a girl, her bright eyes scanning the space before landing on me. Her face lit up with a radiant smile. "Lucavian, you've returned!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. She dashed towards me, her arms outstretched for an enthusiastic hug. But I sidestepped her attempt with a quick, practiced motion, avoiding her embrace. She pouted, crossing her arms over her chest. "That's rude, Lucavian. I was just happy to see you." I raised an eyebrow, my expression calm. "I think you're the one being rude, barging into my tent without permission and trying to hug me without warning." She huffed, clearly annoyed. "Oh, come on. I thought we were friends." "Can't a friend show some affection?" I sighed, shaking my head slightly. "We can, but maybe not in such a dramatic fashion." "What are you doing here, anyway?" Her pout softened into a more serious expression. "I heard you were back and wanted to check on you. I was worried after the last battle." I could see the genuine concern in her eyes, and it softened my stance a little. "I appreciate it, really. But you need to be more careful. You never know who might be watching." "Who is this girl, you may ask?" "She is Jessie Burns, a noble like me who was sent to the battlefield." "Well, at least she is not a fallen noble but a real one, though her circumstances are pretty similar to mine." "Jessie is the child of the maid, which is why she has been looked down upon and even hated by the others." Her progress was constantly interrupted as she was a child of low-born status, and that's why she wasn't able to cultivate properly. Despite her noble blood, her half-siblings had always viewed her as an outsider, someone unworthy of their family name. She had been sent to the battlefield thanks to a scheme from her siblings. They saw her as a threat to their inheritance and status despite her lack of power. By manipulating their father and the family council, they managed to have her assigned to the front lines, hoping she would be killed in battle or at least forgotten. Jessie had lost all hope when she was sent here. Being a third-rate warrior, she knew she was just considered weak, a disposable asset in the grand scheme of things. Her dreams of proving herself and rising above her circumstances seemed impossible. She was resigned to her fate, accepting that she would likely die on the battlefield, just another casualty in a war she had no stake in. But around that time, I was also assigned to this unit, and somehow, we ended up like this. "Jessie, you need to be more careful," I said, my tone softening as I considered her situation. "We've both been through a lot, and the last thing we need is more trouble." She nodded, understanding what I meant. While some soldiers were warm, not everyone was as warm as others. There were many who would succumb to their greed. "I know, Lucavian. But, you were sent to the field on your own once again, and I was worried." "Sire Broken Bar. I get it. But how about you release me now?" She had been hugging me for a long time already, and it was becoming a little bit suffocating, to be frank. "Aha, Broken Bar. Just a little bit more," she replied, but from her words, it was not hard for me to understand. "Did something happen?" Jessie hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly, her grip tightening. "They called me useless again," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. I sighed, shaking my head. "Jessie, you need to understand and not listen to what other people say. Their words don't define you." She looked up at me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I know, Lucavian. But it still hurts. No matter how hard I try, they always find a way to put me down." I gently pried her arms from around me and held her by the shoulders, looking directly into her eyes. "You have to be stronger than their words, Jessie. I might not always be here to listen to. You need to find that strength within yourself, I will be leaving this place tonight. One way or another, that was something I needed to do. While this girl had become my companion in the recent year, this was inevitable. I can't take the risk. Whether or not there was a promise I needed to fulfill. A promise that I had made to Master, his last wish. There was no way I could risk such a thing. Jessie's eyes widened, and she shook her head vehemently. No, never. Why are you talking like that, Lucavian? Why does it sound like you're expecting something bad to happen to you? I suppressed the turmoil inside me, maintaining a calm exterior. One can never know what will happen, Jessie, I said gently. We must always be prepared for whatever comes our way. It's just part of surviving in this world. She stepped back, her expression a mix of anger and concern. But you're talking as if you're certain something is going to happen. What are you not telling me? I sighed, trying to find the right words. Jessie, this is a battlefield. We face danger every day. It's not about expecting the worst, it's about being ready for it. I need you to understand that. Her eyes searched mine, looking for answers. Are you leaving, Lucavian? Is that why you're talking like this? Sire Broken Bar. I knew it would come to Thesa Broken Bar. I hated lying. No, I loathed it. Just because of a lie that I had ended up in this place. This fate a broken bar. Everything was a result of just one lie. But at the same time, I did not want to say what I was about to do. And that was why I hated moments like these, trapped between one's own principles and their logic. But luckily, there was something that came to my help. Tap, tap, tap. The steps of a soldier echoed around the tent. Just then, a messenger entered the tent, his expression serious. Soldier Lucavian, Colonel Morgan requests your presence. It's time to receive your reward. I turned to Jessie, giving her a reassuring smile. Stay strong, Jessie. Remember what we talked about. She nodded, giving me a smaller broken bar. But a sad smiley broken bar. As if she knew something. Good luck, Lucavian. I know you'll make the most of this opportunity. I nodded, rising to my feet. Lead the way. As we walked through the camp, I couldn't help but think about the high-tier mana essence I was about to receive. Essences were highly concentrated mana extracts obtained from the cores of powerful monsters. Alchemists meticulously refined and purified these essences, making them potent sources of mana that could significantly enhance an individual's strength and abilities. High-tier mana essences were particularly rare and valuable, often reserved for those who had proven their worth on the battlefield. Consuming one could potentially elevate a warrior's power significantly, accelerating their growth and unlocking new potential. The path through the camp was familiar, but today, it felt different. The significance of the moment weighed heavily on me. This essence was not just a reward, it was a lifeline, a chance to bridge the gap between my current self and the warrior I needed to become. We arrived at Colonel Morgan's tent, and the messenger stepped aside, allowing me to enter. The interior was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of burning incense. Colonel Morgan sat behind his desk, a small vial of shimmering liquid placed before him. Lucavian, he said, looking up from his papers. Step forward. I approached the desk, my eyes fixed on the vial. The essence inside glowed with an otherworldly light, a tangible manifestation of power and potential. Colonel Morgan picked up the vial, holding it out to me. You have earned this through your dedication and service. Use it wisely. I took the vial, feeling its weight in my hand. Thank you, Colonel. I will. He nodded, his expression serious. I expect great things from you, Lucavian. Do not disappoint. Do not disappoint, you Sire Broken Bar. I wanted to roll my eyes, but I had kept my expression intact, since revealing that would be detrimental. At this point, I had already learned what to do with my expressions, as the battlefield had taught me that not keeping your expressions to yourself would mean death. With a final nod, I turned and left the tent, the vial of high-tier mana essence securely in my grasp. Instead of returning to my quarters, I headed toward a special place I had discovered during my time here. The Valerius Plains were known for their strategic importance in the war, but they were also home to a variety of terrains. To the north of our camp lay a dense forest, a place I had often retreated to for training and meditation. It was a secluded spot, far enough from the main camp to provide solitude but close enough to return quickly if needed. The path to the forest was familiar to me, though it required navigating through several sections of the camp. As I walked, I passed various troops, each engrossed in their own preparations and routines. Some soldiers cast curious glances in my direction, but most were too preoccupied with their tasks to pay much attention. Though some of them looked at me with envy, well, that was to be expected, considering the fact that I am now a third-rate soldier, an awakened. The forest was a sanctuary for me, a place where I could focus without distraction. I had spent countless hours here, honing my skills and reflecting on my journey. The canopy overhead provided a natural shield from the harsh sun, and the rustling of leaves in the breeze was a soothing backdrop to my thoughts. Reaching the forest's edge, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. I continued deeper into the forest, the familiar sights and sounds grounding me. Of course, being familiar with the place where one would be training was important, but at the same time, there was another reason why I was in this place. There is a special mana vein that will help me boost my breakthrough. In this world, special phenomena happen. It is the natural order. The place where mana exists, there are bound to be the natural things that were altered to fit the mana well. Mana veins were one of those. It is a minor mana vein, but still, it should help me increase the efficiency of my breakthrough. As I walked, I recalled my master's words. He had always emphasized the importance of understanding the land and its secrets. This place bears many treasures, he had said. There's a reason why both empires have coveted these plains for so long. The Valerius plains are a natural mine that is rich with mana stones. And where there are mana stones, there are often other phenomena, like mana veins. Mana veins were like rivers of concentrated mana flowing through the earth. They were rare and valuable, capable of boosting cultivation and aiding breakthroughs. I discovered this minor mana vein during one of my training sessions, its presence subtly altering the flow of mana in the area. I had been able to sense it partially due to my unique physique and my master's teachings. His guidance had sharpened my perception of mana, allowing me to detect the subtle shifts and flows that indicated the presence of a vein. Reaching the spot where I knew the vein was strongest, I sat down and prepared myself. The vial of high-tier mana essence was still in my hand, its contents shimmering with potential. I closed my eyes, centering myself and focusing on the flow of mana around me. The energy of the mana vein was palpable, a steady pulse that resonated with my own core. I uncorked the vial and drank deeply, feeling the essence merge with my being. As the high-tier mana essence flowed down my throat, a surge of energy exploded within me. The mana contained within the essence was potent, overwhelming in its intensity. I felt the raw power coursing through my veins, merging with my own mana and igniting a fire within my core. I closed my eyes, centering myself amidst the torrent of energy. Maintain the flow and guide the mana. My master's teachings echoed in my mind, reminding me to maintain control to guide the flow rather than let it consume me. For you, the energy will always be a wild beast. You will need to tame it with your sheer will. The energy was like a wild beast, powerful but unpredictable. I needed to tame it, to harness its strength for my breakthrough. Thump. The pulse of the minor mana vein beneath me resonated with the surge of mana within my body. I focused on the connection, drawing the energy from the vein into my core. The two sources of mana merged, creating a harmonious flow that enhanced my cultivation. Humph. The pain was immediate and intense. My body felt like it was on fire, the sheer volume of mana threatening to tear me apart. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to endure. The path to power was never easy, and this was just another trial I had to overcome. Don't lose your focus. Endure pain. This is nothing. This is nothing. Humph. To muffle my screams, I bit down on a piece of cloth I had pushed into my mouth. The fabric did little to dull the agony, but it kept my cries from alerting anyone in the camp. The pain was excruciating, my muscles spasming and my bones feeling as if they were being crushed under the immense pressure of the mana. The mana flowed through my reversed meridians, following the unique pathways within my body. I visualized the formation of the third star, a bright point of light within my core. The energy swirled around it, feeding its growth and making it stronger and more defined. Time seemed to blur as I focused on the breakthrough. The pain was a constant presence, but so was the determination to succeed. I could feel the third star taking shape, its light growing brighter with each passing moment. The essence and the mana vein worked in tandem, pushing me closer to the next stage. With a final surge of effort, I directed all the mana into the star. The energy coalesced, a brilliant burst of light filling my core. The pain reached its peak, a broken bar. I felt like the world around me was going blank, a broken bar. And then, suddenly, it was gone. The third star was complete, its light steady and strong. Not yet a broken bar, but I refused to stop. I could feel the mana vein's energy still pulsating beneath me, its efficiency yet to wane. Even though my first core was complete, the 3 stars shining brilliantly within, there was still mana left to be absorbed. This was an opportunity I couldn't afford to waste. Gritting my teeth, I altered my breathing, shifting from the circulation of, devouring the stars, to, black blade of ironclad humph. The transition was challenging. The sudden change in mana flow was sending fresh waves of pain through my body. But I persisted, focusing on the rhythm of my breathing, guiding the remaining mana into my second core. Strangely, I noticed that the mana required for this art to advance was significantly lower. Perhaps it was due to the nature of the black blade of ironclad, a technique that emphasized raw, unrefined mana rather than the intricate, celestial energies of devouring the stars. The mana flowed into my second core, filling it rapidly. I visualized the new core forming, its structure solidifying with each pulse of energy. The sensation was different, less intense, but equally fulfilling. The mana vein's energy continued to pour into me, and I absorbed it with fervor, determined to make the most of this moment. As the last bit of mana was drawn in, I felt the second core reach the peak of the first stage. There, black blade of ironclad, had advanced, its power now firmly entrenched within me. The dual cores within my body hummed with energy, their distinct but harmonious rhythms blending together. I opened my eyes, gasping for breath. The forest around me was still. The only sound was my own ragged breathing. The surge of energy had passed, leaving a sense of calm and fulfillment in its wake. But as my breathing slowly subsided, I started to sense something unusual. My hands were itching, a strange tingling sensation spreading through them. My heart pounded in my chest, and my vision turned slightly purplish. The darkness of the evening sky was filled with faint lines of energy as if the cosmos were lying between them. What's happening to me? I wondered, feeling a mix of curiosity and apprehension. My hand reached for my sword, unsheathing the long stock from where it was secured. As soon as my fingers wrapped around the hilt, a strange compulsion took over. My body moved on its own, guided by the lines of energy that filled my vision. I followed them, stepping lightly through the forest as if in a trance. These lines are broken bar. They look like paths, like stars in the night sky. Am I seeing the flow of mana? My thoughts raced, trying to make sense of the sensations coursing through me. I moved with fluid grace, my feet following the celestial lines that seemed to connect everything around me. Each step felt natural, as if I were dancing to a rhythm that only I could hear. The stock in my hand glowed faintly, resonating with the energy around us. This must be part of the Devourer of Stars. Master mentioned that understanding the flow of mana would unlock new levels of power. But these are broken bar. This feels different. It's like the stars themselves are guiding me. My vision was filled with the purplish hue of the energy lines, and I could see the faint outlines of constellations forming in the air. The cosmos seemed to pulse and breathe around me, each line of energy a pathway to greater understanding. I swung my stock, the blade cutting through the air with a whisper. The lines of energy responded, shifting and bending to my movements. I could feel the power flowing through me, my connection to the stars growing stronger with each passing moment. I see a broken bar. The stars, they were guiding me. This is the third form of the Void Starfall blade. I realized what was happening here. I followed the movements of the lines as if engaged in a sword dance. Each step, each swing of my blade, aligned perfectly with the celestial paths laid out before me. My body moved fluidly, seamlessly integrating with the cosmic energy that enveloped me. I'm grasping it, I thought, feeling the blade's power resonate with each precise movement. The lines reached their end, and I could no longer see the path I needed to follow. Just as doubt began to creep in, I felt something deep within me. The man in my core pulsed with a desire to be released, to be freed. It wants to lead me somewhere, I realized, feeling the insistent push of energy within. As I was about to stop the movement of my sword, I decided to trust my instincts. I let the mana flow out of my meridians, releasing it into the air around me. The energy swirled and coalesced, forming a radiant aura that enveloped my entire body. I continued the sword dance, now guided by the flow of mana itself. My blade moved with a precision that felt almost otherworldly, each strike resonating with the power of the stars. The energy lines, though invisible to the eye, were now a part of me, guiding my movements with an innate understanding. This is it, I thought, feeling the culmination of my training and the merging of my inner power with the cosmic flow. This is how one can extend their mana outside of their body or sword. The energy within me surged, and I felt a connection to something far greater than myself. It was as if the cosmos had acknowledged my effort and granted me a glimpse of its boundless power. Manifestation. This phenomenon could only be done by awakening in the third stage. From this point onwards, an awakened would no longer be required to use a medium to display their mana just by extending their will. They could manifest it from their bodies. I continued to move, the dance of the blade becoming a symphony of light and energy. Each strike, each movement felt more natural, more attuned to the flow of mana within and around me. At the end of each strike, I began to notice something extraordinary. A wave of energy materialized from the tip of my blade, shimmering with a dark, starry brilliance. The wave displayed the characteristics of the devourer of stars technique, absorbing and pulling in the surrounding mana. It was as if the very stars themselves were bending to my will, their energy flowing through me and into my sword. The wave also exhibited the refined elegance and deadly precision of my master's sword style. There, Void Starfall blade. Each arc of the blade left trails of starlight in its wake, forming a constellation of lethal beauty. The energy manifested from my strikes seemed to coalesce into a tangible force, a perfect blend of the two techniques. This is truly something else, I thought, marveling at the sight before me. The power of Devourer of Stars, combined with the precision of Void Starfall blade. This is what it means to extend my mana outside of my body and weapon. I could feel the raw power of the wave, its energy resonating with the cosmic rhythm. It was a manifestation of my own will, shaped by the teachings of my master and the essence of the stars. The wave moved with an almost sentient fluidity, responding to my thoughts and intentions with perfect synchronization. As I continued to practice, the waves grew more defined and more powerful. Each strike sent ripples through the air, the energy radiating outward in a display of celestial might. The forest around me seemed to hum with the power the trees and foliage bathed in the glow of the manifested mana. This is just the beginning. Yet, it is this powerful. The energy of the strike was something else. A tilde E Void Starfall blade. Dance of the Celestial. A tilde. But just as I had finished the strike, suddenly, my head started ringing, and the world started constantly rotating. An immense amount of pain surged through my body, and I stumbled, clutching at my chest. I looked down and was horrified to see blood staining my clothes and dripping onto the ground. My internal muscles felt like they were tearing apart, and my body was in a tattered state. My eyes widened in shock. Did I overexert myself? I thought, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. I didn't recall feeling any pain while swinging my sword. The realization that something had gone horribly wrong hit me like a tidal wave. The pain intensified, and I could feel my strength slipping away. My vision blurred, the world around me fading into darkness. I tried to hold on, to make sense of what was happening, but it was too late. The last thing I saw was the shimmering stars in the sky before everything went black. After Lucavian attempted a breakthrough, he solely focused on his internal core and the mana that he was trying to absorb, and because of that, he had not noticed that the starlight that once had covered him when Gerald left this world now shone upon him again. But this time, it was for a different reason. As Lucavian continued to push through the pain and fatigue, he entered a peculiar state. Whether it was because of the mana vein or another effect was unknown, but something extraordinary was happening. His consciousness expanded, and he found himself in a state of enlightenment. In this heightened state of awareness, Lucavian's focus remained unwavering. The energy within the mana vein flowed into him, merging with his own mana and enhancing his power. The connection he felt with the stars grew stronger, their light guiding him toward his goal. And then, at the culmination of his efforts, he broke through the third stage. A brilliant light shone within his core, and there, in his dantian, another star was formed. The energy surged through him, a wave of pure, unadulterated power that resonated with the very fabric of his being. Suddenly, Lucavian stood up, his body vibrating with newfound strength. As he opened his eyes, they shone dark, as if reflecting the cosmos itself, with traces of stars glittering within. The power of the stars flowed through him, and his body seemed to glow with a faint, purplish hue. Without conscious thought, Lucavian began to move. His body was guided by the celestial energy coursing through him. His movements were graceful, each swing of his sword accompanied by a purple starlight that coated the blade. The air around him seemed to shimmer with the light of the stars. However, with each movement he made, a muscle of the corresponding body part ruptured. His body was not yet ready for the intensity of the sword dance he was performing. Blood began to seep through his clothes, staining the ground beneath him. Yet, the pain did not reach him. In his trance state, Lucavian continued his movements, each step and swing perfectly aligned with the celestial rhythm he was attuned to. The stars guided his every motion, the sword in his hand an extension of his will. The dance of the celestial blade was beautiful and deadly, a display of power and elegance. But the toll on his body was immense. His muscles tore, and his bones strained under the pressure of the movements. Still, he pressed on, driven by the enlightenment that had consumed him. As he neared the end of his celestial dance, Lucavian felt the energy within him reaching its peak. He executed a final, powerful slash, pouring all the mana he had manifested into the strike. The blade glowed with a brilliant purple light, cutting through the air with a force that seemed to ripple through the very fabric of reality. At that moment, the dark hue in his eyes dimmed, the connection to the cosmic energy slowly fading. The light in his eyes returned to normal, and the trance that had held him in its grip released its hold. Lucavian's vision cleared, and he became acutely aware of the immense pain surging through his body. He looked down at himself, seeing the blood-soaked clothes and feeling the deep, agonizing ache in his muscles and bones. His body was covered in wounds, his skin bruised and torn from the strain of the celestial dance. The realization of what had happened hit him all at once, the shock almost overwhelming. Before he could process it further, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. His vision darkened, the world around him fading into a blur. But his surprises were yet to end, as the mana from the mana vein continued to reach the body. But different from last time, it did not enter his dantian or core. It directly entered his body this time. In the darkness, Lucavian's body absorbed the mana, the potent energy coursing through him like a river of power. The mana worked its way through his damaged muscles, repairing the tears and reinforcing his physical structure. His bones, strained and weakened from the intense sword dance, started to strengthen, the fractures mending themselves with the influx of energy. The bruises on his skin faded, and the cuts and wounds closed up, leaving only faint scars as a testament to the battle his body had endured. He had undergone his first body reconstruction after becoming awake, and he did it 2 stages earlier than the others. I had a dream where I was wandering alone. No, I was not wandering alone. I was flying around the darkness of the sea. In this dream, I felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. The vast, dark ocean below me was calm and serene, its gentle waves lulling me into a state of profound peace. It felt as if I were exactly where I needed to be, floating effortlessly in this tranquil abyss. The sensation was comforting, almost as if the darkness itself was cradling me in its embrace. As I drifted, a sense of sleepiness overcame me. My eyelids grew heavy, and I allowed myself to sink deeper into the dream's soothing embrace. Time seemed to lose its meaning, and all that existed was the gentle rhythm of the waves and the quiet hum of the sea. But then, something began to change. A new presence made itself known, a light that pierced through the darkness. It was blinding, sudden, and intense. I squinted, trying to shield my eyes from the brilliance that seemed determined to wake me from my peaceful slumber. I closed my eyes tightly, the light too much to bear. It felt like the stars themselves had come to life, each one shining with a fierce, unyielding light. Slowly, as the intensity began to wane, I dared to open my eyes once more, peeking through my lashes. The countless stars that had filled the sky were gone. The darkness had reclaimed its dominion, but one star remained. A single, solitary star hung in the vast expanse above me. It was black. Unlike the other stars, which had been dazzling and bright, this star was an enigma. Its darkness was profound, deeper than the sea below and the night sky above. Yet, it did not feel ominous. There was a strange allure to it, a sense of mystery that beckoned me closer. What is it? What is it that draws me to this star? It was not the first time that I had seen this dream. In fact, I saw this star countless times after becoming an awakened. Something deep inside me always told me that this star was something that I had something with. I found myself drawn to this black star, its presence compelling. It stood alone, a beacon in the vast emptiness, and I couldn't help but feel that it held some significance. It was as if this star was meant for me, a guide in the endless night. Lucavian. And then it was this voice. The voice that I did not know whom it belonged to. And then, the dream ended, just like before. I woke with a start, gasping for breath. The familiar sight of the forest canopy greeted me, but something felt different. I pushed myself up, wincing in anticipation of the pain from my earlier injuries. To my surprise, there was none. I glanced down, expecting to see my clothes drenched in blood, my body marred with wounds. Instead, I found only dried stains, the blood crusted and brown against the fabric. Tentatively, I touched my chest, feeling smooth, unbroken skin beneath my fingers. The injuries I had sustained were gone as if they had never been there. How is this possible? I wondered, my mind racing to understand what had happened. I scanned my surroundings, searching for any clue, any sign of what might have healed me. The forest was still and quiet. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. The faint lines of energy I had seen before were no longer visible, but I could still feel a residual hum in the air. The mana vein is no longer here. Did something happen when I was asleep? Now that I had woken up completely, my mind started working normally. For how long I was asleep? I looked up at the sky, noting the position of the stars and the faint remnants of twilight. The sun was long gone, but the night sky offered clues. I recalled a technique I had learned from Elias during one of our late-night training sessions. We had often watched the stars while sitting by a campfire, and Elias had taught me how to read the sky to tell time. The stars move across the sky at a predictable pace, Elias had explained. By knowing their positions, you can estimate the time even without a clock. I focused on the constellations above, searching for familiar patterns. The North Star, Polaris, was a constant guide, always pointing true north. From there, I traced the line of the Big Dipper, its handle and bowl forming a distinct shape. I followed the arc to Arcturus and then to Spica, marking the passage of time with their positions. The Big Dipper is low on the horizon, I noted, calculating the time elapsed. It must be around midnight, perhaps a bit later. For at least 4 hours, I surmised. Thank you, Elias, I thought, feeling a surge of gratitude. Your wisdom continues to guide me, even in your absence. But then I remembered the state I was in. Why was I in this condition? In the 4 hours that I was in this place, did someone come here? If that was the case, things would have been different. Who sees a person in a bloody state and heals them without reminding? If there was one thing that I learned on the battlefield, that would be the fact that people here were very selective about the people they trust, and as long as it was not about the people they were close to, they would not move a muscle for other people. Not that you are different, Lucavian. That is the rule of the world, and I could not obey. Sire Broken Bar. It bugs me that I can't find the answer, but there is not much I can do. I had already spent 4 hours here. It took a lot longer than I initially thought it would. Breaking through the third stage was a crucial aspect, and that was why I had prepared myself for that. Now, there is one thing I need to do. Slowly, I stood up, feeling the residual hum of energy within me. I closed my eyes, taking a moment to center myself and visualize the path ahead. There was no time to waste. I had to move quickly and decisively. Escape, I reminded myself. This is my time to leave the battlefield and find a new path. Opening my eyes, I turned deeper into the forest. The darkness was thick, but I knew my vision would adapt. I waited patiently, letting my eyes adjust to the dim light. After awakening, one's strength would soar thanks to mana, but it seemed that these functions needed different types of training and techniques. The ones I knew did not provide an enchantment of eyes for now. Gradually, the shapes of the trees became clearer, their silhouettes stark against the night sky. I took a deep breath, calming my racing thoughts. Each step forward was deliberate, and my senses heightened. The forest had always been a place of solace for me, a sanctuary where I could think and plan without interruption. Tonight, it would serve as my escape route. As I walked, I began counting the trees, using them as markers to guide my way. Each one was a familiar landmark, a part of the mental map I had created over countless walks and wandering. The rhythm of my steps and the counting helped me focus, keeping my mind sharp and alert. 1, 2, 3. A broken bar. I counted silently, my eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. The forest was eerily quiet. The only sound was the crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional rustle of a nocturnal creature. I reached the 10th tree and paused, looking around to ensure I was on the right path. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction, but I knew exactly where I was going. The hiding spot was not far now. 11, 12, 13. A broken bar. The trees passed by in a blur, their trunks like silent sentinels watching over my journey. The air was cool and crisp, the scent of pine and earth grounding me in the present moment. At the 20th tree, I stopped again, crouching low to the ground. I brushed away the fallen leaves, revealing a small, concealed hollow at the base of the tree. Inside, there was a small pouch bag. Though it looked small, the space inside was actually bigger than inside. It was a space pouch. As for how I got that, I found it from a soldier. It had been during a skirmish with an enemy camp, a brief but intense clash that left the battlefield strewn with bodies and broken weapons. As I searched through the remains, my eyes caught sight of the pouch clutched in the hand of a fallen soldier. Something about it had called to me an instinctual feeling that it was more than it seemed. Well, it was not instinctual. That soldier was throwing daggers one by one constantly, and he did not even hold them around his body. At that time, I realized that it was because of this artifact that he had such high supplies. I quickly stowed it away, hiding it in my armor without reporting it to my superiors. Normally, any artifact with mana attributes was to be reported immediately to the army. Hiding such an item was considered a serious offense, a crime that could result in severe punishment. But I needed this since it was necessary for my plan. Now, let's get ready. Now, the hardest part would start. As I opened the pouch, I was greeted by the sight of various supplies neatly organized within. Despite its small size, the interior space was considerably larger, though still limited by its low quality. Unlike higher-tier space artifacts where time stood still, this one only provided a slowed temporal effect. It wasn't perfect, but it was invaluable for now. I quickly inventoried the contents: dried food, a water skin, some medical supplies, a few changes of clothes, and a small bundle of essential tools. I had been regularly resupplying the pouch, ensuring it was always ready for a time like this. I swapped out my current clothes for the set hidden within the pouch, opting for a simple, nondescript outfit that would help me blend in once I left the forest. As I changed, I couldn't help but reflect on the irony. What do they say? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Here I was, using a stolen artifact, breaking the very rules I had sworn to uphold. But in this world, survival often meant bending the rules, sometimes even breaking them. With my new clothes on and my supplies secured, I buried my old uniform in the hollow, covering it with leaves and dirt. Shredding one's skin, is it not, master? I was sure that, if he was here, he would say something like this. But these clothes are broken. Why do they feel a bit tighter? Now that I think about it, something feels different with my body. as if I was stronger. That was especially the case when I was first moving in the forest. It was hard to control the strength of my steps. Did the energy dissipate, or was it absorbed into me? I pondered, feeling the residual hum in the air. Perhaps it was a one-time phenomenon triggered by my breakthrough. As I gathered my thoughts, I couldn't shake the feeling that something extraordinary had happened. After all, the mana vein also had disappeared. Even if it was a low-rank mana vein and the mana it contained was highly likely to be small, it was not like I had absorbed too much. At least, that was the case when I lost consciousness. At that time, even when I was in pain, I still could sense the mana around me. Well, in any case, I feel refreshed and stronger right now. It is a lot better. While I was not exactly sure about my physical capabilities, there was not much time to ponder about all these things. Russell. Slowly, I started walking. There were 2 reasons why I was this adamant about moving today. Normally, the patrolling soldiers were stage 2 awakened, highly skilled, and vigilant. Their presence made slipping past the perimeter a near impossible task, even if the wards could not stop me. However, with the recent developments in the army, there had been a notable shortage of soldiers, especially the awakened ones. In response to this shortage, the army had adjusted their patrol schedules. Every 11 days, the patrols were stage 1 awakened instead of stage 2, a necessary compromise due to the lack of manpower. Of course, that is not something one would know just by observing, as it was partially thanks to Jessie that I came to learn about this. She was once chosen for the patrol job, and from her, I learned this. Apparently, they did not trust everyone and did choose those who were marked. Tonight marked one of those days, presenting the safest window for my escape. That's why it has to be tonight, I reminded myself, moving stealthily through the forest. The risk is lower with stage 1 patrols. They're less experienced, less perceptive. It's the perfect opportunity. The forest grew denser as I pressed on, the shadows deepening around me. My senses were heightened, and every sound and movement scrutinized. The crunch of leaves underfoot, the rustle of branches in the wind, all that painted a vivid picture of my surroundings. I reached the edge of the forest, the faint glow of the campfires in the distance marking the border. The patrols would be sparse tonight, but that didn't mean I could let my guard down. I crouched low, peering through the underbrush to assess the situation. Sure enough, the perimeter was manned by stage 1 awakened soldiers, their movements less disciplined, their vigilance not as sharp. They were young, likely new recruits who had yet to face the true horrors of the battlefield. Indeed, I did not see them in the camp. Now, are they some sort of privileged guys? Makes sense. A broken bar. I can assume that they are the sons of a commander or something. The battlefield had become increasingly brutal, each clash is leaving more bodies in its wake. The higher-ups would want to keep their own kin away from the front lines, sparing them from the worst of the violence. It was a common tactic, one that I had witnessed time and again. Those with connections always found ways to protect their own, leaving the rest of us to bear the brunt of the war. They're lucky, I mused, feeling a pang of bitterness considering the fact that I had seen countless different soldiers that had died before me. A broken bar. Mateo, Garrett, Felix a broken bar. Elias, Clara broken bar. Though they were sent here because they were criminals, none of them deserved the penalty of death. Yet, they died. I felt a slight anger, as it was unfair. But their inexperience is my advantage tonight. I waited for the right moment, my muscles tense. The patrols were erratic, their movements uncoordinated. It was clear they were not used to this duty, their minds likely elsewhere, thinking of safer places far from the front lines. I focused, counting the number of patrols. To do that, I closed my eyes and spread my senses around the place. When an awakened reaches stage 3, they will be able to manifest their mana outside of their body. That opens an endless number of possibilities, but there is one thing that is fundamental for every awakened. I remembered the words that Master had spoken once when he was teaching me how to imbue my energy around my body. He had demonstrated things and abilities that were far beyond my range of abilities at that time. That made me realize that he was already expecting that he would be found in this camp. And as my senses were spread, they found their presence. There were 5 of them in total, scattered unevenly along the perimeter. Two stood together near a campfire, their postures relaxed as they talked in hushed tones. Another one paced back and forth, his movements restless and unsteady. The remaining two were further apart, their attention half-heartedly scanning the area. 5, I noted, committing their positions to memory. Not too many, but enough to pose a risk if I'm not careful. The two near the campfire seemed the least vigilant, their conversation more animated as they laughed and gestured. The one pacing back and forth was more alert, but his routine was predictable, a pattern I could exploit. The last two, though further apart, appeared disinterested, their gazes drifting aimlessly into the darkness. This is manageable, I told myself, formulating a plan. I need to time this perfectly. Move when they're least aware. I waited for the right moment, my breath steady and controlled. The pacing soldier turned his back, and the two by the campfire were engrossed in their conversation. The distant ones had their attention elsewhere. It was now or never. Silently, I slipped from my hiding spot, moving with stealth. My steps were light, each one carefully placed to avoid making a sound. The forest floor was soft underfoot, the leaves muffling my movements. I navigated the space between the patrols, keeping low and using the shadows to my advantage. The distance between me and the soldiers grew with each step, my heart pounding in my chest. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, but I needed to calm myself down. Calm down, Lucavian. Keep your heart steady. However, it was easier said than done. Thump, thump. In the end, I could not help my beating heart. As I neared the edge of their patrol route, I paused, scanning the area one last time. I could see the faint glow of the formations and wards protecting the border, intricate lines of mana shimmering in the darkness. There it is, I thought, my eyes narrowing. The moment I crossed those wards, they would activate and send an alarm to the patrol. I had only a split second to make it past them before they could react. Taking a deep breath, I gathered my mana, coating myself with its protective energy. I steadied my nerves, focusing on the task ahead. The timing had to be perfect. Now and then, with a burst of speed, I dashed forward, crossing the invisible barrier of the wards. Taking a deep breath, I gathered my mana, enveloping myself in its protective energy. I steadied my nerves and focused on the task ahead, knowing that perfect timing was crucial. Now and then, with a burst of speed, I dashed forward, crossing the invisible barrier of the wards. As expected, the formations activated immediately, their lines flaring with energy. An electric current surged through my body, painful and jarring, making me limp for a split second. Gah! I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to push through the pain. The mana coating my body absorbed most of the shock, allowing me to recover quickly. As expected, the formations can only affect the awakened of second stage. That was the reason why I had dared to take the risk. And just as I had expected, it came in handy at this moment. I could hear the shouts of the patrol behind me, their voices rising in alarm. Someone's escaping. Over there. Stop him. Ignoring their cries, I shot forward, my legs pumping as I sprinted away from the border of the camp. There were no open fields. Instead, I rushed through the dense forest, the trees blurring past me as I moved. The underbrush whipped against my legs, but I barely felt it, my focus entirely on escape. The patrols shouted behind me, their voices growing fainter as I increased my speed. They were first stage awakened, and their prowess was significantly lower than mine. They couldn't match my pace. Even I was surprised at my speed. I knew I wasn't this fast before. The breakthrough and the absorption of the mana from the vein had enhanced my abilities beyond what I had expected. This is incredible, I thought, my feet barely touching the ground as I moved through the forest with newfound agility. I can feel the power coursing through me. The forest was thick, but I navigated it with ease, my body responding with precision and grace. The shouts of the patrols grew more distant, their frustration evident in their voices as they failed to keep up. Keep going. Don't let him get away. One of them yelled, but their words were lost in the wind as I surged ahead. Branches and leaves whipped past me, but I dodged and weaved through them effortlessly. My breathing was steady, my heart pounding with exhilaration rather than fear. The adrenaline pushed me forward, every step carrying me further from the camp and closer to freedom. I glanced back once, seeing the faint glow of the campfires far behind me, the figures of the patrols barely visible in the distance. They were falling behind, unable to match my speed and stamina. They're not catching me, I realized, a sense of triumph welling up inside me. I'm truly free. But as if I had jinxed it, I felt a presence. The presence of something that was approaching me at a rapid speed. That is, there was no need for me to think as to what it was. The moment I sensed the presence, I also sensed the intent behind the strike. It was the killing intent. Swoosh. Without hesitation, I dropped into a defensive stance, my instincts taking over. The figure appeared before me in a blur, clad in a dark robe, their weapon gleaming with mana. The strike was swift and lethal, aimed directly at my heart. My hand moved on its own, grabbing my stock from its sheath and bringing it up to deflect the incoming blade. Mana surged through me, coating my weapon in a protective layer. The clash of metal rang through the forest, the force of the blow reverberating up my arm. Clang! The impact sent a shockwave through my body, but I held my ground, gritting my teeth, as I pushed back against the attack. The robed figure's eyes glinted with malice, their face obscured by the shadow of their hood. Who is this? I wondered, my mind racing even as I focused on the immediate threat. Another enemy, or someone sent to stop me? The person under the robe looked at me with cold eyes and said, "You blocked it?" His cold eyes observed me from top to bottom, the intent behind his gaze sending shivers down my spine. He raised his weapon. It was a sword. "With your measly strength, you dared to escape, huh? Did you really think the army was a fool? Out of all the personnel, they would let only third-rate soldiers protect the camp." The sheer malice and disdain in his voice made my blood run cold, but I couldn't let fear paralyze me. "A broken bar. But, from how it looks, you are not that harmed." "I see a broken bar." The robed figure's eyes seemed to pierce through me, calculating and ruthless. "You have an artifact on you, don't you? In that small pouch of yours." He moved with the confidence of someone who had faced countless battles, and I realized I was facing a truly formidable opponent. "I see a broken bar. That was just as I had expected. There was a hidden expert that was waiting for soldiers to escape. It was within my expectations." But, did he say, "my measly strength"? I thought. The fact that he said that indicated he might not be aware of my true strength. I speculated that because of my unique condition, they couldn't easily confirm my strength. My abilities had always been a bit of an enigma, even to myself. It made sense that they would misjudge me, especially considering that not even the colonel had realized my true capabilities until now. "He thinks my protection came from an artifact," I realized. "That means he doesn't know I've reached the third stage." The robed figure took a step closer, his sword gleaming with menacing energy. "Hand over the artifact, and I might let you live." "Artifact?" I echoed, playing along to buy myself some time. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't play dumb," he snapped, his eyes narrowing. "You think you can fool me? Good." I confirmed that he was indeed unable to sense my energy. But looking at him and his presence, I could guess his strength. He is a third-stage warrior as well. I did not know where he came from, but it was fortunate, because in a normal clash, I was not confident with myself, as I had just recently broken through. "He underestimates me," I thought, a plan forming in my mind. "I can use that to my advantage." "I won't ask again," the figure said, his voice a low growl. "Hand over the artifact, or die." I feigned hesitation, my eyes darting to the pouch at my side. "All right," I said slowly, reaching for the pouch. "But you'll regret this." In a flash, I moved, my stock slicing through the air with deadly precision. The robed figure's eyes widened in surprise, but he was quick, parrying my strike with a deft movement of his sword. Clang! The force of the clash sent sparks flying, the mana around us crackling with energy. He rushed at me once again, his blade shining with an intense glow. I deflected his sword, but his strikes were relentless. His sword danced through the air, each movement fluid and precise, a testament to his skill. Clank! The blade was coated with a strong energy, and with each strike, it sent ripples through my body. The impact was jarring, my muscles straining with the effort to keep up. The man in his attacks resonated with a fierce power, making it clear that he was far beyond an ordinary opponent. Swoosh! His sword came at me from the left, and I barely managed to parry it, my stock vibrating from the force. A Black's blade of ironclad iron coating. I used the energy of my second core, coating my body all across, as I knew his strikes would be impossible to endure, and for another reason as well. He followed up with a swift strike from the right, and I twisted my body to avoid the blade. The robed figure's movements were a blur, his attacks unrelenting. Clang! Another clash of our weapons, and I felt the energy from his blade surge through me, making my arms tremble. He pressed his advantage, each strike pushing me further back, each blow sapping my strength. "You're weak," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "You don't stand a chance against me." I gritted my teeth, as if to show that I was in pain. And in fact, I was, but not because of the reason he was thinking of. Since I had been using Black Blade of Ironclad, the mana levels he was seeing were only of stage 1. Though that would deceive him, it also did not help me that much, as I could only reinforce myself that much. And at the same time, it was not like I was not enjoying this clash of swords, a duel 1-by-1. In fact, I loved it. "You're weak. You don't stand a chance against me." I grabbed my blade. I could feel the stock as an extension of my own body. The weight, the balance, the way it moved with me, all that felt natural and right. The thrill of the fight, the dance of blades, was intoxicating. This was where I belonged. With renewed vigor, I parried his next strike, the stock moving with precision and grace. I countered with a quick thrust, aiming for his heart. He deflected it, but I was already moving, my blade slicing through the air in a series of swift strikes. Clang! Clank! Our weapons clashed again and again, the forest echoing with the sound of our duel. I focused on the other party's blade, noticing the brown energy coating it as he attacked. The mana sent ripples through the air, creating a tangible aura of power. But something else was happening, too. I could see his strikes as if I knew how he was going to move before he even did. In the face of the battlefield, this was my place. My mind raced, analyzing his movements and predicting his attacks. It felt like a sixth sense, an instinct honed from years of fencing and combat training. Swoosh! His blade came at me with incredible speed and strength, but I was ready. I sidestepped, deflecting his attack with the fluid motion of my stock. The enemy's eyes narrowed in frustration, but I could see his next move forming in his mind. He's going to feint left and strike from the right, I thought, and sure enough, his blade shifted to the left before coming at me from the right. Clank! I parried it perfectly, my stock meeting his sword with a forceful clash. The enemy's strength was overwhelming, but I could see the path his sword would take, guided by some unseen force. His strikes were relentless, each one faster and more powerful than the last. The brown energy around his blade pulsed with every swing, sending shockwaves through my arms. But I held my ground, using my newfound ability to anticipate his attacks. He's going to thrust straight at my chest, I realized, and as his blade came forward, I twisted my body, letting his sword slide past me harmlessly. My stock shot out in a counterattack, aiming for his side. Slash! The blade cut through his robe, drawing blood. He hissed in pain, but his eyes burned with fury. His next attack was even more ferocious, his sword moving with blinding speed. But I could see it. I could see the path his sword would take, like a premonition guiding my movements. I parried, deflected, and countered with a series of precise strikes, each one pushing him back. The enemy was faster and stronger than me, but I had the advantage in the fight. Why was that the case? It was because I had already gotten used to it. When I picked up the stock for the first time, I was still younger than many people on the battlefield. Each time, I faced an opponent stronger than myself. Never once had I encountered someone weaker than me. That was also the case when I was Bruce. Even at that time, when I was fighting with stock, my physical abilities were not where I excelled. It was the sword. That was why I honed something else on the battlefield. I honed my skills. His movements became predictable, each strike following the path I saw in my mind. It was as if I was reading his every thought and every intention and reacting accordingly. Our blades clashed, sending sparks flying. The forest echoed with the sound of our duel, the intensity of the battle reaching its peak. The enemy's frustration grew with every failed attack, his eyes widening in disbelief as I matched him blow for blow. A clank. But just as our blades clashed for one last time, my eyes perked up. I sensed a bunch of other presences around, and that was the same for him. The other patrols are here as well. It was evident who was here and who they were. Most likely, they had sensed the energy of the fight. It was even possible that they had brought another expert with them. "You're not as weak as I thought," the guy before me snarled, his voice filled with rage. His eyes glinted with fury, likely angry at the fact that he had not been able to beat me, even while I looked like a first stage awakened, and there was a 2-rank difference between us. Perhaps he was also angry at the fact that he could be discovered while trying to take my supposed artifact. "I will end this," he growled, his eyes shining brown. The earth beneath my feet suddenly cramped, trying to trap me. His power over the earth was evident, and he was using it to his full advantage. I felt the ground tighten around my legs, restricting my movement. The guy's mana surged, manifesting the full power of a third-stage warrior. He rushed at me with incredible speed, his blade gleaming with deadly intent. It was a fun fight. A broken bar. Sad that it is going to end now. A Black's blade of ironclad iron coating. A I used the energy of my second core, coating my body with a protective layer to make it seem like I was purely defending myself to my utmost strength. Hey, a broken bar. Your measly pathetic energy will not be able to defend this. The enemy's blade connected, and I felt the impact reverberate through my body. But I held firm, enduring the blow with the reinforced coating. Of course, that was not enough as the blade was pushing through my defense and almost about to reach my shoulder. Just at that moment, I drew mana from my first and the main core. The energy flowed through me, powerful and unyielding. I focused it into my estoc, the blade glowing with a fierce light. The enemy's eyes widened in surprise as he sensed the sudden surge of energy. He had not expected me to have this much power. His confidence wavered, and that was all I needed. Crack! With a swift, decisive motion, I broke free from the earth's grip, using my enhanced strength to shatter the ground around me. The enemy staggered back, his balance disrupted. A Void Starfall Blade. Eclipse Star Trailer. The estoc moved with incredible speed and precision, cutting through the air with a blinding light. The enemy tried to parry, but my attack was too fast, too strong. The blade pierced through his defenses, cutting deep into his chest. As the estoc drove into him, trails of stars began to emanate from the blade, wrapping around the enemy and filling the air with a mesmerizing glow. The light from the stars intensified, creating an ethereal pattern that seemed to weave through his very being. What is this?" the enemy gasped, his eyes widening in terror as the trails of stars coiled tighter, their light growing ever more brilliant. The energy built up around the tip of the estoc, a focal point of destructive power. Blast! The trails of stars converged, and with a final, explosive surge, they blasted through the tip of the blade. Crunch! The force of the explosion was both silent and devastating, an implosion of energy that tore through the enemy's body from within. His scream was cut short, his form crumpling as the power of the stars consumed him. The light of the stars flared brightly for a moment, then faded, leaving nothing but a lifeless husk. A broken bar. It was a good fight, soldier. A broken bar. But your greed blinded you. I shook my head as I channeled my mana into my body. They are here. The sounds came from here. The shouts of other soldiers grew louder, their footsteps pounding through the forest. I knew I couldn't stay here any longer. My time was running out. But before I could leave, something caught my attention. A faint glimmer in the moonlight, barely visible against the forest floor. I crouched down, brushing aside the leaves and dirt to reveal a ring. It was a simple band, but as I picked it up, I felt a surge of energy. The ring was embedded with a small, intricate gemstone that pulsed with mana. There was something familiar about the energy it emanated, a sense of power and mystery. An artifact, I realized. But what does it do? I had no time to ponder its purpose. The soldiers were closing in, their shouts growing more urgent. I slipped the ring into my pouch. Whatever it is, it might come in handy, I thought, rising to my feet. I glanced at the fallen robed figure one last time, then turned and sprinted deeper into the forest. My movements were swift and fluid, my enhanced strength and agility propelling me forward. The ring's mana seemed to resonate with my own, amplifying my abilities. The shouts of the soldiers faded into the background as I put more distance between us. I moved with purpose, navigating the dense forest with ease. Each step took me further from the camp, closer to freedom. Don't think this is over yet, Lucavian. You still need to pass the forest. That was just the beginning. The reason why this part of the border was guarded less compared to other places was because this forest bordered the Arcanese Empire and the Lorien Empire. This forest was notorious, not for its beauty, but for the dangerous creatures that called it home. It was a place few dared to venture into, and even fewer dared to cross. The forest, known as the Shadowed Thicket, was infested with a variety of deadly monsters. These creatures, ranging from the venomous thorn vipers to the elusive shadow stalkers, made traversing the forest a perilous endeavor. The army relied on the natural dangers of the forest to act as a deterrent against most escapees and infiltrators. That's why they're confident in their lax security here, I thought as I moved through the dense underbrush. Most people wouldn't dare try to cross this forest, but they're underestimating me. The shouts of the soldiers were now a distant echo, the forest swallowing their voices as I delved deeper. The trees here grew thick and tall, their branches intertwining to form a near impenetrable canopy. The ground was covered in a layer of fallen leaves, their dampness muffling my footsteps. At this point, I should be fully away from the camp. I had been running away from there for a while now. I also erased my smell. While I had taken measures to mask my scent, I couldn't shake the thought that they might send hounds after me. There were many special hounds in the army that specialized in tracking, their keen senses able to pick up even the faintest trail. If they send tracking hounds, especially the ones that can track mana, it'll complicate things. I can't lower my guard now. But at the same time, after the fight I just did against the third stage soldier, I could feel fatigue creeping in. The adrenaline rush was wearing off, and my muscles ached from the exertion. No time to rest, though, I reminded myself, pushing through the tiredness. I need to keep moving. I pressed on, navigating through the dense forest with as much speed as I could muster. The shadows seemed to move with me, the darkness both a friend and a potential foe. My heightened senses kept me alert, every rustle and crackle drawing my attention. I paused for a moment, catching my breath and listening intently. The forest was eerily silent, but I could feel the presence of life all around me. Stay focused, I told myself. You've come this far. Don't let your guard down. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't ignore the growing weariness in my body. The fight with the third stage soldier had taken a toll, and I had been running away while ignoring that for a while already. And considering that it is night, there is a high chance that I can miss some territory marks. I had been feeling a little tense for a while now, and there was a reason for that already. Something is nearby. It was different. Compared to the battlefield, this feeling was a lot more different. So, this is the feeling of being targeted by a predator, being in front of a monster. It was something I was feeling for the first time. I looked around, my eyes scanning the dense forest for any signs of movement. The shadows seemed to shift and dance, but I couldn't identify anything specific. My eyes failed me, unable to pierce through the darkness and foliage. There's nothing, I thought, frustration creeping in. But I can feel it. It's close. Realizing that my eyes were useless in this situation, I knew I had to rely on something else. I took a deep breath, calming my mind and centering my thoughts. Slowly, I closed my eyes and began to spread my senses, reaching out with my mana to form a circle around me. The world around me came alive in a different way. I could sense the subtle vibrations of the forest, the flow of mana through the trees and ground. It was as if I had become a part of the forest itself, my senses expanding and merging with the environment. Well, that was not that dramatic, but the basic idea of spreading senses was similar to this. I focused, pushing my awareness further out, feeling for any disturbances in the natural order. I created a circle around myself. The reason for this is clear. While spreading one's senses is important and a basic ability for a third-star warrior, it also uses quite a bit of mana. And since I had just recently broken through and had been running for a while, I had yet to recover the mana that I had spent. That is the reason I created a small circle with a 5-meter radius. From the moment someone or something enters there, I can strike. My blade's reach is around 3 meters if we add my arms and my mana coating's length. And the 2 meters is for my reaction time. I placed my hand on my airstock, ready to draw it at the right moment. The tension in the air was palpable, the sense of danger pressing in on me from all sides. Swoosh! Suddenly, something entered my circle at a rapid speed. My senses flared, the disturbance clear and immediate. I reacted instantly, my body moving on instinct. My eyes snapped open as I drew my sword, the blade coated with a dark starlight. Swoosh! My airstock cut through the air, meeting the incoming threat head-on. Keek! The creature, a shadow stalker, lunged at me, its eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence. My blade struck true, the dark starlight slicing through its hide and eliciting a chilling scream. Screech! The shadow stalker recoiled, its attack thwarted. Screech! It cried, its eyes burning with fury. I knew I couldn't let my guard down. Shadow stalkers had a unique ability to disappear from sight, blending seamlessly into the shadows around them. This creature would likely use that to its advantage now that its initial assault had failed. Stay focused, I reminded myself. This isn't over yet. Drawing on my knowledge, I recalled the records Elias had left behind. He had documented many of the creatures in the shadowed thicket, providing invaluable information for anyone brave or foolish enough to traverse it. As for why he did that, before being sent here, he was actually preparing for a debate between scholars. Thanks to him, I knew the shadow stalker's tricks. The creature vanished, its form melting into the darkness. The forest seemed to close in around me, the shadows growing deeper and more oppressive. There was a reason why this forest was feared this much. A shadow stalker's physical strength is estimated to be similar to that of a stage 2 warrior, but their danger level is higher, and so are their stealth abilities. That is why this forest is too dangerous for those below stage 3, as it is nearly impossible to pass without having the ability to spread one's mana senses across the place. As the monster vanished, I was prepared. I closed my eyes once more, spreading my senses, feeling for any disturbance in the natural order. The circle of awareness around me pulsed with energy, the mana flowing through me and into the surrounding area. The shadow stalker couldn't hide from my senses. Not entirely. I could feel its presence, a faint but unmistakable ripple in the mana around me. There, I thought, pinpointing its location. The shadow stalker dashed forward once more, attacking me head-on. This time, I was ready. I opened my eyes, my airstock already moving in anticipation of the creature's charge. The dark starlight coating the blade flared brilliantly as I swung it in a precise arc. Clang! The creature's claws met my airstock, but the force of my strike pushed it back. The shadow stalker hissed, its eyes gleaming with anger and frustration. It lunged at me again, faster and more aggressive, aiming for my face. Swoosh! I sidestepped, the airstock moving in a fluid motion. The blade extended, catching the creature mid-leap. The airstock pierced through its chest, dark starlight searing its flesh. Screech! The shadow stalker let out a final, chilling cry as it collapsed to the ground, its body twitching in its death throes. I stood over it, breathing heavily, the airstock still glowing with the residual energy of the strike. The forest fell silent once more, the oppressive shadows receding slightly. I had defeated the shadow stalker, but I knew there could be more lurking in the darkness. I had to stay vigilant. I knelt beside the creature, examining it briefly. Elias's records had been accurate, and my training had paid off. But this was just one of many dangers in the shadowed thicket. That is right. If the shadow stalker is appearing, that means I am now in their territory. I looked closely at the shadow stalker's eyes. As I had expected, the monster's eyes were closed and not clearly open. Their eyes were not their primary means of sensing the world. Instead, they relied on something else, an innate sense, a combination of hearing, smell, and possibly a form of mana detection. Elias's book had mentioned this peculiarity. He had stated that while shadow stalkers lived close to each other, they were not gregarious. They were solitary hunters, territorial, and fiercely independent. This meant that while I might encounter more shadow stalkers, they would likely be spread out rather than grouped together. Good. At least I won't be facing a pack of them. Most importantly, their blood acted as a monster repellent during this stage of the forest. Elias speculated that the reason why shadow stalkers were not gregarious was because they tended to use others as bait. In a way, they did not trust their kin. They also tended to use their kin's blood as a measurement of danger. If they sensed that their kin was injured, it would imply that the enemy was dangerous. In that way, they were good at surviving. I knelt beside the fallen shadow stalker and retrieved a small vial from my pouch. Carefully, I collected some of its blood, the dark liquid shimmering faintly in the moonlight. This would be my safeguard, a way to create a space where I could rest without being disturbed by other creatures. I moved to the edge of the clearing and poured the blood into a small circle around me. The pungent scent would keep other monsters at bay, giving me a much-needed reprieve. The effects were immediate. The forest around me seemed to quiet, the subtle sounds of creatures shifting away, sensing the danger implied by the shadow stalker's blood. That should give me enough time for today. I sat down, leaning against a large tree, and closed my eyes for a moment. The weariness hit me harder than I expected. I had been coating my body with mana for so long, and the fight had drained my reserves even further. My mana core was nearly depleted, and I needed to recover. Just a short rest, I thought, my body relaxing slightly. As I rested, I thought back to Elias's notes. He had always emphasized the importance of understanding one's environment and the creatures within it. Knowledge was as much a weapon as any blade. Using their own instincts against them, I mused. Shadow stalkers don't trust each other. They're solitary because they know their kin will abandon or betray them to survive. This understanding gave me an edge. It was one of the many lessons Elias had taught me. Lessons that now kept me alive in the shadowed thicket. I focused on my breathing, allowing myself to enter a meditative state. Slowly, I drew in the ambient mana from the forest, careful not to disturb the delicate balance around me. It was a slow process, but I could feel my core beginning to replenish. Just at that moment, I sensed something that was odd. For an awakened, they needed to mediate to recover the mana they had spent, and because Lucavian had been running around for a while, his mana reserves were almost depleted. Thus, he closed his eyes and imagined drawing mana from the atmosphere. Just like as usual, he was using the technique that he had learned from his master, Devourer of Stars. But at that moment, his eyebrows twitched as if something was different. Being a third stage awakened, he did this process countless different times, and he had never felt something like this before. Lucavian took a deep breath, trying to focus his mind. The place around him was littered with the remnants of his recent struggle, but his attention was drawn to the massive carcass of the shadow stalker lying nearby. As he continued his meditation, Lucavian began to sense an unusual energy. It was faint at first, like a whisper in the wind, but it gradually grew more distinct. This energy was not the usual mana he drew from the atmosphere. It felt different, darker, more ominous. He opened his eyes and looked at the shadow stalker's corpse, a sense of unease settling over him. "What's this?" he muttered to himself, curiosity and caution intertwining in his mind. Closing his eyes once more, Lucavian focused on the eerie energy emanating from the dead creature. As he concentrated, he realized that this energy was being drawn to him, almost as if it were alive. It was a cold, unsettling sensation, unlike the warm and vibrant flow of normal mana. Despite his apprehension, Lucavian allowed the energy to approach, letting it merge with his own depleted reserves. The moment the eerie energy touched him, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if the essence of the shadow stalker had intertwined with his own mana, bringing with it a sense of death and darkness. What is this? For a moment, he panicked, fearing that this foreign energy might corrupt him. But then he remembered his training and the teachings of his master. No matter what, keep your calm. He steadied his breathing and focused on harmonizing the strange energy with his own. There, Devourer of Stars, technique and the cold energy clashed, and his body hurt. Urgh! A pain groan left his body. This was the second time his master's technique was reacting to energy. It did not do it when he was accumulating the mana from Black Blade of Iron art. It is similar to Serpent Flame art, he thought. At that time, the fire energy of serpent flame art, had also clashed with Devourer of Stars. Lucavian's eyes widened as he understood. The energy he was absorbing was also an attributed one. That was why Devourer of Stars was reacting, as it reacted against attributed arts. But then he sensed that the energy was cold and chilly. He closed his eyes, thinking about the nature of the energy. There, serpent flame art had reacted to my core as the fire inside it was destructive. But at the same time, this one is cold. An idea sparked in his mind, one that could be dangerous. He would attempt to combine the energies. He closed his eyes once again and began absorbing the energy from the atmosphere. He drew in just enough to feel the flow without overwhelming himself. Then, he accumulated the mana using their serpent flame art. The fire mana and the eerie cold mana began to mix within him. For a moment, his body did not react negatively. A small smile formed on Lucavian's lips, thinking he had succeeded in harmonizing the two energies. But then, without warning, the mana scattered, leaving his body. The cold energy dissipated into the air, and the fire attribute mana extinguished itself. "What the?" Lucavian muttered, confusion and frustration seeping into his voice. He had felt so close to achieving something unprecedented, yet it had slipped away. He closed his eyes again, determined to understand what had happened. This time, he focused on the interaction between the two types of mana. The cold, eerie energy of the Shadow Stalker was not just any energy, it was infused with death and darkness. The fire mana of the serpent flame art was destructive and pure, but it also had a life-affirming warmth that contrasted sharply with the cold death mana. They can coexist, but they need a mediator, he thought. Something to balance the opposing natures. Lucavian drew in a deep breath and began the process again, this time more cautiously. "If that is the case, broken bar. What if I use the core of Black Blade of Iron? That one only harnesses raw mana and does not have any attributes." That could be possible. He absorbed a small amount of the fire energy around him. At the same time, he was also not that experienced at serpent flame art, as while he had converted the art to suit his own condition, he could not constantly practice it as his body was rejecting it. That was why he was now in pain. "It hurts a broken bar. It is burning once again," he thought as he felt the feeling of getting burned all across his body. But at the same time, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. But then he had drawn a bit of the cold energy and mixed it with a minuscule amount of fire mana. The burning sensation had disappeared as the cold mixed with fire. As the energies clashed, he inserted a tiny bit of his own neutral mana to act as a stabilizer. Slowly, he felt the energies beginning to harmonize. The process was painstakingly slow, but Lucavian persisted. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he concentrated. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he felt the energies stabilize within him. They were not perfectly balanced, but they no longer rejected each other outright. "I see a broken bar," he thought, gazing at his core. There were now two distinct energies residing within it, one that had been nurtured by his old family's teachings and one that had been drawn from the death of the Shadow Stalker. The two energies swirled together in a delicate dance, neither overpowering the other but existing in a tenuous balance. Lucavian decided to test the power of this new energy. He focused on his core, attempting to draw the mana into his body. At first, he met with resistance, as if the energies were reluctant to be disturbed. The dark, eerie energy, in particular, seemed to cling stubbornly to the core, refusing to be summoned. But Lucavian was persistent. He coaxed the mana gently, inserting a trickle of his own neutral energy to persuade it to move. Slowly, the dark mana began to respond. It crawled out from his core, seeping into his body like tendrils of shadow. The sensation was strangely cold, yet not unpleasant. It was like a wave of darkness wrapping around him, spreading through his veins and bones. The amount of mana he managed to draw was minimal, just a tiny fraction of what he was used to wielding. Yet, as the mana reached his skin, it caused his entire body to glow with a faint, ominous light. His skin tingled with the sensation of power surging through him, an intensity he hadn't expected. Even this small amount of dark energy felt overwhelming, almost too powerful to contain. This ice a broken bar. Lucavian's eyes widened in shock as the energy continued to flow. He had never felt anything like this before. It was as if his entire being was charged with raw, untamed power, one that could easily slip beyond his control if he wasn't careful. "What is this, a broken bar?" he whispered, marveling at the transformation. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself as he looked back at his core. The eerie, black mana had now settled within, its presence dominating the once familiar space. The more he studied it, the more he realized how profoundly it had altered him. Curious, Lucavian attempted to channel this energy into a technique he was familiar with, their Black Blade of Iron. It was a fundamental skill he had practiced for a year. But as he focused on summoning the familiar raw mana, he felt something strange. Nothing happened. The black mana inside his core refused to cooperate. Instead of forming the solid, sharp blade he had mastered, the energy merely swirled chaotically, resisting his attempts to shape it. It was as if the man had a will of his own, rejecting his efforts to control it in the usual way. It is not rejecting me. It is just the mana accumulation out of Black Blade of Iron can no longer be used. It was something that he could understand. After all, their Black Blade of Iron was an art that would utilize the raw mana that he stuffed into his core. The mana that is formed in his core was no longer the same raw, attributeless mana that he would be using. It was rather different. The energy from the Shadow Stalker, as well as the energy from their Serpent Flame Spear, were both attributed mana, and they were somehow mixed. It makes sense that I am unable to utilize it. In an easy way, the core that was formed by their Black Blade of Iron was now serving as a sanctuary for these two mana types to coexist together. Aside from that, there is nothing else that can be considered as the remnants of Black Blade of Iron, as all of them were now overwritten. That brings us to the main problem. How am I going to draw this mana to effectively utilize it? Lucavian pondered, searching for an answer in the depths of his mind. And then, something came to him. There, Serpent Flame Spear, his family's technique. He had tried to adapt it to his unique condition of reversed meridians, but he had not been able to practice it extensively. The technique was designed to harness the fierce, destructive power of fire mana, channeling it into a deadly spear of flame. But perhaps it could be the key to controlling this new, volatile mix of energies within his core. Lucavian took a deep breath, and his decision was made. He would try to circulate the mana inside his meridians using their Serpent Flame Spear technique. It was a risky move, but it was the only idea that made sense in this situation. He began by focusing on the mana in his core, willing it to move through his body in the pattern of the Serpent Flame Spear. The moment he attempted it, he felt the energies react. The cold, dark mana resisted while the fiery energy surged forward, eager to follow the familiar path. The clash between the two was immediate and intense. "Arg!" Lucavian gasped as pain shot through his body. His veins felt like they were on fire, the conflicting energies burning him from the inside out. He gritted his teeth, trying to force the mana to obey, but it was like trying to mix oil and water. They simply wouldn't blend, and his body paid the price for it. His vision blurred, and his limbs trembled under the strain. The pain was almost unbearable, and he could feel his control slipping. Howl! He was on the verge of collapse when suddenly, a loud howl pierced the air, snapping him out of his trance. Lucavian's eyes shot open, his senses immediately on high alert. The howl was close, too close, and it reminded him of the dire situation he was in. He was in the middle of hostile territory, wounded and vulnerable. This was not the time to be experimenting with dangerous techniques. "I need to stop," he realized, forcing himself to halt the circulation of the mana. The moment he did, the searing pain began to fade, leaving him gasping for breath, his body drenched in sweat. "Don't get excited, Lucavian. They can still pursue you," he thought, looking at his own body. Thanks to his strength as a 3-star, his body was already recovering. "Recover your mana and leave this place as soon as possible." And then he focused on mediating, recovering his strength. The air was thick with tension as a group of men, Their uniforms adorned with various insignias and medals, gathered around the lifeless body sprawled on the cold, cobblestone ground. The night was silent, save for the distant murmurs of soldiers and the occasional crackle of a torch. One of the officers, a tall man with graying hair and a stern expression, knelt down, examining the fatal wound that had ended the man's life. His gloved hand brushed against the blood-soaked fabric, and he frowned deeply. "He is dead," the officer muttered, his voice low and filled with a mix of frustration and disbelief. "Yeah, he is," replied another officer, a younger man with sharp features, his eyes fixed on the body. Rykard didn't stand a chance. "Whoever did this, they're not just some common soldier." The older officer stood up, his gaze hardening as he turned to the guards standing a few paces away, their faces pale in the torchlight. "You there," he barked, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "Did you see his face?" The guards, two young men barely out of their teens, stiffened at the question. One of them swallowed hard, his eyes darting nervously between the officers. "He was too fast, sir," the guard stammered, his voice trembling slightly. "It all happened so quickly, a broken bar, we could barely see him. Just a blur, and then he was gone." "Too fast?" the older officer repeated, his tone sharp with incredulity. He stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he stared down the young guard. "You're telling me you didn't get even a glimpse of him?" "Not a single detail." The guard hesitated, glancing at his companion for support. The other guard nodded, equally nervous. "We're sorry, sir." "We tried to keep up, but a broken bar, it was like he vanished into thin air. One moment he was there, and the next a broken bar he wasn't." The younger officer cursed under his breath, kicking at a loose stone in frustration. "Damn it! A 3-star warrior, maybe more, and we have nothing to go on." "We're blind here." The older officer remained silent for a moment, his mind working furiously. He looked down at the body once more, a cold determination settling in his eyes. This wasn't a random attack. "Whoever did this knew what they were doing," he muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. "That stab, and how he was blasted from inside a broken bar, that technique was powerful." "Too powerful." The younger officer nodded, his expression troubled. "I wonder how we had a soldier like this in our camp. And how come such a strong soldier wasn't registered under a seal?" "He's a 3-star awakened, that's certain. He must be hiding his strength," the older officer replied, though his tone was laced with uncertainty. "Hiding his strength, a broken bar," the younger officer trailed off, his gaze drifting back to the body on the ground. "That can indeed happen. But why? Being a 3-star, he would have gotten a good position inside the military. Why would he try to escape?" "That's what I don't understand either," the older officer said, his voice edged with frustration. "And on top of that, he killed that bastard Rykard out of all the guards. A broken bar, the Count will be furious." Suddenly, one of the soldiers standing at attention behind them stepped forward. His movements were hesitant, as if he was unsure whether to speak or not. The officers noticed him, and the older one gestured for him to come closer. "Speak up, soldier," the older officer commanded. "What is it?" The soldier cleared his throat, his voice wavering slightly. "Sir, a broken bar. I saw something on his face." The officers exchanged a quick glance before the younger one stepped closer, his curiosity piqued. "Something on his face?" he asked, leaning in with a frown. The soldier nodded, his eyes darting nervously between the officers. "Yes, sir." "There was a long vertical scar over his right eye." At those words, the older officer's eyes widened slightly. He stiffened, his gaze snapping back to the corpse on the ground. Kneeling once more, he carefully examined the wound. A precise and thin stab, not from a normal sword. His mind raced, connecting the dots, and as he looked back up at the soldier, his expression grew more severe. "A long vertical scar over the right eye, a broken bar," he repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. The younger officer, sensing the shift in the older man's demeanor, asked, "Do you know who it might be, sir?" The older officer slowly stood up, his face a mask of grim realization. "I have an idea," he said, his tone now carrying a heavy weight. "There's only one man I know who fits that description, a 1-star awakened who uses an stock of all weapons." He paused, letting the gravity of the situation sink in before he uttered the name that had come to mind. Lucavian. Life was recently getting better for Jessie. She had finally found a place where she could be with herself after being in that damned household for a long time. Though the process of reaching this place was not all that easy, she was somehow able to do it in the end. And it is all thanks to Lucavian. Jessie moved slowly around the tent, her fingers lightly brushing against the objects that bore traces of Lucavian. His belongings were simple, but they held a warmth that made her feel safe, a stark contrast to the cold and unfeeling atmosphere of her family's estate. The tent wasn't just a temporary shelter, it had become a sanctuary, a place where she could let down her guard and simply exist. As she touched the edge of his bedroll, she smiled softly. Lucavian's scent lingered, a mix of earth and faint traces of metal from his weaponry. It was a scent that had come to represent stability and protection in her life, something she had craved for so long. Jessie could still remember the moment she had first stepped into this tent, exhausted and on the brink of giving up. It felt like a lifetime ago. She knelt beside the small chest where he kept his personal effects, running her hand over its rough surface. Everything here was a reminder of him, his strength, his resilience, and the kindness he had shown her when she needed it the most. A kindness she had never known before. Her thoughts drifted back to that first day on the battlefield, when she had arrived broken and hopeless, ready to welcome death as a release from the pain that had consumed her life. That day, she had been nothing more than a shell of a person, barely able to stand under the weight of her despair. She had been sent to the front lines by her own family, cast aside like trash, and she had believed with every fiber of her being that she was worthless. Her self-esteem had been shattered, ground to dust by years of neglect and scorn. The hatred she felt for the world and for herself was all-consuming. But then, she met Lucavian. She closed her eyes and let the memories flow, recalling the words he had spoken to her when she had been at her lowest. His voice had been calm, steady, and firm, cutting through the haze of her despair with an almost painful clarity. You are not defined by what others think of you, Jessie. You are not weak just because they say you are. Strength is something you build, not something you're born with. The battlefield doesn't care about your bloodline or your past. Out here, what matters is your will to survive and keep fighting. My master had once said something like this: the strength a broken bar. It is always within you, whether you believe it or not. In the end, it always ends like this: either you get your life together, or you end up disappearing like dust in the pages of history. So, I am going to say it once. Either you use your own strength to take your fate onto your own hands, or you will be forgotten until you die. Those words had struck something deep within her, something she hadn't even realized was still alive, a spark of hope buried under layers of fear and self-loathing. Lucavian had seen in her what she could not see in herself, or a potential for strength, for survival. He had given her something to hold onto when she had nothing left. That was why she felt this calm. And was it why, whenever she was close to him, she would want to feel his warmth? It was not too much to ask, was it? Jessie hesitated for a moment, then slowly lowered herself onto Lucavian's bed. The rough fabric was cool against her skin, and she could feel the lingering warmth of where he had been earlier. Closing her eyes, she buried her face into the bedroll, inhaling deeply. His scent was there, faint but unmistakably a mix of the earth, the faint tang of metal, and something uniquely him. It was comforting, grounding her in a way that nothing else could. She knew it was kind of creepy, this strange attachment she had developed. But it wasn't like there weren't other creeps out there doing far worse. Besides, Lucavian's scent was a lot better than the stench of the other soldiers, most of whom didn't bother with cleanliness after long days of fighting. At least Lucavian always took care of himself and, by extension, made the space around him feel a little more bearable in this harsh environment. As she lay there, she felt a calm settle over her, something she only ever felt in his presence. It was a serenity she had come to crave, something that helped her hold on to the last vestiges of hope and strength she had. I can give you anything you want, for you who saved me from the depths of hell, she thought, her heart swelling with gratitude. She wasn't sure where these feelings would lead, but she knew one thing for certain: she would do anything to protect what they had. But then, suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching outside. Her heart jumped, and she immediately lifted her head, her senses sharpening. The sound was unmistakably multiple people were heading toward the tent. Panic set in. What if they caught her like this? What would they think? She quickly scrambled off the bed, smoothing out the wrinkles she had made in the bedroll and brushing her hair back into place. Standing up straight, she tried to calm her racing heart, forcing herself to adopt a composed demeanor. Just as she finished adjusting herself, the flap of the tent was pushed aside, and several figures entered. Her breath hitched as she did not recognize any of the people there. But as she looked at the badges around their uniforms, she realized who they were. Colonels and a general. She realized that she was now in the presence of a general. The tension in the air was palpable as the colonels and the general stepped inside the tent, their eyes immediately locking onto her. She could feel their scrutiny, the weight of their authority pressing down on her as they took in the sight of her standing alone in the tent. Her breath hitched, and for a brief moment, she feared they could hear the rapid beating of her heart. One of the colonels, a stern-faced man with a chiseled jaw and piercing eyes, took a step forward. His gaze was sharp, cutting through her composure like a blade. "Where is Soldier Lucavian?" he asked, his voice commanding and laced with suspicion. "And what are you doing in his tent?" She swallowed hard, trying to keep her voice steady. "Colonel Lucavian was called by Colonel Morgan," she explained, her tone respectful but edged with a nervousness she couldn't quite suppress. "I was waiting for him to return." The colonels exchanged quick, silent glances, their expressions unreadable. The general, an imposing figure with silver hair and a grave demeanor, remained silent, his eyes fixed on her, assessing. Sensing the unease in the air, she hesitated before asking, "Did a broken bar? Did something happen to Lucavian?" The stern-faced colonel's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing slightly. "He is under suspicion," he began, his voice low but firm, "of committing a serious crime." Her heart dropped at the words, her mind racing to comprehend the situation. "Suspicion? What kind of crime?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, fear creeping into her tone despite her best efforts to remain calm. The colonel's gaze didn't waver as he responded, "Murder and deserting. Lucavian is suspected of killing Rykard, one of the guards stationed at the border, while escaping from the army. He is believed to be far more dangerous than we initially thought." She felt a cold wave of shock wash over her, her legs nearly giving out beneath her. Lucavian, murder, deserter? It didn't make sense. He was a skilled soldier, yes, but a broken bar killer? And he left, escaped from the battlefield? "Colonel," she stammered, trying to regain her composure, "there must be some mistake. Lucavian a broken bar? He wouldn't a broken bar." The colonel cut her off, his tone unyielding. "The evidence points to him, and we cannot ignore that. We've been informed that he might be hiding his true strength, and given the circumstances, it's imperative we locate him immediately." Jessie stood frozen, the world round her narrowing to the words echoing in her mind: a murder, deserting, escaping from the battlefield. It was as if the air had been sucked out of the tent, leaving her in a suffocating silence, her thoughts a whirlwind of disbelief and confusion. The colonel's voice continued, asking her questions where Lucavian might have gone, if he had said anything unusual, if she had noticed any changes in his behavior. But the words barely registered in her mind. All she could focus on was the idea that Lucavian, the person who had saved her, who had given her a reason to keep fighting, was being accused of such heinous acts. "There's no way," she thought desperately. "Lucavian wouldn't do that. He wouldn't abandon me. Not after everything we've been through together." The memories of their time together flashed through her mind, his words of encouragement, his steady presence beside her on the battlefield, the way he had taught her to believe in herself when no one else did. He had always been there, a constant, unyielding force in her life. How could he just leave without a word? How could he commit such a betrayal? The colonel's voice broke through her thoughts, demanding her attention. "Jessie Burns, did he tell you anything about his plans? Did he mention anything about leaving or our broken bar escaping?" She blinked, her heart pounding as she struggled to find her voice. "No, Colonel," she stammered, her voice barely audible. "He didn't say anything a broken bar. He wouldn't do this. He wouldn't leave a broken bar, not like this." But even as she said the words, Doubt began to creep into her mind. It was later, far too late. Lucavian should have returned by now. Where was he? Had he really a broken bar left her? The possibility twisted her stomach into knots, the realization slowly dawning on her like a cold, harsh light. What if our broken bar? What if he really did leave? The thought clawed at her, tearing through the fragile hope she had clung to. What if he abandoned me, just like everyone else? Her breath caught in her throat as she replayed their last conversation, the way he had spoken to her, almost as if he were saying goodbye without actually saying the words. The pieces began to fall into place, each one slicing through her heart with the sharpness of betrayal. He left, she thought, the words heavy and bitter. He left me, just like they all did. The pain was familiar, a deep, aching wound that had never fully healed. But this time, it was different. This time, it wasn't just the pain of being abandoned, neither it was the pain of being betrayed by the one person she had thought she could trust. Her hands trembled, her mind spiraling as the truth settled in. Lucavian was gone. He had left her, just like everyone else, without a word, without a warning. The cold, empty feeling of abandonment washed over her, but it didn't break her this time. Instead, it ignited something dark and twisted within her. No, she thought, her grip tightening on the edge of the bedroll. I won't let him leave me. I won't be abandoned again. Not by him. Her heart hardened, her thoughts sharpening into a singular focus. Lucavian had been the one to save her, to give her life meaning when she had nothing left. She wouldn't let him disappear, wouldn't let him escape her grasp. If he thought he could leave her behind, he was wrong. I'll find you, Lucavian, she vowed silently, her eyes darkening with a fierce, obsessive determination. I'll find you, and I'll make you see. You can't leave me, not after everything we've been through. You belong with me. You're mine. As she stood there, frozen in place, the colonel's sharp eyes turned to the other officers. We need to investigate this matter further. Secure the area and gather anyone who might have seen him. I want this camp searched from top to bottom. If Lucavian is still here, we'll find him. The officers nodded in unison, their expressions grim as they dispersed to carry out the orders. Jessie watched them leave, her heart pounding in her chest. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was horribly wrong. Lucavian wouldn't just kill someone and flee, at least, not the Lucavian she knew. Moments later, more soldiers entered the tent, their faces set in determined lines as they began to search through Lucavian's belongings. Jessie stood to the side, watching in silence as they rifled through his things, hoping against hope that they would find some clue that proved his innocence. But with each passing second, her hope dwindled. The soldiers found his bedroll empty, his gear missing, and the few personal items he had left behind carefully arranged as if he had planned his departure. It was becoming increasingly clear that Lucavian had indeed fled. One of the soldiers, a burly man with a scar running down his cheek, looked up from his search, holding out a piece of parchment. Sir, I found this tucked under the bedroll. The colonel took the parchment, his eyes scanning the contents quickly. His frown deepened as he read, and when he finished, he looked up, his expression one of grim certainty. This is it, he said, his voice heavy. The colonel handed the parchment to one of the other officers, who quickly scanned it before nodding in agreement. It all points to him, the officer said, his tone resigned. His equipment is gone, and there are traces of him leaving in a hurry. No one has seen him since last night. The colonel's eyes darkened. And then, at that moment, someone else entered the tent. Colonel Morgan had verified that he had indeed called Lucavian Thorne to give him the reward. What was the reward? A high-rank mana essence. Colonel said that Lucavian was dismissed around 7 p.m. The colonel's grip tightened on the parchment as the new information was relayed. His mind raced, piecing together the puzzle as more and more evidence pointed to Lucavian's betrayal. The revelation of the high-rank mana essence made everything even more complicated. Lucavian had been rewarded, yet within hours, he had seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving death and chaos in his wake. The colonel turned to face the newcomer, his expression stern. Dismissed at 7 p.m., you say, and after receiving a high-rank mana essence, no less a broken bar. The weight of the situation bore down on the colonel, but before he could speak further, the general, who had been silent until now, finally opened his mouth. His voice was deep, measured, and carried the authority of years of command. He most likely had an artifact on him, the general said, his tone contemplative but laced with a hint of concern. Something that helped him hide his strength. It would explain how he managed to remain under our radar for so long. Or our broken bar. He paused, his gaze sharpening. He had an artifact that allowed him to amplify his abilities temporarily. That could be why he was able to leave this place so swiftly after the deed was done. The general's words hung in the air, a chilling possibility that made the situation even more dire. If Lucavian had access to such an artifact, it would mean they were dealing with more than just a rogue soldier. He was now a serious threat. The general's eyes, sharp and discerning, turned to the colonel. "I want a full background check on Soldier Lucavian," he ordered, his voice broking no argument. "I want to know everything about him, where he came from, who he trained under, any unusual behavior or reports." "Everything." The colonel nodded swiftly, his respect for the general evident. "I'll see to it immediately, sir." The general's gaze didn't waver as he continued. "And I assume a pursuit team has already been dispatched?" The colonel straightened, his voice steady. "Yes, sir." "As soon as Ricard's body was discovered, we deployed the hounds. They're tracking him as we speak." The general's eyes narrowed slightly, a calculated gleam in their depths as he spoke. "Good," he repeated, his voice firm. "But don't let them dive too deep into the forest." The colonel tilted his head slightly, a hint of curiosity flickering across his features. "Sir?" "There's a reason that forest is known as the Shadowed Thicket," the general explained, his tone darkening as he continued. "It's not just dense with trees and undergrowth, though it's a place where the natural order doesn't apply. Many who enter that forest don't return, and those who do broken bar they're never the same. There are things in that we don't fully understand. It's a place of great danger, and sending men in there blindly would be a grave mistake." The colonel's expression tightened as he absorbed the general's words. The Shadowed Thicket was a place whispered about in fearful tones. Its reputation was shrouded in mystery and dread. He had heard tales, but the way the general spoke of it made the threat all the more real. The general continued, his voice steady but grave. "If that bastard, Lucavian, has been hiding his strength all this time, it means he's far more capable than we initially believed. The hounds are skilled, but they're not equipped to handle someone like him. At best, they can force him to flee deeper into the forest. But if that happens, a broken bar, he'll be in significant danger himself." The colonel listened intently, his mind racing to keep up with the implications. The general was right too. If Lucavian was driven into the heart of the Shadowed Thicket, his survival would be uncertain at best. "There, he would either die or survive," the general said, his tone cold and pragmatic. "If he dies, it means he's punished for what he did. Justice, of a sort. But if he survives a broken bar, that would mean he's already strong enough to take down the hounds. And if that's the case, it would be illogical to sacrifice more soldiers when our situation on the battlefield is already so grim." The colonel swallowed, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The general's reasoning was sound. There was no point in throwing more lives into the fray if Lucavian had truly become that dangerous. The soldiers were already stretched thin, their morale fragile after weeks of relentless conflict. The general's gaze hardened as he delivered his final order. "We must silence everything about this matter. The soldiers' morale is already at an all-time low, and if word of this scandal spreads, it will only make things more complex. Lucavian's actions must be kept under wraps. We can't afford to let this weaken our forces further." The colonel nodded slowly, understanding the gravity of the general's directive. "Understood, sir. I'll ensure that the men are discreet and that this situation remains contained." The general's expression softened slightly, though his eyes remained sharp. "Good. We're fighting a war on multiple fronts, Colonel. We can't afford to lose any more ground, especially to internal strife. Focus on the bigger picture. The less our soldiers know about this, the better." The colonel straightened, his resolve firming as he absorbed the general's words. "I'll make sure of it, sir." The general nodded once, then turned to leave the tent, his steps purposeful and measured. The colonel watched him go, the weight of his orders settling heavily on his shoulders. He knew what had to be done, but that didn't make it any easier. As the general's figure disappeared into the darkness outside, the colonel took a deep breath, steeling himself for the tasks ahead. Lucavian was now an enemy, whether he survived the shadowed thicket or not. He was a threat that had to be dealt with swiftly and silently. The battlefield was unforgiving, and in times like these, tough decisions had to be made. The colonel would ensure that those decisions were carried out with the precision and discretion demanded by the situation. Without another word, he exited the tent, his mind already calculating the next steps to secure both the camp and the fragile morale of the soldiers under his command. 30 minutes passed, the silence of the forest only broken by the occasional rustle of leaves or distant howl of a creature. My breathing had steadied, and I could feel the energy slowly returning to my core. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep me moving. Just as I was beginning to feel a semblance of readiness, I sensed something, multiple presences approaching from the direction of the camp, moving at a rapid speed. My eyes snapped open, my body going instantly alert. Hounds. The realization hit me like a cold wave. The pursuit team was here. Hounds, a special team that is rumored to be specialized in hunting those who escaped from the army or their duties. It was said that they were all soldiers who were proficient in controlling the specially trained earth hounds, a special type of mana beast that has been tamed and is now used. Depending on its strength, a single earth hound can track a person from 10 kilometers away. As expected, they are already here. I didn't waste any time. I pushed myself to my feet. My body had recovered to a certain extent as well, and my mana reserves were almost fully recovered. I would have fully recovered unless not for the fact that I spent some mana mindlessly trying to learn a new thing, but that wouldn't change much. But I couldn't afford to stay here any longer. The hounds were specialists in tracking. Their senses were heightened, and they could easily pick up my trail if I stayed in one place for too long. I started running, my legs carrying me through the dense underbrush with practiced ease. The forest blurred around me as I pushed myself to my limits, but even with my speed, I could hear the distant barks and growls of the earth hounds closing in. They were faster than I anticipated. I could sense at least 8 presences trailing me, their intent clear. If I were to face them head-on, I'd eventually be overwhelmed. I couldn't allow that to happen. My only options were to either kite them in the forest, using the terrain to my advantage, or to escape their range entirely. The second option seemed safer, but I knew it was exactly what the pursuit team expected me to try. They were experts in their craft, and they'd likely try to push me toward one of the more dangerous zones in the forest, to the Shattered Vale. The Shattered Vale was infamous among those familiar with the shadowed thicket. It was a place where the forest's natural mana had gone wild, warping the landscape and filling it with deadly creatures. The very air crackled with unstable energy, making it a treacherous place even for seasoned warriors. If the pursuit team could corner me there, I'd be forced to deal with not only them but also the deadly environment and the monsters that inhabited it. A nightmare scenario. I can't let them dictate the terms of this chase, I thought, my mind racing as I continued to move through the forest. I need to create my own opening. I decided to kite them, using the dense forest to my advantage. The earth hounds were fast and relentless, but they were also large and not as agile in tight spaces. If I could lead them through narrow, densely packed areas of the forest, I could slow them down and perhaps even lose a few of them. But at the same time, it will be dangerous for me as well. Even though Elias had a rough map of the forest, it was not that accurate as it was only created by circling around the Shattered Vale, and the mapper was not a professional. Thus, the terrain is not that shown in a detailed way. If there was one thing that held me back, it was the fact that I was also not familiar with the forest too much. I also needed to explore the forest itself, at least until I reach the river that is shown on the map. From that point on, the life will become easier. However, that was easier said than done. In any case, I need to thin their numbers. Right now, they are probably not expecting me to turn and attack them. I should capitalize on this. I continued to run, my mind calculating the best way to deal with the hounds and their handlers. I needed to make them spread out to create opportunities where I could pick them off one by one. The terrain and the darkness were my allies, and I had to use them to my advantage. As I moved through the forest, I suddenly sensed another bunch of presence nearby. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but my sharp instincts, honed over years of battlefield experience, picked up on it. Bloodlust. But it was thin, nicely concealed. Whoever or whatever these predators were, they were skilled at hiding their intent. I had already realized that I wasn't the only hunter in this part of the forest, but that would also mean I wasn't the only one hunted either. A plan began to form in my mind. If I could lure a pursuit team into these predators' territory, I could use them to my advantage. They wouldn't be expecting it, and the surprise could buy me the time I needed. I continued to run, gradually altering my course to lead the hounds toward the source of that bloodlust. I moved with purpose, making sure to keep my own presence concealed as much as possible. The hounds were still on my trail, but their handlers were likely relying on their instincts, not expecting me to lead them into danger. After running for a while, I sensed that I was close to where the predators were lurking. I needed to act quickly and decisively. I spotted a large tree with thick branches and leapt up, climbing swiftly and silently until I was hidden among the foliage. The hounds and their handlers were closing in, unaware of the trap I was setting. I reached into my pouch and pulled out a small rock, channeling my mana into it. The rock absorbed the energy, glowing faintly in the darkness. This much should be enough. More than that, the rock will be broken. I waited, listening intently to the sounds of the forest, and then I threw the rock with precise aim toward a beast that was hiding in one of the trees. A darkened chimpanzee. The rock struck the beast, and the effect was immediate. The darkened chimpanzee let out a sharp, angry chatter, its eyes blazing with fury as it searched for the source of the disturbance. It was a highly territorial creature, and I knew it would react aggressively. The chimpanzee's chatter echoed through the forest, alerting its kin. Within moments, several more darkened chimpanzees emerged from the shadows, their forms barely visible in the dark. They were powerful and agile, their bloodlust now fully awakened. Swoosh! As the hounds and their handlers drew closer, the darkened chimpanzees began to descend from the trees, their movements swift and coordinated. The pursuit team had no idea what was waiting for them. As expected, they are unable to sense them. But the Earthhounds will realize that soon enough. And just as I had predicted, howl echoed in the forest. Broken bar. The Earthhounds were getting more and more restless with each second, it seemed. As I crouched in the thick branches of the tree, hidden from sight, I could hear the hounds and their handlers approaching. The sounds of the Earthhounds growling and the rustling of leaves grew louder, signaling their proximity. The tension in the air was palpable, the forest seemingly holding its breath in anticipation of the coming conflict. "Stay alert," one of the soldiers whispered harshly to the others, his voice barely audible over the growls of the Earthhounds. "The hounds are sensing something. Keep your weapons ready." The unit slowed their pace, becoming more cautious as they sensed the growing danger. I watched as the soldiers began to move into a defensive formation, their movements swift and practiced. These were no ordinary soldiers, they were trained for situations just like this, capable of handling unexpected threats with efficiency. "Something's off," another soldier muttered. "The hounds are too restless. Keep an eye on the trees." They were aware, but not fully. The darkened chimpanzees were already closing in, their bloodlust filling the air, but the soldiers were too focused on the ground. They hadn't yet realized the full extent of the threat lurking above them. The Earthhounds let out low growls, their instincts picking up on the danger from the trees. They began to circle the soldiers, trying to pinpoint the exact location of the threat. Broken bar. The tension built as the darkened chimpanzees prepared to strike, their eyes glowing faintly in the shadows. The soldiers, sensing the imminent attack, tightened their formation, their weapons at the ready, prepare for an attack from above. The lead soldier barked, his voice carrying authority. But before they could fully react, the darkened chimpanzees launched their assault. Swoosh! The first chimpanzee leapt from the tree, its claws extended, aiming for one of the hounds. The Earthhound snarled and tried to evade, but the chimpanzee was too fast, sinking its claws into the beast's flank. "Attack formation 2. The lead soldier ordered. The soldiers moved with precision, their spears and swords flashing as they countered the onslaught of the darkened chimpanzees. The air was filled with the sounds of snarls, screeches, and the clash of weapons. The soldiers were well trained, their formation tight as they defended against the chimpanzees' frenzied attacks. But I wasn't going to stay idle. After all, This was what I had been waiting for. Attack formation 2. The soldier's voice rang out with authority, and the unit instantly shifted into a defensive formation of 8 sides, each soldier covering a direction. Their movements were fluid and practiced, showing their training and discipline. The formation was designed to counter threats from all directions, and it was clear they had dealt with similar situations before. The darkened chimpanzees, however, were no ordinary beasts. Each one was as strong as a 2-star awakened, and when they worked together, their collective intelligence made them even more dangerous. They moved with a predatory grace, their eyes glowing with a fierce hunger as they circled the soldiers, sizing them up. The soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions grim but focused. They knew they were up against a formidable foe, but their training had prepared them for such challenges. They kept their formation tight, shields and spears ready to intercept any attack. One of the darkened chimpanzees made the first move, darting forward with incredible speed, its claws aiming for the soldier directly in front of it. The soldier reacted instantly, raising his shield to block the strike while another soldier on his left lunged with his spear, aiming to pierce the beast's side. Clang! The chimpanzee's claws met the shield with a powerful impact, but the soldier held firm. The spear found its mark, stabbing into the creature's flank, but it wasn't a fatal blow. Gugaga! The chimpanzee hissed in pain and anger, retreating just as another of its kin leapt at a different soldier from the opposite side. The darkened chimpanzees coordinated their attacks, each strike calculated to probe the soldier's defenses. They didn't attack recklessly. Instead, they used their speed and agility to wear down the formation, forcing the soldiers to constantly adjust and react. A third chimpanzee attempted to flank the formation, its eyes gleaming with cunning. It lunged low, aiming for the legs of a soldier, trying to knock him off balance. But the soldier was ready, swiftly stepping back while another soldier behind him thrust his spear downward, driving the beast back. Keep the formation tight. The lead soldier barked, his voice cutting through the chaos. The soldiers held their ground, their movements precise and coordinated. They had the advantage of formation and discipline, but the darkened chimpanzees had numbers and ferocity. The battle was intense, with neither side gaining a clear upper hand. The chimpanzees snarled and screeched, their frustration growing as their attacks were repelled time and again. They were intelligent enough to realize that brute force alone wouldn't break the soldiers' defenses. Instead, they began to target specific points in the formation, trying to isolate a soldier and overwhelm him before the others could react. One chimpanzee feigned an attack on the left side, drawing the attention of the soldiers there, while another two simultaneously launched a coordinated strike from the right. The soldiers reacted quickly, but the maneuver forced them to split their focus, creating a momentary gap in their defense. A chimpanzee lunged into that gap, its claws slashing at a soldier's side. The soldier grunted in pain, his armor taking most of the impact but leaving him staggered. The creature pressed its advantage, claws flashing as it aimed for the exposed flesh. "Hold the line!" the lead soldier shouted, his voice filled with urgency. The soldiers quickly closed ranks, their spears darting forward to drive the chimpanzee back. But the beast was relentless, its attacks growing more vicious as it sensed weakness. The soldiers fought back with everything they had, their spears and swords moving in a deadly dance to keep the beasts at bay. Despite their best efforts, the darkened chimpanzees were proving to be a formidable challenge. The soldiers were well trained, but the chimpanzees' intelligence and teamwork were pushing them to their limits. The formation was holding, but barely, with the soldiers forced into a defensive posture as they struggled to fend off the relentless assault. The beasts worked in unison, communicating with sharp, guttural sounds as they adjusted their tactics. Their eyes gleamed with a predatory cunning that spoke of their intelligence, and it was clear they were far from ordinary mana beasts. The battle was a test of endurance, with both sides locked in a deadly struggle for dominance. The darkened chimpanzees were determined to break the soldiers' formation, while the soldiers were equally determined to hold their ground. But I wasn't going to let this opportunity pass. As the soldiers and the chimpanzees clashed, I prepared to strike from the shadows. While this was not something that I had specialized in or trained with, the chaos of the battle provided the perfect cover for me to slip in unnoticed, Stock ready to deliver a lethal blow to any soldier who showed a momentary lapse in focus. I moved silently, circling around the formation, waiting for the right moment to strike. The soldiers were too focused on the beasts to notice me, and I knew that even a brief distraction could be enough to tip the balance in favor of the chimpanzees. One soldier, slightly separated from the others as he fended off a particularly aggressive chimpanzee, caught my attention. His movements were slower, the strain of the battle clearly taking its toll. I could see the opening, the vulnerability in his defense. Swoosh! Without hesitation, I darted forward, my stock piercing through the air. Stab! The blade found its mark, sinking deep into the soldier's side before he could react. Arg! He gasped, his body convulsing as the blade penetrated his flesh. The soldier's gasp of pain drew the attention of his comrades almost immediately. The moment they saw me, their eyes widened in shock and recognition. He's here! The target is here! One of them shouted, his voice filled with a mix of alarm and determination. The soldiers quickly adjusted their formation, trying to account for both the darkened chimpanzees and my sudden appearance. But they were already strained, and my presence only added to their growing desperation. The chimpanzees, too, noticed the shift in the battle. Their eyes flickered between the soldiers and me, their predatory instincts kicking in. They were intelligent, and I knew it wouldn't be long before they realized I was as much a threat to them as I was to the soldiers. I couldn't afford to let that happen. I had to keep the balance in the fight, using the chaos to my advantage. If the chimpanzees identified me as the primary threat, they would likely turn their full attention on me, and I'd be overwhelmed. Swoosh! Another soldier lunged at me, his sword gleaming in the dim light of the forest. I parried his strike with my stock, deflecting the blade with a sharp twist of my wrist. The soldier staggered, off balance, and I took the opportunity to drive my stock into his chest. Arg! He cried out as the blade pierced his heart, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The remaining soldiers hesitated, their formation faltering as they tried to process the new threat I posed. The chimpanzees seized the moment, launching a coordinated attack on the weakened soldiers. The beasts moved with lethal efficiency, their claws and fangs tearing into flesh as they pressed the advantage. But that was not the case for every one of them. 3 chimpanzees were now locked onto me, looking at my eyes. They are quick, a broken bar. Not bad. It seemed that for such monsters to survive in this forest, much intelligence was needed. But for a mere beast, a broken bar. You have quite the bloodlust. 8 avoid starfall blade. Storm of blank star. 8 The command resonated through the air, and the stock responded. The starlight intensified, casting a pale glow across the darkened forest. The 3 chimpanzees hesitated, their instincts warning them of the danger they now faced. But it was already too late. Swoosh! I moved with the speed of a falling star, my stock slicing through the air in a blur of motion. The first chimpanzee barely had time to react as the blade cut through its chest, the starlight searing its flesh with a blinding flash. It let out a pained screech, its body convulsing as the light tore through it from the inside out. Screech! The second chimpanzee lunged at me, its claws extended in a desperate attempt to strike me down. But I was already anticipating its move. I sidestepped, the starlight trailing behind me as I brought the stock around in a wide arc. The blade met the creature's neck, slicing clean through with a single, fluid motion. The chimpanzee's headless body collapsed to the ground, the starlight still shimmering in the darkness. The third chimpanzee, sensing the fate of its comrades, let out a guttural snarl and tried to retreat into the shadows. But I wasn't about to let it escape. With a burst of speed, I closed the distance between us, my stock humming with power as I thrust it forward. The blade pierced through the chimpanzee's heart, and the starlight erupted from the tip of the stock in a radiant explosion. The light engulfed the creature, its form disintegrating into nothingness as the stars claimed it. The forest fell silent once more, the echoes of the battle fading into the night. The starlight slowly dimmed, the stock returning to its normal, unassuming appearance. The 3 chimpanzees lay defeated, their bloodlust extinguished. I stood amidst the carnage, my breath steady as I surveyed the battlefield. The soldiers were still locked in combat with the remaining chimpanzees, but their numbers had dwindled significantly. The balance of the fight had shifted in my favor. I could see the fear in the soldiers' eyes, their confidence shattered by the sight of their fallen comrades and the power I had unleashed. The chimpanzees, too, were beginning to falter, their earlier aggression giving way to hesitation. I had done what I needed to. The battlefield was mine. You are all my prey from now on. Please see Broken Bar. Noah Broken Bar. The young man stood over the bodies, his cold black eyes staring down at the pleading soldier. The moonlight filtered through the dense canopy above, casting eerie shadows across the blood-soaked ground. The forest was silent, the earlier chaos of battle now reduced to the hushed whispers of the wind. Lucavian's expression remained impassive, unreadable, as he gazed at the soldier lying before him. The man was wounded, his armor dented and bloodied, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Fear and desperation were etched on his face, his hands trembling as he reached out in a futile plea for mercy. A broken bar. Lucavian's grip tightened around the hilt of his estoc. The blade, still glowing faintly with residual starlight, seemed to absorb the light around it, making the darkness even more profound. His gaze was unwavering, cold, and devoid of empathy as he looked down at the soldier who was begging for forgiveness and mercy. "This is the job you have chosen to do," Lucavian said, his voice flat and emotionless. "There is no need to ask forgiveness." The soldier's eyes widened in despair, tears mingling with the blood on his face as he realized the inevitability of his fate. Lucavian's words were final, devoid of any offer of hope or reprieve. "At least protect your honor as a soldier," Lucavian continued, his tone unyielding. "If you must die, do so with dignity." The soldier's trembling intensified, but his pleas had died in his throat. He knew there would be no mercy here, no last-minute salvation. This demon before him had made his decision. "You are a demon, a broken bar," the soldier mumbled as he gritted his teeth. "All of his comrades are broken bar. All of them were fallen in this place here, broken bar. Their bodies were scattered around the forest." Without another word, Lucavian raised his estoc and, with a swift, precise motion, drove the blade into the soldier's heart. The man gasped, his body convulsing as the life drained from him. His eyes, wide with fear and pain, slowly glazed over as death claimed him. Lucavian watched as the soldier's body went limp, his expression unchanged. He withdrew the blade, the motion smooth and practiced, and wiped the blood from it with a cold efficiency. The stock's glow dimmed, returning to its usual appearance as if the act had been nothing more than routine. But this was not the end. Lucavian turned his gaze toward the three remaining chimpanzees. They stood a short distance away, their eyes locked onto him with a mixture of fear and caution. The earlier aggression they had displayed was now gone, replaced by a primal fear that emanated from their very cause. Indeed, the reason for their fear was scattered around the forest. The carcasses of their own kin lay in the shadows, each one of them cut down by the estoc now held in Lucavian's hand. The once ferocious beasts were now little more than lifeless husks, their bodies torn apart by the very force they had underestimated. "Are you scared?" Lucavian asked, looking at them. The three chimpanzees took a step back, their eyes darting between Lucavian and the remains of their fallen brethren. They could sense the power and the lethal precision that had been their undoing. The confidence that had once fueled their bloodlust was shattered, leaving only the instinct to survive. Lucavian met their gaze, his expression still cold, still merciless. He could see the fear in their eyes, the hesitation that gripped them as they weighed their options. But he knew they were cornered, their numbers too few, their morale too broken. Lucavian pointed his estoc at the three remaining chimpanzees, the blade gleaming faintly under the moonlight. The air around them seemed to thicken with tension as the beasts locked eyes with the young man who had just slaughtered their kin with terrifying precision. The chimpanzees, now fully aware of the threat before them, took another cautious step back. Their earlier ferocity was gone, replaced by a deep-seated fear that gnawed at their instincts. They could sense it. This human was no ordinary opponent. He was a demon, a creature of death who would not allow them to escape. They knew, in their primal hearts, that fleeing would be futile. The demon before them would hunt them down, one by one, until they were all lying dead at his feet. There was no mercy in his eyes, no hesitation in his movements. The only thing they could see in those cold black eyes was the certainty of their own demise. Lucavian's expression remained unchanged, his gaze unwavering as he assessed the three creatures. He could see the fear in their eyes, but he also saw something else in understanding. A resignation. That is why they are more dangerous, he thought. These beasts knew they would not leave this place alive, but that very knowledge made them all the more dangerous. A cornered beast, when it had nothing left to lose, was at its most lethal. The instinct to survive was deeply ingrained in every sentient being, driving them to acts of desperation when faced with certain death. The chimpanzees snarled, their fear now mingled with a desperate resolve. They exchanged quick, guttural sounds as they communicated with one another, their bodies tense and ready for the inevitable clash. They knew they would not survive, but they would not go down without a fight. Lucavian watched them carefully, his eye stalk still pointed in their direction. He could see the subtle shift in their stance, the way their muscles coiled in preparation for a final, desperate assault. The beasts had made their decision. They would fight, not for victory, but for the slim chance of survival. But Lucavian was ready. "Come," he said softly, almost as if inviting them to their doom. "Let's finish this." With a guttural roar, the first chimpanzee lunged at him, its claws outstretched in a furious attempt to tear him apart. The other two followed suit, their fear momentarily overridden by the primal need to fight for their lives. Lucavian moved with the fluidity, his eye stalk slicing through the air. Swoosh! Stab! The first chimpanzee barely had time to react as the blade pierced through its chest, the starlight once again flaring with lethal intensity. Screech! The beast let out a final, pained cry before collapsing to the ground, its body convulsing as the life drained from it. Lucavian didn't pause, his focus already shifting to the remaining two chimpanzees. Swoosh! The second chimpanzee tried to flank him, its eyes wild with desperation. It swiped at him with its claws, but Lucavian sidestepped the attack with ease, his eye stalk flashing in a quick, precise arc. The blade cut through the beast's side, the starlight searing its flesh. The chimpanzee staggered, blood pouring from the wound, but it did not back down. It lunged at Lucavian again, its movements more frantic, more reckless. Stab! But Lucavian was unrelenting, his blade finding its mark once more, this time piercing the creature's heart. Thud! The second chimpanzee collapsed, its body falling limply to the ground beside its fallen comrade. Only one remained. "Now, will you escape, or will you try to avenge your fallen comrades?" Lucavian asked. Some might think asking them was just pointless, but Lucavian had witnessed how smart those chimpanzees could be. That is why he talked to them. Maybe they could understand him to some extent. Who knew? The last chimpanzee stood still for a moment, its body tense, eyes flickering between the bodies of its fallen kin and Lucavian. "What are you going to do?" The fear was evident in its gaze, but there was something more, a lingering sadness, a hesitation that Lucavian could sense even without being proficient in reading emotions. Its chest heaved with heavy breaths, and its muscles twitched as if caught between the primal instinct to flee and a deeper, more complex emotion. Lucavian, despite his cold face, recognized the weight of what the beast was feeling. It had lost its comrades and its pack and now faced an insurmountable foe. There was no way out, no escape from the fate that awaited it. "In the end, you beasts are not that different from us humans, is it not?" he thought. In his days on the battlefield, he had seen countless vile acts. How humans killed each other, how people just disappeared from the world, a broken bar. He was also in the same spot as this chimpanzee once. Lucavian met the creature's gaze, his own eyes unwavering, yet with a rare moment of empathy. "Come," he said softly, his voice almost a whisper. "Come and die a warrior's death." The words seemed to hang in the air, and for a brief moment, it was as if the forest itself had stilled, waiting for the chimpanzee's response. The beast's eyes locked onto Lucavian's, and something passed between them, a silent understanding, a recognition of the inevitability of the moment. With a final, deep breath, the chimpanzee made its choice. It let out a fierce, guttural growl, its fear giving way to a desperate resolve. This was not about victory or survival anymore. It was about facing the end with dignity, with the courage that its fallen kin had shown. The beast charged at Lucavian, its claws outstretched, teeth bared in a last, defiant attack. The ground trembled under the force of its sprint, and the air crackled with the intensity of the moment. Lucavian stood his ground, his estoc steady in his hand, ready to meet the beast's final charge. He watched the chimpanzee close the distance, its eyes burning with a mixture of rage and sorrow. There was no hesitation in its movements now, no sign of retreat, only the determination to face its fate head-on. Swoosh! The chimpanzee lunged at Lucavian with all its might, its claws slashing through the air, aiming for his throat. But Lucavian was faster, his body moving with the precision of a seasoned warrior. He sidestepped the attack, the motion fluid and effortless, and brought his estoc around in a swift, lethal arc. The blade found its mark, slicing cleanly through the beast's chest, piercing its heart with unerring accuracy. Thud! The chimpanzee let out a final, mournful cry as it fell to the ground, its body collapsing at Lucavian's feet. Its eyes, once filled with fear and pain, slowly dimmed as the life drained from them. The forest was silent once more, the only sound the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. Lucavian stood over the fallen beast, his expression unreadable. No, that was not the case. A broken bar. His expression a broken bar. There was a smile on his face. A broken bar. Master a broken bar. This addiction to king a broken bar. I may never be able to forget it. A broken bar. What would happen to a young child who was abandoned on the battlefield? A young child who was forced to swallow the harshness of life and was forced to end someone's life at the age of 14. It would definitely depend on the person in the question. But there is one thing that would be clear. It is a fact that the child would not be like a normal person. Master a broken bar. This addiction to king a broken bar. I may never be able to forget it. A broken bar. Lucavian stood amidst the carnage, his chest heaving with each breath. The thrill of battle still buzzed in his veins, and the smile on his face betrayed the dark satisfaction he felt. The battlefield around him was littered with the bodies of the fallen 8 pairs of humans and earthhounds and 13 chimpanzees, their lifeless forms scattered across the blood-stained ground. The air was thick with the scent of blood and death. His body ached from the exertion, muscles protesting with every movement. Lucavian could feel the sting of several wounds, the deeper ones reminding him of how close he had come to death multiple times during the fight. The chimpanzees, feral and relentless, had fought with a wild fury, but they were no match for his skill and precision. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a low-rank potion, uncorking it with a quick twist of his hand. The liquid inside glowed faintly, a pale blue light that promised relief. Gulp! Without hesitation, he downed the potion in one gulp, grimacing at the bitter taste as it slid down his throat. Almost immediately, he felt the effects. His wounds began to close, the pain receding as the potion worked its magic. Lucavian wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze drifting over the battlefield. The carcasses of the fallen beasts and men lay strewn about, a reminder of the carnage that had just taken place. He walked among the fallen, his expression unreadable once more. The thrill of the killing still lingered, but now it was tempered by a growing exhaustion. This place a broken bar. No one should come to this place for a while. Now that he had dealt with the pursuit team, he was in a state where he could finally relax a little bit. At least, he needed to, since while he was smiling at the end of the fight, that did not mean that he was in a good condition. No, that it was completely in reverse. He had also exerted himself. At some point, the chimpanzees also realized that he was the real target here. Thus, they also attacked him. The soldier's target was already him from the start. Thus, the battlefield turned into all versus him. And that was taxing for him in the end. No matter the difference between the strengths, a bunch of people attacking one at the same time was bound to be taxing. Now, I should mediate a little. As he reached the center of the battlefield, Lucavian sank to the ground, crossing his legs and settling into a lotus position. The silence of the forest enveloped him, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. Closing his eyes, he began to meditate, drawing his focus inward. He needed to recover, to regain the strength he had expended in the fight. As he breathed deeply, centering himself, he felt it again, that same cold, eerie mana rising around him. Lucavian opened his eyes slightly, peering through his lashes at the nearest carcass of a chimpanzee, its body still and lifeless. The cold mana seemed to seep from the dead creature, tendrils of it snaking toward him, drawn to his presence like moths to a flame. So, it wasn't just the shadow stalker, he thought, his mind piecing together the puzzle. The cold mana wasn't unique to that one beast. It was a byproduct of death itself, a residual energy that clung to the bodies of the fallen. The mana of the death, a broken bar. I see a broken bar. He thought. Before, he had attributed the mana that he felt to Shadow Stalker, but now he realized that was not the case. But how a broken bar? And he had never heard of someone normal using the mana of death. Even necromancers did not use such mana. While they meddled with death and souls, it was not in this form. The man they used was dark mana, something that was still in the category of fundamental mana structures. While the dark mages were mostly associated with evil and dangerous organizations, he had never heard of them utilizing the mana from the ones who died. Something a broken bar. It must be something unique to me, a broken bar. Then he realized, is it because of my condition? Because my mana meridians were reversed? Just as he asked himself this question, he suddenly realized that could really have been the case, as he was unable to sense the normal orthodox mana on his own. He needed a medium for that. But, then, why did he have meridians? For which reason did he have such things? If he would not be able to use mana, then why? It was because of this. Rather than allowing him to sense and use orthodox mana, his body had adapted or been forced to adapt it to something far more sinister and unique, the mana of death. His reversed meridians, far from being a hindrance, were, in fact, perfectly attuned to this energy. The realization sent a shiver down his spine. I see. Lucavian had never been able to see this before because he had never meditated in the presence of death, not like this. The energy had always been there, lurking beneath the surface, but only now did he have the opportunity to tap into it. But then another question arose, one that gnawed at the edge of his consciousness. If this was truly the mana of death, how was their serpent flame art able to coexist with it? He closed his eyes again, focusing on his core. The energies within him were not exactly coexisting in harmony as he had first thought. The fire-attributed mana of the serpent flame art was not blending with the death mana. It was keeping it in check like a cage of fire holding back the cold darkness. The fire served as a counterbalance, preventing the death mana from overwhelming his system. But that means a broken bar. If the black mana truly was the mana of death, then its corresponding opposite must be the mana of life. His body, with its reversed meridians, was naturally attuned to death, but for balance, he would need to introduce the opposite mana that was warm, vibrant, and life-affirming. I need to adjust the mana flow, a broken bar, and the circulation, a broken bar. The idea began to take shape in his mind. If his body was naturally aligned with death mana, then to control it effectively, he would need to create a flow of life mana in the reverse direction of his own meridians. The two opposing forces could stabilize each other, much like how fire and death were interacting now. Since he already knew how to draw in fire mana, he could use that as a starting point. Fire was associated with life and destruction, but it still carried the warmth and vitality that life mana embodied. He would have to reverse his thinking, channeling the fire mana in such a way that it flowed counter to the death mana's natural path, balancing the energies within his core. Lucavian began to mentally map out the new circulation path, imagining how the two energies would flow within him. It was a delicate balance here. One wrong move, and the energies could clash violently, but if he could get it right, he would gain unprecedented control over both forms of mana. Slowly, cautiously, he began to apply the theory. He focused on drawing in the fire mana, channeling it through his meridians in the opposite direction of the death mana's flow. The sensation was strange, almost disorienting, as if he were rewiring his own body's natural instincts. At first, the process was difficult. The fire mana was reluctant to move against the flow it was used to. But Lucavian persisted, guiding it carefully, adjusting the flow bit by bit. He could feel the death mana reacting, pushing back slightly, but not with the same violent resistance as before. The two energies began to settle into a tenuous balance, each keeping the other in check. Sweat dripped down Lucavian's brow as he concentrated, his entire focus on maintaining the equilibrium within him. It was exhausting, but he could feel it working. The fire mana, though still not perfect, was starting to stabilize the death mana, preventing it from spiraling out of control. "I'm getting closer," he thought, his determination renewed. But he knew he wasn't out of the woods yet. This was only the first step. He still needed to refine the process to perfect the balance between life and death within him. But at least now, he had a direction, a way forward. Lucavian breathed out as he opened his eyes, the battlefield coming back into focus, feeling the cold, eerie mana swirling around him. He could sense it clearly now, the energy emanating from the lifeless bodies scattered across the battlefield. It was a power he had never imagined himself capable of wielding, but now that he had discovered it, he felt an overwhelming urge to absorb every last bit of it. If this is the power of my unique constitution, then it should mean no harm to me, he thought, reassuring himself as he prepared to harness the death mana. Closing his eyes again, he began the process of circulating the mana within his body, drawing the cold energy toward him. The death mana flowed like a dark mist, coiling around his form before seeping into his skin. It was a slow, deliberate process. Lucavian was careful not to rush, knowing that this was still uncharted territory for him. As mana entered his body, he felt a strange sense of empowerment, a cold strength that seemed to bolster his physical and mental state. It was different from the fiery energy of the serpent flame spear. This was a power that felt ancient, almost primordial, as if it carried the weight of countless deaths with it. Lucavian focused on absorbing every bit of the death mana he could. He wasn't going to let any of it go to waste. As he drew in more and more of the energy, he felt his strength returning, his wounds mending faster, and his mind sharpening. The man seemed to fuel him in a way that ordinary energy never could. But as he continued, Lucavian noticed something peculiar. The amount of mana he was absorbing wasn't as much as he had anticipated. Despite the number of bodies around him, 29 in total, the death mana was not as abundant as it should have been. It was as if the energy had already begun to disperse, slipping away into the ether before he could claim it. The more time that passes, the more the death mana disperses, he realized, a twinge of frustration creeping into his thoughts. The longer he waited, the less he could absorb. It made sense now. The bodies he had slain earlier in the battle had already lost much of their death mana, leaving only faint traces behind. That's why the amount is way less for these 29 dead bodies, he mused. The ones I killed earlier had their mana dispersed broken bar. I need to act faster next time. The realization sharpened his focus. If he was going to harness this power effectively, he would need to absorb the death mana as soon as possible after the kill, before it had a chance to dissipate. It was a race against time, one that added a new layer of urgency to every battle he fought. Determined to make the most of what remained, Lucavian intensified his efforts, drawing in the last vestiges of death mana from the battlefield. His body hummed with energy, the cold power settling into his core alongside the fire-attributed mana. The two energies didn't blend, but they coexisted, each keeping the other in check. Finally, when there was no more mana left to absorb, Lucavian opened his eyes. The battlefield was eerily quiet, the dead bodies now devoid of any lingering energy. He felt stronger and the more attuned to the strange power within him, but he also knew that this was only the beginning. Even now, I am unable to use this energy within a broken bar. While stuffing it into my core is not bad, the technique is not even close to being complete. I am unable to draw the energy, which means, for the time being, that energy is useless. Lucavian understood the basics of mana cultivation, and he knew that it involved two distinct types of techniques. The first was for mana accumulation, a process that required specific breathing techniques to draw in and store mana within the core. The second was for drawing mana and using it effectively in combat or other applications. He had a handle on the former, at least when it came to the death mana, but the latter still eluded him. I've figured out how to accumulate the death mana, but I haven't figured out how to use it, he mused. This energy is sitting there, potent but inert, and until I can find a way to draw it out and control it, it's useless in a fight. It was a significant problem, one that couldn't be ignored. He needed to address it sooner rather than later. But he also knew that now was not the time. His body and mind were both exhausted from the day's events, and pushing himself further would only lead to mistakes. Lucavian took a deep breath, deciding to set aside his concerns for now. There was no point in overthinking it at this moment. He needed to recover his strength and replenish his primary mana core, the one that still housed his familiar, starlight energy. He turned his gaze upward, the night sky glittering with countless stars. The sight calmed him, reminding him of the vastness of the universe and the smallness of his current worries. With a final glance at the battlefield, he moved to a quiet spot and sat down, crossing his legs and settling into a meditative position. One step at a time, he reminded himself, closing his eyes. Lucavian began to focus on his breathing, drawing in the energy of the night sky through their devourer of stars technique. This technique, taught to him by his master, was one he had used countless times to refill his mana reserves. It allowed him to draw in the ambient mana from the environment, especially under the open sky, and channel it into his core. As he meditated, he felt the familiar warmth of the neutral mana flowing into him, filling the spaces that had been depleted during the battle. The energy was smooth and consistent, a stark contrast to the chaotic death mana that now lingered within him. For a moment, he allowed himself to relax, letting the steady rhythm of the technique soothe his mind and body. The stars above seemed to pulse in time with his breathing, their light flickering as if responding to his presence. Lucavian felt his core gradually filling with energy. On the other core, the cold power of death and the fiery essence that he had accumulated were standing still. The balance between these forces was delicate, but for now, it held. He remained like that, drawing in the mana of the stars until his core was nearly full. The process was calming, giving him a sense of control amidst the uncertainty of his newfound abilities. When he finally opened his eyes, the night had deepened, and the battlefield was bathed in the silver light of the moon. Lucavian felt refreshed, his mana core replenished, but the weight of the death mana still lingered in the back of his mind. There's still much to learn, he thought, standing up and stretching his limbs. But for now, this will have to do. I'll need to find a way to use that energy, to draw it out and control it like any other mana. But that's a problem for another day. He began to walk away from the battlefield, his mind already turning towards what he needed to do right now. I need a place to sleep and rest, he thought, the weariness from the long day of fighting starting to catch up with him. This was the first thing he needed to do. In the wilderness, sleep was a luxury that could be hard to come by, especially with the constant threat of predators and other dangers. But rest was essential, and Lucavian knew that he couldn't push his body any further without risking serious consequences. He reached into his spatial pouch, a small but invaluable tool that held a variety of items. With a quick flick of his wrist, he pulled out a map of the forest. The parchment was worn and creased from frequent use, but the markings on it were still clear. Unfolding it, he scanned the map, looking for a suitable place to rest. The forest was vast, filled with winding paths, dense thickets, and hidden dangers. Lucavian's eyes moved over the familiar landmarks as streams, clearings until they settled on a particular spot. A small mark stood out from the rest. A resting place. He looked at the notes on the corner of the map. If you're ever in need of shelter, look for the cave marked on the map. It may need a cleaning, but once cleaned, it will be hidden and secure. You'll find it near the base of the hills, where the terrain starts to climb. There, the term cleaning meant clearing the location from the possible monsters that could be inhabiting it. Since it is not that deep, the monsters that could be inhabiting it should not be that strong. Lucavian's gaze lingered on the mark, a tiny symbol of a cave nestled among the hills on the map. It wasn't far from his current location. Perhaps an hour's walk if he kept a steady pace. The idea of a secure, sheltered spot to rest was too good to pass up, especially in his current state. That's where I'll go, he decided, folding the map and slipping it back into his spatial pouch. With his destination set, Lucavian adjusted his gear and set off in the direction of the cave. On the way, he also ate some dried meat and bread to fill his stomach. Though it was not that much, for the time being, it would be enough to give him some resources. The awakened were different from humans. With the mana stuffed into their bodies, they were stronger than your average human and thus could go more without sleeping, resting, or eating. But that did not mean their bodies did not need those nutrients. That was actually the inverse. Their bodies needed more nutrients than others, especially if they had used their bodies up to their full potential. This should be enough for now. The journey to the cave was uneventful, the landscape gradually changing as he moved deeper into the hills. The terrain became rockier, the trees thinning out as the ground began to rise. He could feel the exhaustion in his muscles, but he pushed on, driven by the promise of rest. Finally, Lucavian spotted the entrance to the cave. It was nestled between two large boulders, the opening partially obscured by thick vines and underbrush. The cave was well hidden, just as the notes had said, and it took a sharp eye to notice it from a distance. Lucavian approached the cave with caution. The cave entrance, partially concealed by thick vines and underbrush, looked inviting enough, but he knew better than to let his guard down. The notes on the map had been clear: before using the cave as a shelter, it needed to be cleared of any potential threats. It was better to control the traces, ensuring the area was secure before entering. He paused a few paces from the entrance, crouching low to the ground as he surveyed the area. The forest around him was quiet, the natural sounds of the night masking any potential dangers that might be lurking within the cave. Lucavian's eyes scanned the surroundings, looking for any signs of recent activity: disturbed foliage, unusual tracks, or the faintest scent of a creature's presence. He remained still, listening intently. The wind rustled the leaves above, but aside from that, there was nothing to suggest that anything had entered or exited the cave recently. Still, he knew that appearances could be deceiving. Especially he was not the type with good eyes. Though his eye for battle was good, he was not that exceptional when it came to seeing these types of signs. Monsters in this forest had a way of blending into their surroundings, hiding their presence until it was too late. Lucavian reached for his estoc, drawing the slender blade silently from its sheath. The familiar weight of the weapon in his hand was reassuring, a reminder that he was prepared for whatever might come. With the blade ready, he carefully approached the cave entrance, moving silently and with deliberate steps. He reached out with his free hand, gently pushing aside the vines that obscured the entrance. The interior of the cave was dark, the faint moonlight only penetrating a few feet inside. No movement, a broken bar, no vibrations, a broken bar. He noted his senses on high alert. Still, he wasn't going to take any chances. He concentrated for a moment, spreading his senses out in a mana pulse. The mana pulse spread out, flowing into the cave and beyond. Lucavian closed his eyes, focusing on the feedback from the pulse. For a moment, there was nothing but the sensation of the mana echoing back to him. But then, he felt a faint presence, deep within the cave, moving slowly, almost lethargically. There's something in there, Lucavian thought, his grip tightening on the hilt of his estoc. The presence was weak, likely not a significant threat, but it was still there. He couldn't afford to ignore it. He stepped back from the entrance, considering his options. The creature inside the cave wasn't moving much, suggesting that it might be asleep or otherwise dormant. That gave him the advantage here. If he could approach it quietly, he might be able to dispatch it without much of a struggle. With that, he tried to erase his presence as much as he could, though he was not sure if he was successful. In the end, if there is going to be a fight, so be it, he thought inwardly. The air inside was cool and still, the scent of earth and stone filling his nostrils. Lucavian moved deeper, his footsteps silent on the cave floor. As he advanced, he could feel the presence more clearly. A small creature curled up in a shallow depression in the far corner of the cave. It was roughly the size of a large dog, its breathing slow and rhythmic. His grip on the estoc tightened, and he adjusted his stance, preparing for a quick, lethal strike. The creature's slow, rhythmic breathing suggested it was asleep, but Lucavian knew better than to assume it was unaware of his presence. The wilderness was a place where even the most subtle of movements could mean the difference between life and death. He positioned himself over the creature, the tip of his blade aimed directly at what he assumed was its heart. Swoosh! With a silent breath, he prepared to strike, his muscles tensing as he prepared to deliver a precise and fatal blow. But just as he began to bring the blade down, the creature's eyes snapped open, glowing faintly in the darkness. In an instant, it sensed the danger, its body tensing as it began to move. Lucavian's estoc plunged downward, but the creature's sudden movement threw off his aim. Stab! The blade pierced the creature's side, missing its heart by mere inches. The creature let out a sharp, pained cry, a mix of surprise and agony, as it twisted away from Lucavian, its instincts driving it to escape the threat. It did not die. Lucavian cursed under his breath, quickly withdrawing his estoc and stepping back to reassess the situation. The creature was injured, its blood dark and thick as it seeped from the wound, but it was far from incapacitated. It scrambled to its feet, now fully alert and driven by a desperate need to survive. The dim light inside the cave revealed more of the creature's features. It was a feral beast with matted and coarse fur, its eyes glowing with a mix of fear and aggression. A cat, he thought to himself as he saw the creature. A broken bar. Its teeth bared in a snarl. This beast a broken bar. It looks more intelligent than the chimpanzee. A broken bar. Why does it give such a vibe? Lucavian felt an unsettling sensation wash over him as he locked eyes with the beast. There was something different about this creature, something that made him hesitate, if only for a fraction of a second. The intelligence in its eyes was unmistakable, and the anger and aggression radiating from it were palpable. Why do I feel this way? A broken bar. Lucavian wondered, his grip tightening on his estoc. He couldn't afford to let his guard down, not now. Swoosh! The creature, despite its injury, was quick. It lunged at him with a burst of speed that caught Lucavian off guard, its sharp claws slashing through the air. Swoosh! Lucavian sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike. But the beast was relentless. It darted around him, moving with a fluidity that belied its size, its growls low and menacing. Lucavian swung his estoc, aiming for a quick, lethal strike, but the beast evaded each attempt with an agility that was almost supernatural. Every time his blade cut through the air, it met nothing but empty space, the creature slipping just out of reach. A broken bar. The beast growled, its eyes never leaving Lucavian. There was a depth of emotion in its gaze that unnerved him, a mix of fury, pain, and something else, something he couldn't quite identify. The creature lashed out again, this time catching Lucavian off guard. Its claws raked across his arm, tearing through his clothes and skin. Ugh! He grunted in pain but quickly recovered, stepping back to reassess the situation. Blood trickled down his arm, the sting of the wound sharp and immediate. This is no ordinary beast, Lucavian thought, his mind racing. But I can't let it end like this. The beast lunged at him once more, its teeth gnashing as it tried to land another blow. Lucavian's movements were precise, and each step was calculated as he dodged the attack, but he knew he couldn't keep this up forever. The beast was too quick, too determined. He needed to end this now. Lucavian's eyes narrowed, his resolve hardening as he channeled his mana into the estoc. The blade began to glow faintly, the starlight gathering at its tip, shimmering with an otherworldly light. A void starfall blade. Star needle. A. With a swift motion, Lucavian unleashed the technique. The estoc shot forward, its tip glowing with concentrated starlight, moving faster than the eye could follow. The strike was precise, aimed directly at the creature's heart. The beast, sensing the danger, tried to evade, but the speed of the attack was too much. The estoc pierced through its chest, the starlight searing through flesh and bone with unerring accuracy. Screech! The beast let out a final, pained cry as the starlight consumed it from within. Just as Lucavian was about to supply more energy to the strike, suddenly, he heard something. Gerald? In an instant, he stopped. Lucavian froze the moment he heard the voice. Gerald? His breath caught in his throat, and his heart skipped a beat. The name echoed in his mind, bringing with it a flood of memories of his master, Gerald, the man who had taught him everything he knew, the man who had been more than just a mentor. The voice was not loud, but it was clear and resonant. No. It can't be, Lucavian thought, his eyes darting around the cave in a frantic search for the source of the voice. But there was nothing, only the dim light and the silence of the cave, save for the low, ragged breathing of the beast before him. He hesitated, his grip on the estoc slackening for just a moment. He was certain he had heard the name, but where had it come from? He strained his ears, listening for any sign of movement, any clue that might reveal the speaker. But the cave was still, and the voice did not repeat itself. But then, the voice came again, this time with a note of desperation. "Are you Gerald?" Lucavian's eyes widened in realization. The voice wasn't coming from outside here, it was inside his head. The words echoed within his mind, carrying with them a sense of urgency and confusion that made his pulse quicken. He quickly glanced at the beast, whose life was slowly ebbing away from the wound inflicted by his estoc. The creature's eyes met his, and for a moment, Lucavian was taken aback. The fierce, antagonistic glare was gone, replaced by something else entirely: sadness, desperation, a deep, aching sorrow that seemed to reach out and wrap around his heart. The beast's vertical pupils were dilated, and there was an unmistakable intelligence in those eyes, an understanding that belied its feral appearance. Was it our broken bar, the beast? Lucavian wondered, his mind racing to make sense of what was happening. His thoughts were in disarray, but one thing was clearer: the voice he had heard was somehow connected to this creature. He lowered his estoc, his hand trembling slightly as he loosened his grip on the weapon. The glow of the starlight faded from the blade as he stared at the beast in disbelief. "Was a broken bar, was that you?" Lucavian asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter whatever fragile connection had been established. For a moment, there was silence. Then, the voice echoed in his mind once more. "Yes." Lucavian's breath caught in his throat. The confirmation was clear, unmistakable. The voice he was hearing, the one that had called out his master's name, belonged to the creature now lying before him, wounded and dying. He dropped to one knee beside the beast, his heart pounding in his chest. The situation was surreal, unlike anything he had ever experienced. The beast's eyes remained locked on his, and Lucavian could see the pain etched in its gaze, not just physical pain from the wound, but something deeper, something that cut to the core of its being. It was as if the creature recognized him, or at least something within him. "Who are you?" Lucavian asked, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. "How do you know, Master?" "Master?" The beast's breathing was labored, each breath a struggle, but the connection in Lucavian's mind remained strong. The voice came again, weaker this time but still clear. "We're broken bar, not Gerald a broken bar, but you carry his scent. A broken bar, his men a broken bar. I thought a broken bar you were him a broken bar, but to think you a broken bar were his disciple broken bar." Lucavian's heart clenched at the words. The beast had mistaken him for his master, drawn by the lingering traces of Gerald's mana in his own. "How were you related to Master?" "Were you his familiar?" The beast gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod, confirming Lucavian's thoughts. Its voice, though strained, echoed in his mind once more. "I was a broken bar, his contracted familiar. A broken bar long ago. Broken bar, we were separated. A broken bar a lifetime ago. Broken bar." Lucavian's eyes widened in shock, the full gravity of the situation beginning to sink in. This beast was not just any creature. It had been bonded to Gerald, his master, in a way that only a contracted familiar could be. The bond between an awakened and their familiar was deep, often transcending even the boundaries of life and death. But if they were separated, how had this creature survived for so long? And why had it been here, injured and alone? He looked closer at the beast's body, noticing the wounds that marred its form. Some were fresh, inflicted by his own hand, but others were older, deeper evidence of a long and painful struggle. "I see a broken bar. This is why the creature gave such a feeling, but the attacks were not strong." "It is innately strong, but since it was injured, I was able to deal with it easily." Lucavian's heart ached with guilt and sorrow as he realized that the creature had already been gravely injured before he attacked. "What happened to you?" Lucavian asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if he feared that speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile connection between them. "Why are you here? And who did this to you?" The beast's eyes closed briefly as if gathering the strength to continue. When it spoke again, The words were tinged with a deep weariness. I was a broken bar, pursued a broken bar, hunted a broken bar, some only a broken bar, seeks the essence, a broken bar within me, a broken bar, they have been a broken bar, relentless, a broken bar. Essence? Lucavian echoed, his brow furrowing. You are a mythical beast, aren't you? For a beast to have an essence, they would need to rise in the ranks of the bestiary. Ordinary monsters would not be able to have an essence, only higher rankings would do. Though having an essence did not directly mean that they would be mythical beasts, the fact that it claimed that it was his master's familiar meant no less. After all, there was no way his master, who once destroyed countless battlefields and made a name as one of the strongest in the world, would settle with less. Her broken bar. I guess Gerald would not leave this world without teaching you this. You are aware master is gone. Of course the broken bar. Contracted families can feel when their contractors die. That is why I am in this condition after all. Hearing this, Lucavian looked at the beast. It was a small feral cat who looked harmless. Who is after you then? Why do you care, boy? Just as he was about to ask more questions, suddenly, he heard the question posed by the beast. Why did he care? Lucavian's gaze drifted back to the dying creature. It was a small, feral cat, its once menacing demeanor now softened by the weight of its injuries and the inevitable approach of death. By all appearances, it was just another beast in the wilderness, albeit a more intelligent one. Yet, here he was, kneeling beside it, his heart aching with a concern he couldn't fully explain. Was it simply because it had claimed to be his master's familiar? That alone was a significant bond, but was it enough to stir such deep emotions within him? Lucavian's mind raced, questioning everything: his actions, his beliefs, his connection to the beast. Why had he so readily believed its story? Why had he lowered his weapon, abandoning his instinct for survival to listen to its final words? And then, as if a veil had been lifted from his thoughts, the answer began to emerge. It wasn't just the creature's claim that it was Gerald's familiar, or the sorrow in its eyes, or even the fact that it had once been connected to his master. No, there was something deeper, something more intrinsic. Lucavian closed his eyes, focusing inward, and he felt a subtle but unmistakable reaction within him. The man that had been passed down to him, the very essence of his master's teachings and power, was stirring, reacting to the presence of the creature before him. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, a resonance that hummed through his core, connecting him to something far greater than himself. The realization hit him like a shockwave. It's the mana, Lucavian thought, his eyes snapping open. The legacy left behind by my master, a broken bar. It's reacting to this beast. The mana that flowed through him, the power he had inherited from Gerald, was not just a tool or a weapon. It was a part of him, a living connection to the man who had shaped his life. And now, that mana was responding to the presence of this familiar, as if recognizing a kindred spirit or perhaps an old companion. It was as if his master's essence was reaching out from beyond the grave, urging him to protect this creature, to honor the bond that had once existed between them. Lucavian looked at the beast, its eyes still locked on his, filled with a mix of pain and curiosity. The question it had posed was valid, but now Lucavian knew the answer. I care because you were important to him, Lucavian said, his voice steady as he spoke. And because the mana inside me and my master's legacy is telling me that you are still important. The beast's eyes softened at his words, and Lucavian could feel the faint echo of its thoughts in his mind. The bond a broken bar, it's still a broken bar even after all this time, a broken bar, the beast's voice murmured, a mixture of surprise and sadness. Gerald chose well, a broken bar, to pass his legacy to a broken bar. That is right, Lucavian mumbled as he smiled slightly. Is it fate or something else? I don't know the answer to that. But one thing is clear. This beast, I am going to save it. With that thought, he slowly released his mana from his core. What are you doing? The voice asked inside his head, looking at him. What else? I am going to supply you with mana to heal you. The mana flowed from Lucavian's core, a steady, gentle stream that wrapped around the dying beast like a comforting embrace. He could feel the warmth of the energy as it left his body, mingling with the creature's own fading life force, and for a moment, he wondered if it would be enough to make a difference. What a broken bar are you doing? The beast's voice echoed weakly in his mind, its tone laced with confusion and disbelief. The creature's eyes widened slightly, its gaze fixed on Lucavian as it tried to comprehend what was happening. "What else?" Lucavian replied softly, his voice calm but resolute. "I'm going to supply you with mana to heal you." There was a brief silence, and then the beast's voice came again, this time tinged with a sad resignation. "It's meaningless, a broken bar," the beast murmured. "I'm bound to Gerald." A broken bar contracted to his soul. A broken bar. "There's nothing you can do to change that." "A broken bar." Lucavian paused, his eyes locking with the beast's once more. He could see the despair in those eyes, the resignation to what it believed to be an inevitable end. But Lucavian wasn't about to give up so easily. He could feel it, the connection between them, the echo of his master's presence in the mana that flowed through him. It was more than just a bond of power, it was a bond of spirit, of soul. A small smile played on Lucavian's lips as he continued to channel his mana. "My master was a very thoughtful person," he said quietly, his tone filled with admiration and a touch of amusement. "He always thought ahead, always planned for every possibility." The beast's eyes narrowed slightly, the confusion evident in its gaze. "What, a broken bar do you mean?" Lucavian's smile widened just a fraction, and he met the beast's gaze with unwavering determination. "Why do you think the mana left by Master made me react in such a way?" "After hearing your voice." The beast's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and Lucavian could sense the wheels turning in its mind, trying to piece together the puzzle. Slowly, understanding began to dawn in those intelligent eyes, and Lucavian could feel the faint tremor of realization passing through their shared connection. "You mean a broken bar?" the beast began, its voice trembling with a mix of hope and disbelief. "He left a broken bar, a fragment, a broken bar of his soul, a broken bar in his mana?" Lucavian nodded, the smile never leaving his face. "Yes," he confirmed. "A fragment, just enough to carry his will, his feelings, and perhaps a broken bar, his intentions." The beast's eyes widened further as the full weight of the revelation settled upon it. The realization was almost too much to comprehend, but it made perfect sense. Gerald had been a man of great power and foresight, always planning for the future and always thinking of those he cared for. It wasn't beyond him to leave a piece of himself behind, especially if it meant protecting those he had once bonded with. "So that's why a broken bar," the beast whispered, its voice thick with emotion. "That's why you're here, broken bar, why you reacted to my voice here, broken bar." Lucavian nodded again, his expression softening as he felt the beast's emotions washing over him. "Exactly," he said gently. "It wasn't just the bond of mana, it was the bond of your souls." "Master, a broken bar." He must have foreseen this. While saying that, he looked at the starlight. "Star scourge Gerald, a broken bar. I never believed astrology, but maybe stars really do have something to do with the future, a broken bar." He thought inwardly. On Earth, he had never believed in things like astrology as it was akin to a fantasy, a broken bar. But now that he was in this world, filled with divinations, etc., he thought the possibility was still there. Tears welled up in the beast's eyes, the profound sadness and relief intertwining in a way that made Lucavian's heart ache. The creature, once so fierce and proud, now seemed small and vulnerable, its walls crumbling in the face of this newfound hope. "Gerald, a broken bar," the beast's voice trembled, a deep sense of longing and loss woven into the single word. "He really a broken bar, never forgot about me, a broken bar." Hearing this, Lucavian smiled. "Old man, a broken bar. You really left all your past regrets with me, have you not?" It was first his daughter, Elara, and now the familiar. It seemed he would be wandering around fixing the mistakes that the old man had in the past. "Beauty, broken bar. If that is what you wish, I will honor it." The person who taught him the world. He was not someone who would dishonor such a person. Lucavian shook his head softly. "No, he didn't," he replied, his voice thick with emotion. "And now, it's my responsibility to continue what he started. I'll protect you, a broken bar, just as he would have wanted." The beast closed its eyes, its body relaxing as it surrendered to the warmth of Lucavian's mana. "Thank you, a broken bar," the beast whispered, its voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you, a broken bar, for not letting me dial in a broken bar." What the beast said made sense. While his master's soul fragment was left on the mana that Lucavian was using, it was evident that even that would deplete in one way or another. It was not a sustainable thing. When that ended, the beast's body would refuse any other type of mana from Mother Awaken at a broken bar, unless a special situation would occur. "What are you talking about? Who said that you are going to die?" It was understandable. Unless one had a special artifact with the property of contract overwrite, one would not be able to change such a thing. But those types of artifacts were incredibly rare, and unless one was from a very strong family, they would not be able to do such a thing. Do you have a contract overwriter?" Lucavian smiled softly at the beast's question. He could sense the fear and uncertainty in the creature's voice, the weight of its past bonds, and the inevitability of its fate pressing down on it like a heavy shroud. But Lucavian wasn't one to back down, especially when the legacy of his master was at stake. "I don't," Lucavian admitted, his voice gentle but firm. "But that doesn't matter." The beast's eyes, though weak, were filled with confusion as it looked up at Lucavian. "Then a broken bar? What do you mean?" "How can you a broken bar?" The question trailed off, the beast clearly struggling to understand what Lucavian was implying. How could it possibly become someone else's familiar when it was already bound by a soul contract? Lucavian chuckled softly, a warm, reassuring sound that seemed to ease some of the tension in the air. "I have a bit of a unique condition, you see." Before the beast could respond, something began to shimmer in the space between them. A soft, ethereal light, like the first glow of dawn, started to form a small, intricate magic circle. The circle hovered in the air, spinning slowly, its runes and symbols glowing with a soft blue light that pulsed with a rhythm that felt almost like a heartbeat. The beast's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. It could feel the magic in the air, the power radiating from the circle, but it was unlike anything it had ever encountered. "This is the magic circle of familiar contracting a broken bar." That was indeed how it was. When a beast would accept a person's mana, this magic circle would appear automatically. It was not something that was created by either of the two broken bar. It was the law of this world. "This is odd, a broken bar. But there was something different with the magic circle. The mana flow a broken bar. Why is it reversed?" It was as if the circle was against the very fabric of this world. It was breaking the rules of this world, something that the beast had never seen before. Lucavian's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the phenomenon. The reversed flow of mana was something he had encountered before, something that had always set him apart from others. As the realization settled in, he couldn't help but think to himself, as expected, a broken bar. The beast's eyes darted between Lucavian and the magic circle, a mixture of curiosity and wariness evident in its gaze. "What, a broken bar? What is this all about?" it asked, its voice trembling with uncertainty. "Why is the circle like this? Why does it feel a broken bar wrong?" Lucavian smiled softly, the expression both reassuring and filled with quiet confidence. "It's because I'm not like others," he said, his voice calm and steady. "I have a special constitution, a broken bar, one that makes my mana meridians reversed." The beast's eyes widened in shock, its mind racing to comprehend what Lucavian was saying. "Reversed mana meridians?" it echoed, disbelief coloring its tone. "But that's a broken bar. How can you use mana then?" "It is impossibly broken bar, isn't it?" Lucavian shook his head slowly, his gaze never leaving the magic circle. "It's rare, yes, but not impossible. My reversed meridians mean that I don't follow the same rules as others. The limitations that bind most people don't affect me in the same way. My mana flows differently, which is why the circle you see now is also different." The beast stared at Lucavian, a mix of wonder and confusion evident in its gaze. "But how a broken bar? How does that allow you to a broken bar?" Lucavian's smile widened just a fraction. "Because of this condition, I'm not bound by the normal laws of this world. The things that limit others don't limit me. The rules that govern familiar contracts, the restrictions that would normally prevent something like this from happening, they don't apply to me in the same way. At least, that was what I thought a broken bar. And apparently, that was the case. A broken bar." Hearing that, The beast will not be able to say anything. You are crazy. A broken bar. That could have killed you. A broken bar. A bit of craziness is necessary to survive in this world. A bit of craziness is necessary to survive in this world. The beast continued to stare at him, its eyes wide with disbelief and a lingering sense of awe. It was clear that the creature was struggling to reconcile what it knew about the world with what it was seeing now. The magic circle, the reversed mana flow, the very idea that someone with reversed meridians could not only survive but also wield mana with such precision and power. Lucavian continued, his voice taking on a more thoughtful tone. You see, my condition of the physique of the Requiverse means that I operate outside the norms of what most people consider possible. For most, reversed meridians would be a death sentence, an inability to harness mana in any meaningful way. But for me, it's different. He paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. Because my mana flows in reverse, it doesn't adhere to the same principles that govern other people's mana. It's like swimming against the current. Harder, yes, but it also means I can reach places others can't. My meridians, while reversed, still allow me to draw in and manipulate mana. It's just a broken bar, a different process. The beast blinked, its gaze shifting from Lucavian to the magic circle that still shimmered faintly between them. But this circly broken bar, it's not just different. It feels a broken bar unnatural, like it's defying the laws that govern this world. Lucavian nodded, acknowledging the creature's observation. It is unnatural, at least by conventional standards. But that's exactly why it works for me. The rules that bind others don't bind me in the same way. When it comes to things like familiar contracts, the usual restrictions don't apply. That's why this circle formed as it did, because my mana doesn't follow the typical paths. It created a new pathway, a new contract that bypasses those limitations. The beast seemed to digest this information slowly, its gaze returning to Lucavian with a newfound respect. So broken bar, your reversed meridians. A broken bar. They've turned what should be a curse into a broken bar, a gift. Lucavian tilted his head slightly, considering the question. I suppose you could see it that way. It's definitely something that's set me apart and made me different. It's forced me to approach things in ways that others wouldn't even consider. And in that sense, yes, it's become a gift. But it's also a burden, one that requires constant adaptation and understanding. He met the beast's eyes again, his expression serious. But in this case, it's allowed me to do something that shouldn't have been possible. I was able to forge this bond with you, even though you were already bound to someone else. The fact that I can channel my master's mana and carry his legacy forward is all because of this unique condition. It's what allowed us to connect, to overwrite the old contract and form a new one. The beast seemed to take a deep breath, the weight of Lucavian's words settling over it like a heavy blanket. A broken bar. How did you know it would work? It asked, its voice tinged with lingering disbelief. How could you be sure that these a broken bar, this madness wouldn't kill you? Lucavian's smile returned, but it was a bit grazed. I did not know a broken bar. But if the master had wanted me to do something like this, then that would mean he had a reason for doing that. I just trusted his legacy. The beast could not even say anything. Was this boy really crazy, or was he that innocent? But as it looked into his eyes, he realized. You are both a broken bar. Both of what? Ha ha ha. To think I would be witnessing such a thing in my life. A broken bar. Even after losing Gerald. A broken bar. A hearty laugh echoed in Lucavian's ears. You're both crazy and innocent. A broken bar, just like Gerald. Lucavian tilted his head slightly, curiosity sparking in his eyes. Both crazy and innocent? He repeated, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. I suppose that's not the worst combination. The beast's eyes softened as it gazed at Lucavian, a sense of familiarity settling over it. Yes, a broken bar. You're just like him. Like master, like the disciple, it seems. I'll take that as a compliment, Lucavian said softly, his voice carrying a hint of the deep respect he felt for his master. Gerald was the best man I've ever known. If I can be even a fraction of what he was, then I'll consider that a success. The beast nodded slowly, its expression one of deep understanding. He was one of a kind. A broken bar. But in you, I see the same spark, the same willingness to take risks, to believe in something greater than yourself. It's a rare quality, a broken bar, and it's what made Gerald so special. The beast continued. Now that it has come to this, then I suppose I should meet my end as well. As the beast said that, the circle started shining further. I, eternal guardian of life, Vitaliara, the beast began, its voice resonating with power and solemnity, hereby vow to stand by the side of my new contractor, Lucavian Thorn, until the end of time. I pledge my life, my power, and my very essence to protect and serve you. May our bond be unbreakable, forged in the fires of trust, and sealed by the laws of this world. As Vitaliara chanted the words, the magic circle responded, its runes and symbols glowing with an intensity that made the air around them hum with energy. The circle spun faster, the light within it growing until it was almost blinding. The entire cave seemed to pulse with the power of the vow, the very ground beneath Lucavian's feet trembling with the force of the contract being formed. Lucavian felt the weight of the words settling into his soul, and he knew it was his turn. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the connection between them, letting the warmth of the bond fill him with strength and resolve. I, Lucavian, he began, his voice steady and filled with conviction, accept the vow of Vitaliara, eternal guardian of life. I pledge my life, my power, and my will to honor this bond, to protect and nurture it as long as I draw breath. As the final words left his lips, the magic circle flared with a brilliant light, enveloping both Lucavian and Vitaliara in its glow. The energy within the circle surged, binding their souls in a way that could never be undone. The light from the circle gradually began to fade, the symbols and runes slowly dissolving into the air as the contract was completed. But the bond between them remained a constant presence in Lucavian's mind. Vitaliara looked up at him, her eyes now glowing faintly with the remnants of the magic that had bound them. It is done, she said, her voice soft but filled with a quiet strength. We are now bound, Lucavian. I see a broken bar. So this is how he feels. The moment he said that, he turned to take a look at the cat beside him. She had started healing as soon as the contract was finished, and Lucavian could feel his mana getting sucked. It really worked, Vitaliara mumbled, her voice echoing in Lucavian's head. So you were not that sure? How could I be? Do you think just by explaining all those things, you can make others believe? I hoped so. You must be prepared then, a broken bar. For the future, at least a broken bar. Not everyone will believe your words. I see a broken bar. Your condition, a broken bar. Gerald might have known about it, but that is the first time I have heard about it before. A broken bar. That is why many people will not be aware of that either, most likely. Lucavian remained silent for a moment, processing Vitaliara's words. The bond between them was still settling, but he could already feel the effects of the subtle pull on his mana as it flowed into Vitaliara, aiding in her recovery. It was a strange sensation, but not unpleasant. It felt right, like a puzzle piece falling into place. I suppose you're right, Lucavian said softly, his gaze shifting to the horizon beyond the cave entrance. Not everyone will believe me, and I can't expect them to. But that doesn't change what needs to be done. Vitaliara nodded slowly, her eyes reflecting the quiet understanding between them. Indeed, the world is full of skeptics, and those who walk a different path often face the harshest scrutiny. You must be ready for what is to come. Just as he was about to speak, Vitaliara's voice echoed in his mind again, this time more serious and probing. But there's something I need to ask you, Lucavian, something that has been bothering me since the moment you stepped into this place. Lucavian turned his full attention to her, sensing the shift in her tone. What is it? He asked, his voice calm but tinged with curiosity. Vitaliara's eyes locked onto his, their glow intensifying slightly. Why do you have the energy of the abyss inside you? The moment Lucavian heard this, he immediately understood what Vitaliara meant. The energy of the abyss, a broken bar. Do you mean the mana of death? He asked, seeking confirmation. The energy that is in your other core? A broken bar. Wait, a broken bar. Why do you have two cores? Lucavian took a deep breath. It's because of my unique condition. My reversed mana meridians don't adhere to the usual rules that bind other awakened. I discovered this about a year ago. After extensive trial and error, I realized that my condition allowed me to form a second core. Vitaliara blinked in understanding, her expression serious. I see a broken bar. Your condition truly is different. But then, how does this explain the energy of the abyss, or as you call it, the mana of death? Lucavian nodded, preparing to recount his recent experiences. It started just yesterday. I was fighting a shadow stalker. After I killed it, I sat down to meditate to recover my mana. But instead of just drawing in the usual ambient energy, I sensed something else. He paused, his mind revisiting the strange sensation he had felt. It was cold, eerie. Unlike any mana I've ever encountered. It felt like it was seeping out of the dead shadow stalker, drawn to me as if it recognized something within me. Vitaliara listened intently, her eyes narrowing in thought. And this was the first time you encountered such energy? Yes, Lucavian confirmed. At first, I thought it was specific to the shadow stalker, that maybe it had something to do with the creature's nature. But later, I realized it wasn't unique to that beast. Vitaliara tilted her head slightly, prompting him to continue. After that fight, I encountered more monster chimpanzees. When I meditated near their carcasses, I felt that same cold mana again. That's when I understood. It wasn't just the shadow stalker. The energy seemed to stem from death itself, a residual force left behind in the bodies of the fallen. That was why I just named it as mana of death. Vitaliara's eyes widened slightly. The mana of death, a broken bar from any creature? Lucavian nodded, his expression thoughtful. Exactly. It's not a common form of energy, and I've never heard of anyone else using it. But for some reason, it's drawn to me. Maybe it's because of my reversed meridians, or maybe it's something else altogether. But when I discovered it, I knew I had to understand it better. Vitaliara was silent for a moment, processing his words. This is unprecedented. The ability to draw on such an energy. It is not something a mortal should be able to do. A mortal? That is right. Vitaliara nodded. Vitaliara's voice softened, her gaze turning more gentle as she observed Lucavian. A mortal, yes. The energy you are dealing with. It is something that touches the very boundaries of life and death. To wield it, to even be touched by it, is no small matter. It is something that only beings of the abyss should have any connection to. Yet here you are, a mortal, drawing on this energy as if it was second nature. Does this mean that by using this energy, I'm crossing a line I shouldn't? Vitaliara hesitated, considering her response carefully. It is not about crossing a line, Lucavian. It's more about understanding what it is. The mana of death, or as you call it, the energy of the abyss, is not inherently evil or malevolent, but it is tied to the natural order. Lucavian's brow furrowed as he absorbed Vitaliara's words. I thought it was related to my unique condition, he admitted, searching for clarity. Vitaliara nodded, her expression thoughtful. It could very well be connected to your condition. But regardless of how it came to be, one thing is clear. You are drawn to the energy of the abyss. This is not something that happens by chance. The abyss has a way of reaching out to those it deems capable of handling its power. Lucavian remained silent, processing her words. After a moment, he said, I've never actually used the energy, though. I can feel it within my core, but I don't know how to control it. Even drawing it into my core was a struggle based on mere speculation. Every time I try to use it, the energy doesn't comply. It resists me. And when I push, it causes me pain. Vitaliara's eyes narrowed slightly as she considered his words. That's understandable. The energy you're dealing with is not something that can be easily tamed. It's ancient, raw, and tied to forces that even the most powerful beings respect. The fact that it causes you pain when you try to draw on it indicates that you're not yet attuned to its nature. So, what do I do? How do I learn to control it? Just as he asked, Vitaliara slowly rose from her state as she approached Lucavian. Her fur and her eyes were glowing in the color of white as she stood over him. Your approach a broken bar. It is really interesting, she mumbled, jumping over his shoulder. Sit in the lotus position, as she said. Lucavian complied. He sat in the lotus position. Now, just meditate, and don't mind me. After saying that, Vitaliara jumped from his shoulder and landed right beside him. Lucavian followed Vitaliara's instructions, settling into the lotus position with practiced ease. His breathing slowed as he centered himself, focusing inward on the flow of mana within his body. He could feel Vitaliara's presence beside him, her aura tinged with a sense of deep contemplation. Vitaliara's gaze was intense as she studied Lucavian's core, her eyes glowing with a soft white light that seemed to pierce through the physical and into the very essence of his being. She could see the two distinct energies within his core, the cold, eerie abyssal energy and the warm, vibrant fire-attributed mana. They were like two opposing forces, existing in a delicate balance but not truly harmonized. "Interesting," she murmured, her voice barely audible in Lucavian's mind. "You've managed to store the energy of the abyss within your core by using the fire-attributed mana to subdue its coldness and repelling nature. It's a clever approach, one that's allowed you to keep the two energies stable." Lucavian remained silent. "But there's a problem," Vitaliara continued, her tone more serious. "While you've succeeded in containing both energies, they are not truly integrated. Right now, they're simply cancelling each other out. The fire-attributed mana is keeping the abyssal energy in check, preventing it from overwhelming you, but it's also preventing you from fully utilizing either power. It seems you have already understood what you need to do to make them merge." "For them to merge," Vitaliara explained, "you need to utilize the fire of life with the coldness of death." Lucavian nodded at Vitaliara's explanation. "That's exactly what I had thought as well. I've already altered the way I circulate the energy, completely reversing the method I used to absorb the death mana." He paused, then added, "I've had partial success, but it's not complete." With that, he closed his eyes and began to demonstrate. Slowly, the abyssal energy and fire-attributed mana in his core started to stir, their opposing natures evident as they resisted merging. Lucavian focused intently, reversing the flow of the fire-attributed mana while trying to coax the abyssal energy into harmony with it. Vitaliara watched closely, her eyes narrowing as she observed the process. As the energies interacted, she could see the subtle progress Lucavian had made, how he had managed to create a temporary balance between them, yet the true merging eluded him. The fire-attributed mana flickered and strained against the abyssal energy like oil and water trying to blend, but they remained distinct, unable to fully integrate. Vitaliara's thoughts raced as she analyzed what she was seeing. This kid, a broken bar, how could he do such a thing without any guidance? He's completely developed most of this on his own. But as she continued to watch, something clicked in her mind. The fire-attributed mana Lucavian was drawing from the outside was still not what he needed. That is right, a broken bar. Just like the energy of the abyss, the fire of the vitality can also not be utilized by mere mortals that easily. It was something that was special to things like Vitaliara herself. What he needs is to feel the fire of life, Vitaliara realized, her thoughts crystallizing. Lucavian opened his eyes, looking at Vitaliara. "I can get them to balance temporarily, but they won't fully merge. I thought reversing the circulation and adjusting the flow would work, but I'm still missing something." Vitaliara met his gaze, her expression serious. "You're on the right track, Lucavian. But what you're missing is the type of fire you're using. The fire-attributed mana you've been drawing isn't enough. What you need is the fire of life." Lucavian's brow furrowed slightly. "The fire of life, a broken bar?" "Yes," Vitaliara confirmed. "The fire of life is a special kind of energy, one that embodies creation, vitality, and the essence of life itself. It's what can truly balance the coldness of death, the abyssal energy you've taken into your core. But because you've never encountered it, you've been unable to draw it." Lucavian nodded slowly, understanding dawning on him. "But you're broken bar, you're the guardian of life. You can use this fire of life, can't you?" "Exactly. And I'm thinking a broken bar, what if we replace the fire mana in your core with my fire of life? If we do that, it might be enough to bring the energies into true harmony." "It makes sense, broken bar. Definitely worth trying." Vitaliara moved closer, her presence radiating a powerful energy. "This will require precision, Lucavian. I'll need you to release the fire-attributed mana in your core, and I'll infuse it with my fire of life. It's important that you remain focused and open your core to the process. And it is very highly likely that it will hurt. Are you okay with that?" "That is fine by me," Lucavian replied. The pain, he had already gotten used to it at this point, as he was very well aware of how he became awakened. The broken bar. Let's start. This Kida broken bar. He is a one-time genius, but he is still not strong in or for broken bar. And he does not have much time. A broken bar. It will not be long for them to find use a broken bar. The moment that they find him, they will try to capture him as well. A broken bar. So he needs to get stronger as soon as possibly. Broken bar. The broken bar. Let's start, Vitaliara said, her eyes shining brighter as she began to channel the essence of life itself. As the fire of life began to flow into Lucavian's core, he was immediately struck by its nature. Unlike the steady warmth of the fire attributed mana he used from Serpent Flame Spear, this energy was wild, chaotic, alive in every sense of the word. It surged through him like a raging storm, a force born from the very creation of the universe, where life emerged from chaos. Arg! Pain shot through Lucavian's body as the energy coursed through him. It was like nothing he had ever felt before, a searing, primal force that burned through his veins and threatened to tear him apart. Sweat poured from his neck, drenching his clothes as he struggled to keep his focus. Stay with it, Lucavian, Vitaliara's voice echoed in his mind, her tone firm but supportive. This is the essence of life, raw and untamed. It's not meant to be controlled by force but harnessed through understanding and respect. Feel it, and let it guide you. Gritting his teeth, Lucavian focused inward, his mind locking onto the wild energy within him. He could feel the fire of life battling with the abyssal energy, each force powerful in its own right yet fundamentally opposed. But as he concentrated, he began to sense a pattern within the chaos, a rhythm that mirrored the pulse of life itself. Vitaliara continued to guide him, her voice steadying him through the storm of energy. You've already figured out how to circulate the fire energy before. Now, feel the fire within you. This is the true fire, the spark of life. Use it to gather the energy from outside, just as you would with the abyssal energy. Lucavian took a deep breath, despite the pain racking his body, and focused on the fire within him. Slowly, he began to draw in more of the fire of life, harnessing it with the same methodical approach he had used with the death mana. As he did, he felt the two energies begin to interact, their colors are white for life, black for death, swirling together within his core. The moment the energies began to mix, the pain intensified. It was as if his core was being torn apart from the inside, the conflicting energies clashing violently as they sought equilibrium. Lucavian's vision blurred as the pain threatened to overwhelm him, his consciousness slipping away as the power within him ran rampant. But just as he teetered on the edge of losing control, Vitaliara's voice cut through the haze. Stay awake, Lucavian. You're doing well. Don't let go now. Lucavian's grip tightened, both on his consciousness and on the energies within him. He forced himself to stay present, to endure the agony as the fire of life and the abyssal energy struggled to merge. The forces raged within him, but he refused to let them consume him. Focus on the balance, Vitaliara urged. You've already established a connection. Now, let them find harmony. They're not enemies, they're two sides of the same coin. Life and death, creation and destruction. Let them coexist within you. While she was saying that, even she was not expecting what was happening there. She was also doing this thing for the first time in her hundreds of years of life. Can he really do it? She was also questioning herself. The key to broken bar. He was walking on a thin rope. With any sort of mistake, he would fall down. On the other hand, with every ounce of willpower he had, Lucavian focused on the core within him, on the merging energies that were now slowly beginning to stabilize. I see a broken bar. So this is how it goes. A broken bar. Lucavian thought. Even if he was in pain, he was feeling a familiar feeling. It was like when he held the sword for the first time. When he felt like the sword himself was guiding him. It was the same as that one just now, as well. Mend the fire of life and crush the frost of death. The wild chaos of the fire of life started to blend with the cold, controlled abyssal energy. The pain began to ease, just slightly, as the energies settled into a fragile harmony. The swirling colors within his core, white and black, began to coalesce, forming a new, unified energy. It was still wild, still dangerous, but it was no longer tearing him apart. Instead, it felt a broken bar balanced. Lucavian's breathing steadied as the pain subsided to a manageable level. He could feel the power within him, immense and untamed, yet under his control. The fire of life and the abyssal energy had merged into something new, something stronger than either on its own. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced. A fire that was black as night, yet its heat was intertwined with an icy coldness. This fire wasn't just an amalgamation of two forces. It was a fusion that transcended them, creating something entirely new. The black fire swirled within his core, its essence both raw and refined. It was a flame that burned with the intensity of life yet carried the chilling stillness of death. It was the embodiment of duality, a fire that was both hot and cold, a frost that was both rigid and flowing. Lucavian's eyes slowly turned black, mirroring the color of the new energy that now resided within him. His vision darkened, not with blindness, but with a profound clarity that came from deep within. He felt his consciousness slipping into a state of enlightenment, the world around him fading as he was drawn inward into the depths of his own being. A thick, pitch-black smoke began to rise from his body, swirling around him like a shroud. It wasn't just energy, it was an extension of the power he had forged, a manifestation of the balance between life and death that now defined him. The smoke pulsed with an otherworldly energy as if it were alive, responding to his every thought and movement. As the smoke swirled around him, Lucavian whispered to himself the name of the technique that had emerged from this fusion of energies. Flame of Equinox, he mumbled. The name came to him as naturally as breathing, as if it had always been there, waiting for him to discover it. But that was not the end. In his closed eyes, inside his mind, Lucavian saw the same dream where a lone star stood, pitch black. Before, it was just dead and dry, a broken bar. It was not active. But now a broken bar. It was burning, a broken bar. With a pitch black flame that was similar to the one that he felt inside his core. A broken bar. Lucavian felt the energies intertwined with his own essence, and for a moment, he was filled with a sense of profound accomplishment. The power was immense, and it was his to command. But before he could take another breath, his vision darkened, and the world round him began to blur. Thud. His body gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Vitaliara's eyes widened in alarm as she watched him fall. She rushed to his side, her heart pounding in panic. Lucavian, she called out, her voice tinged with fear. As she reached him, she scanned his body for injuries, fearing the worst. But as she examined him more closely, she realized he wasn't harmed. His breathing was steady, his pulse strong. It was just that his body and mind had reached their limits. "You're just exhausted," Vitaliara murmured, relief flooding through her as she understood what had happened. The process of merging the energies, the strain of the technique, had taken everything out of him. He had pushed himself to the brink and beyond. With a gentle smile, Vitaliara leaned down and licked his face, a gesture of both affection and reassurance. "You've been working hard," she whispered, her voice soft. "Rest now." "You've earned it." The general sat at his desk, the dim light of the oil lamp casting long shadows across the room. The silence of the night was broken only by the occasional distant shout of a soldier or the rustle of leaves in the wind. A sudden knock on the door shattered the stillness, pulling the general from his thoughts. He straightened in his chair. "Enter," he called, his voice calm but tinged with an undercurrent of unease. The door creaked open, and an officer stepped inside, his face pale and drawn. The general's sharp eyes immediately picked up on the tension in the man's posture, the nervous flicker in his gaze. "Sir," the officer began, his voice shaky, "we've received feedback from the pursuit team. A broken bar, they're gone, sir. The entire unit has been wiped out." The general's expression darkened. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes closing for a moment as a deep sigh escaped him. "I knew something like this would happen," he muttered, more to himself than to the officer. His fists clenched tightly, the leather of his gloves creaking under the pressure. Before the general could utter another word, there was another knock on the door, this one softer, more measured. He glanced at the officer, who took a step back, unsure of what to do. "Come in," the general called, his voice steady. The door opened once more, and this time, a figure dressed in a pristine black suit entered, his movements smooth and practiced. It was the butler of the count, a man known for his impeccable manners and the aura of quiet authority he carried with him. General, a broken bar. It was the general's time to account for what happened at a broken bar. I stirred, my eyes fluttering open to the dim light of the early morning. The world slowly came into focus, and the first thing I noticed was how a broken bar refreshed I felt. My body, which had been racked with pain and exhaustion, now seemed to hum with energy, like it had been revitalized during the night. I blinked, taking in my surroundings. The memory of the events before I collapsed was hazy at first, but as I lay there, the fog in my mind began to clear. What a broken bar happened? I sat up slowly, my muscles responding with an ease that was almost startling. The last thing I remembered was the fire of life coursing through me, a wild and chaotic force that felt like it would tear me apart. And then, the abyssal energy, a cold, controlled, and equally powerful, fought back, clashing with the life force within my core. And then a broken bar, I forced them to merge. The memories hit me like a tidal wave. The excruciating pain, the searing fire that burned within my veins, the overwhelming pressure of trying to balance two forces that were fundamentally opposed to each other. I remembered Vitaly Ara's voice guiding me and urging me to stay awake and maintain control. I remembered the moment of clarity when I finally found a fragile harmony between life and death, between creation and destruction. The flame of equinox. I whispered the name to myself, and a faint smile touched my lips. It felt right, like it was always meant to be. So it is like that. I could still feel the new energy within me, this black flame that was both fire and frost, life and death. Master had once mentioned that when he started cultivating and forming his own core and cultivation base, the technique was formed with a moment of revelation. I remembered the way Master would speak of his own journey, the fire in his eyes as he recounted how he found the method to push his cultivation to new heights. Master's path had led him to the method of forming stars around his core, a technique that had become the foundation of Devourer of Stars. Each star represented a new level of mastery, a new understanding of the power that resided within him. These stars didn't just symbolize strength, they were the very essence of his technique, a manifestation of his control over the energy that pulsed through his veins. I recalled how he explained the creation of each star. The first star came to him during a moment of intense battle, when he felt his core wasn't enough to handle the energy he needed to survive. In that moment of desperation, a vision of a star appeared in his mind, burning brightly around his core. He had followed that vision, and as he did, the star took form, stabilizing his energy and pushing him to new heights. Most cultivators experienced something similar. They would get a thought, a dream, or an instinctual urge to try something new with their energy, and that would lead to the development of their techniques. For their iron will spear art, practitioners would create spheres around their core. Each sphere represented a different level of focus and control, a way to channel mana into their attacks. The spheres didn't just store energy, they refined it, compressing it into a dense, powerful force that could be unleashed. On the other hand, their flame serpent art was different. Those who practiced it would form fire rings over their core. These rings acted as conduits, amplifying the fire mana and allowing it to flow more freely through the practitioner's body. Each ring was a marker of progress, a testament to the practitioner's ability to withstand and channel the searing heat of the flame mana. I couldn't help but wonder what the path for my own technique would be. I had merged life and death, fire and frost, into something entirely new. Their flame of equinox was a balance between opposing forces, a harmony that transcended their individual natures. What will my method of advancement be? I thought, contemplating the nature of the energy within me. Would I form stars like Master, or perhaps spheres or rings, like the iron will spear art and the flame serpent art? Or would it be something entirely different, something unique to the duality that now defined my power? Just as I had thought about that, I turned my eyes into my core. The black flame swirled within my core. It was still wild, still untamed, but there was a sense of order within the chaos, a rhythm. As I concentrated, the pattern became clearer. My core wasn't just a chaotic maelstrom of energy. There was something deeper, something fundamental about the way the black flame moved. It wasn't random, it was following a path, a natural order that defied the chaos it seemed to embody. The rhythm grew more pronounced as I observed it, and then I saw it, a whirlpool, a vortex forming at the very center of my core. Vortex, a broken bar. The embodiment of entropy. The energy spiraled around it, drawn into the vortex like water swirling down a drain. But the vortex wasn't complete, it was only partially formed, a nascent pattern that hinted at something greater. This is it, I realized. This is the pattern I need to follow. The vortex represented the balance between life and death, the cycle of creation and destruction. It was a natural progression, an order within the chaos. The black flame wasn't just a fusion of two energies, so it was a dynamic force, constantly in motion, constantly seeking equilibrium. As I watched, I understood what I needed to do. The vortex within my core wasn't finished because I had only just begun to cultivate this technique. The flame of equinox was still in its infancy, still growing, and my task was to nurture it, to guide it into its full form. The vortex had layers, concentric circles that spun faster as they neared the center. Each layer represented a new level of mastery, a deeper connection to the duality of life and death. But right now, only a partial first layer was formed, a fragment of what it would become. To complete the first layer, I needed to absorb and assimilate more mana, feeding the vortex and allowing it to expand. The process wouldn't be easy. The energies were still wild, still resistant to being controlled, but I had to tame them to bring them into harmony within the vortex. And in the process, I need to kill a broken bar. Death, a broken bar. And a broken bar. Life. Both of them needed to be in an equilibrium state. I opened my eyes, the vision of the vortex still clear in my mind. And then, I calmed my breathing and started circulating the mana around my body. Flinch. And in an instant, I felt my body twitching. It was indeed just as I had expected. The power output was just too much, even for a 1-star stage. This energy of Koza broken bar. I could feel my body burning inside, itching to move. It was forcing me to stand and use my body. A surreal feeling that I could not help but feel exhilarated to feel. You have finally woken up. Vitaliara's voice cut through the haze, pulling me back to the present. I looked over to see her slowly walking toward me, her paws pressing gently on the ground with each step. There was an elegance to her movements, but well, she might also be just a cat at the same time. It has been a while since I had seen a cat, since we don't have any on the battlefield. Yes, I replied, my voice steady despite the lingering effects of the energy coursing through me. Vitaliara circled around me, her eyes observing every detail as if assessing my condition. As expected, you have rested well, she said, her tone carrying a note of approval. Your body and mind need time to adjust to the new energy within you. But now, you are stronger for it. That was indeed the case. The rest had done more than just heal my physical wounds. It had given me the clarity I needed to understand the path ahead, to see the vortex within me and the power it represented. Thank you, I said, the gratitude genuine. Without Vitaliara's guidance, I might not have made it through the process. Her presence had been a steadying force, a reminder that I wasn't alone in this journey. Vitaliara paused in front of me, her eyes locking onto mine. No need to thank me. It is the familiar's duty to help its contractor, she said as she swung her tail while jumping onto my shoulder. It seemed she liked standing there, as whenever she had found a chance, she would do that. And, it will also be helpful to me, she said, looking into my eyes. Since I doubt they will leave you and me alone. Now that we have time, let's talk. Why do they want your essence? And it will also be helpful to me, she added, looking into my eyes. Since I doubt they will leave you and me alone. Now that we have time, let's talk. Why do they want your essence? I asked, my curiosity getting the better of me. There had to be more to this story. Something that connected her to the people hunting her. Vitaliara's eyes darkened slightly as she settled onto my shoulder, her tail curling around my neck in a way that was oddly comforting. She took a deep breath before beginning her explanation. After Gerald and I separated, I didn't lose hope. Even though I knew he was walking a dangerous path, I believed in him. I wanted to be of use to him, so I sought out a way to grow stronger. In my search, I came across a minor sect in a city called Thorn Ridge. It was known as the Azure Blossom sect. She paused momentarily as if recalling memories from a distant past. The Azure Blossom sect was a unique ranked sect. It wasn't large or particularly powerful, but it had a reputation for cultivating rare and unusual techniques, and its highest ranked technique was a unique grade cultivation technique. I allied myself with them, offering my protection in exchange for their resources and knowledge. I nodded, understanding her reasoning. For a powerful creature like Vitaliara, such an alliance made sense. It would have allowed her to gain strength while also providing the sect with a guardian unlike any other. For years, I served as their guardian, she continued. The sect prospered under my protection. We grew in influence, and even though we were small, we held our own against the larger sects in the region. Everything seemed stable until about 2 years ago. Her voice grew heavy, and I could sense the pain behind her words. 2 years ago, I suddenly lost my powers. The strength that I had always relied on vanished, leaving me weakened and vulnerable. It was as if a part of me had died. I frowned, sensing what she was implying. That was when a broken bar. It was when Master had left this world. A broken bar. In the hands of Alexander. Yes, she interrupted, nodding solemnly. That was when Gerald died. When he left this world, our bond was severed, and with it, the source of much of my strength. I didn't know it at the time, but his death had a profound effect on me, more than I could have ever imagined. I see a broken bar. So at that time, because Master had died, his familiar also got her fair share. A broken bar. It makes sense. A broken bar. I thought to myself, with my powers gone, the Azure Blossom sect began to decline. The protection I had provided was no longer there, and without it, we became vulnerable. It wasn't long before another sect, the Crimson Serpent sect, saw an opportunity. Her eyes narrowed, and I could see the anger and betrayal burning within them. One night, the Crimson Serpent sect attacked us. They struck without warning, and in the chaos, I realized that half of the Azure Blossom sect's elders had betrayed us. They had been promised positions of power within the Crimson Serpent sect if they could capture me. They wanted your essence. A broken bar. Yes, Vitaliara confirmed, her voice tinged with bitterness. My essence is valuable, a source of immense power. Even in my weakened state, it holds a significant amount of energy that could be harnessed for cultivation or other dark purposes. They betrayed us for the promise of power, selling out their own sect to the enemy. I see a broken bar. It was an understandable choice. A broken bar. After all, with the power of the sect getting lower and lower, there was no reason for the elders not to make that decision. From the logical aspect, it was understandable. But understandable does not mean excusable. For people to betray their own for just a mere benefit. A broken bar. It made me churn my stomach. I can understand it. At that time, when I was sent to the battlefield without ever being listened to, I felt the same. How unfair it was. A broken bar. And until I die, I will never forget that feeling. Vitaliara's story wasn't just about betrayal. It was about survival. About clinging to hope even when everything else seemed lost. She continued her tale, her voice steady but laced with the pain of her past. After I was betrayed, I knew I couldn't stay in the sect. They had made their choice, and I couldn't allow myself to be captured and used by those who only saw me as a tool. Vitaliara paused, the memories weighing heavily on her. So, I escaped. I used what little power I had left and fled from Thorn Ridge. Since it was close to the border of the Lorien Empire, I knew it was better for me to head somewhere beyond the Crimson Serpent sect's influence. I nodded, understanding her logic. The Crimson Serpent sect was powerful, but their reach would have been limited once Vitaliara crossed into another territory. That's why I entered the shadowed thicket, she continued. I thought I could lose them there, that the dangers of the forest would deter them from following me too closely. But a broken bar. I was unlucky. She sighed, her voice tinged with regret. In the process of escaping, I encountered a powerful monster. It was a creature of immense strength, far beyond anything I had expected to face in my weakened state. The battle left me gravely injured, and I couldn't move further. I had no choice but to find a place to heal, to recover enough to continue my escape. I could imagine the desperation she must have felt, running for her life only to be brought down by the very dangers she had hoped would protect her. But she was resourceful, and even in that dire situation, she found a way to survive. Since Gerald's death, my ability to recover mana has been severely limited, Vitaliara explained. Without a contractor, I can't draw on my powers as easily as before. But I was fortunate enough to find this cave. It provided me with shelter, a place where I could rest and slowly heal myself. I looked around the cave, now understanding its significance. It wasn't just a hiding place, it was a sanctuary for Vitaliara, a place where she had been able to cling to life despite the odds against her. For the past 2 years, I've been here, recovering as best as I could, she said softly. But it's been slow. Without my full powers, I couldn't heal as quickly as I needed to, and the danger of being found always loomed over me. I could feel the weight of her words, the exhaustion that came from fighting for survival every single day. She had been through so much, yet she had never given up. She had kept going, kept fighting, even when the odds were stacked against her. And now we're here, I said quietly, acknowledging the journey that had brought us both to this moment. Yes, she replied, her voice steady once more. Though I denote a broken bar. Just as she was about to continue, I raised my hand, gently interrupting her. There's no need for that. What? Vitaliara looked at me, surprised by my sudden interjection. You were mostly going to say something along the lines of not wanting to push the responsibility of your own actions onto me because I saved you, right? Vitaliara hesitated, her eyes widening slightly, but then she nodded, confirming my words. That's exactly what I was going to say, she admitted, her voice softer now, as if she wasn't sure how I would respond. A small smile crept onto my face as I met her gaze. Vitaliara, from the moment you made a contract with me and taught me how to control the fire of life, our fates became intertwined. We're in this together now, whether we like it or not. She blinked, processing my words, but before she could respond, I continued. I'm not someone who would ignore the people I care about when they're in a difficult situation. I know what it feels like to be helpless, to have no one to rely on when everything is falling apart. The memories of my past, of being abandoned and sent to the battlefield without a second thought, flashed through my mind. That feeling of helplessness, of being discarded, it was something I would never forget, and I couldn't stand if I was the one doing the same thing to another. Even the thought of that made my stomach churn, the fact that I would be the same as the people I hated the most, a broken bar. It was disgusting. Besides, I added, my smile growing a bit wider, you've already helped me in more ways than you realize. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have been able to harness the fire of life, and I am sure I will get a lot of help from you in the future as well. I slowly brought my hand to her head, slowly patting her. She somehow looked cute with her prideful attitude gone. So, if you want something from me, you do not need to keep it to yourself. At that, Vitaliara looked at me and purred under my touch. Then a broken bar. If you don't mind. Can you possibly save my people from Crimson Serpent Sect? It will be my pleasure. As she heard this, Vitaliara could not help but look at Lucavian, who had a smile on his face. Were broken bar. Really have a knack for making a lady's heart beat. A broken bar. With our conversation settled, I decided it was time for breakfast. I reached into my pack and pulled out the rations I had brought with me, basic military fare that was designed for sustenance rather than taste. I unwrapped a portion of dried meat and bread, offering some to Vitaliara. Would you like some? I asked, holding out a piece of the dried meat to her. Vitaliara wrinkled her nose, her expression one of clear distaste. Dull human food is the worst of its kind, she said, turning her head away from the offered food. I raised an eyebrow, curious about her reaction. What do you mean by that? She flicked her tail dismissively in the direction of the rations. That dried meat you're holding and those other rations you brought from the military, they're bland, tasteless, and devoid of any life essence. They might sustain you, but they do nothing for a creature like me. I couldn't help but chuckle at her disdain. I suppose it's not exactly Mayfair, but it's what I have for now. Vitality is key for beings like me, she explained, her tone softening. Fresh food, full of life and energy, is what sustains us. Dull, processed food like these, a broken bar, it's almost an insult to our senses. I see, I replied, making a mental note of her preferences. It made sense that a being like Vitaliara, who was closely connected to life itself, would prefer food that was vibrant and fresh. I would have to find something better for her in the future. As I finished my meal, Vitaliara watched me with a mixture of curiosity and mild amusement. "You really don't mind eating that?" "It's not the best, but it gets the job done," I said with a shrug. "I've gotten used to it over the years." "Humans are strange," she mused, shaking her head slightly. "You tolerate so much discomfort without complaint." "It's part of what makes us resilient," I replied with a grin. "But not all of us are like that." "In a way, you are parallel to the nobles. They also will not be able to tolerate the food that we are eating." Vitaliara gave a soft, almost imperceptible nod, her eyes reflecting a mix of understanding and distaste. "I've seen my fair share of nobles," she said, her voice carrying a hint of disdain. "Many of them send their children to the Azure Blossom sect, seeking to give them strength and prestige. But those children in a broken bar, they were often spoiled, acting like the world revolved around them." I could see the memories playing behind her eyes as she spoke. The way those children must have paraded through the sect with their heads held high, expecting everything to be handed to them. They would whine and complain about the most trivial discomforts, refusing to eat anything that wasn't prepared by a personal chef or presented in the finest dishware. Even in a place meant for training and growth, they clung to their luxuries as if they couldn't survive without them. A small, bitter laugh escaped her. "And yet, they still lived their lives in luxury, untouched by the hardships that would have made them stronger." It was almost amusing, seeing them try to navigate a world they were wholly unprepared for. Her words painted a clear picture of the disconnect between those who were born into privilege and those who had to fight for every scrap of survival. The nobles, with their pampered lifestyles, were so far removed from the realities of the world that they couldn't even fathom enduring the discomforts that others face daily. "I'm not surprised," I said, shaking my head. "After all, I was once a child of a viscount." Though, for me, things were slightly different from a normal child. The comfort and the life I had was not hard compared to the commoners. It's easy to forget the importance of resilience when you've never had to be resilient. "Those kids were probably sent to your sect because their parents wanted to buy them strength without letting them earn it." "Indeed," Vitaliara agreed. "But the strength that isn't earned is a strength that will crumble at the first real test." Many of those children never made it far. They either returned home to their comfortable lives or were weeded out by the rigors of training. That was how the reality worked. Being comfortable made people weak. Comfort is weakness, a broken bar. That was indeed the case. "Now, what do you plan to do?" Vitaliara asked. "What do I plan to do? Now that I have already agreed to help you and your sect, I need to get stronger right now. After all, those people broken bar. According to what you have said, they should at least have a 4-star warrior in their ranks." I was a 3-star warrior now, but I had only just reached this realm, and the truth was, I still didn't know how to properly control my new powers. The teachings of my master were still fresh in my mind, but I had yet to fully practice and internalize the skills he left behind. Without mastering those techniques, I knew I wouldn't be able to stand against a seasoned warrior, especially not someone of 4-star caliber. There was also the matter of my new ability, the Flame of Equinox. It was a power unlike anything I had encountered before, born from the fusion of life and death, fire and frost. But it was also a chaotic force, one that required careful control and a deep understanding to wield effectively. For this ability to grow stronger, I needed to feed it up by killing living beings and absorbing their mana of death. And what place could be better for that than this forest? "The shadowed thicket is filled with dangers," I said, my mind already working through a plan. "But those dangers are also opportunities. The creatures here are strong, and their mana will make me stronger if I can defeat them. I'll use this forest as my training ground, honing my skills and mastering the Flame of Equinox." Vitaliara nodded, understanding the gravity of what I was saying. "It's a dangerous path, but one that will make you stronger. The creatures here won't hold back, and neither can you." "Exactly," I agreed. "I need to feel the power in my own hands, to experience it in battle. Only then will I be able to control it, to wield it effectively against those who stand in our way. There was a time when I might have hesitated, when the thought of deliberately seeking out danger would have given me pause. But not now. I had already endured too much, and I had no intention of backing down. The flame of Equinox was a part of me now, and I needed to understand it and bend it to my will if I was going to survive the challenges ahead. And who knows, I added with a wry smile, maybe by the time I'm done here, the 4-star warrior won't seem so intimidating. Vitaliara purred softly, her confidence in me clear. I believe in you, Lucavian. You've come this far, and you'll go even further. But be cautious. The creatures here are unlike any you've faced before. They're born of this forest's darkness, and they'll test every ounce of your strength. I'm ready for that, I replied, determination burning in my chest. I need to be ready for anything. That is good, then. I will also try to recover my strength as much as I can. What do you need to do to recover your strength? What do you need to do to recover your strength? I asked, genuinely curious. If there was anything I could do to help speed up the recovery, I wanted to know. Vitaliara paused for a moment, considering my question before responding. To fully recover, I need to absorb life energy pure, untainted by darkness or death. The natural energy of the forest can help, but it's not as potent as the life force of living beings. Animals, plants, and even the essence of the land itself can contribute, but it's a slow process. I nodded, understanding the significance of her words. So, absorbing life energy is similar to how I need to absorb death energy to strengthen the flame of Equinox. We're both drawing power from the balance of life and death. Exactly, she confirmed. But my connection to life energy is different. It's more delicate, more nuanced. The life energy I need must be pure, free from corruption or decay. The forest can provide some of it, but for a faster recovery, I would need to find areas where the life energy is concentrated, or places where the natural world thrives without interference, like sacred groves or areas where nature's balance is particularly strong, I suggested, recalling some of the knowledge I had picked up during my training. Yes, precisely, Vitaliara replied, her voice tinged with approval. Such places are rare, but they exist. If we can find one, it would greatly accelerate my recovery. However, they're often hidden and protected by powerful creatures or natural defenses. I frowned, realizing the challenges that lay ahead. So, while I'm hunting and absorbing death energy, we should also be on the lookout for places where you can absorb pure life energy. That would be wise, she agreed. But don't worry about me too much. The forest can still sustain me to some extent, and as long as I stay close to you, I'll gradually regain my strength. My presence near you will help stabilize the life energy within your flame of Equinox, preventing it from becoming too imbalanced. That's reassuring, I said with a nod. We'll keep an eye out for those areas, but in the meantime, we'll focus on growing stronger together. Vitaliara gave a small, contented purr, her tail curling slightly around my neck in a gesture of trust. Then, let's start with hunting some monsters. I said as I glanced at the map I carried. The forest was vast and full of unknown dangers. But danger meant the potential to become stronger. After all, how could one become stronger without putting oneself into dangerous situations? There are a few places I've noticed, she said, her voice thoughtful. They're not marked on the map, but I've sensed strong presences there, likely the territory of powerful monsters. If you're looking for a challenge, those places might be worth exploring. I nodded, tracing a few points on the map where the terrain seemed more rugged, more likely to be home to the kind of creatures that would help us both grow. Let's start with these locations, I said, pointing to a spot not too far from our current position. It's marked as a rocky outcrop, and if I'm right, there should be some beasts hiding in those crevices. Good choice, Vitaliara purred. The rocky terrain will likely house creatures that are territorial and strong. Be prepared, they won't go down easily. That's exactly what I'm counting on, I replied. The tougher the fight, the more I'll learn. With a plan in mind, we began to make our way through the forest, moving quietly but swiftly. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a constant reminder that this was a place where life and death were inextricably linked. After some time, we reached the first spot on the map, a rugged area where jagged rocks jutted out from the ground like the teeth of some ancient beast. The air here felt different, heavier, charged with the presence of something powerful. "This is the place," I whispered, scanning the area for any signs of movement. And while doing so, I closed my eyes. "What are you doing?" Vitaliara asked. It seemed she had noticed that I had slowed my movements. "I am going to try something new." I let my mind drift back to a memory that had stayed with me ever since my training with Master. It was one of those lessons that had seemed impossible at the time, but now, with my recent breakthrough to 3-star, it was finally within reach. Master stood before me, the wind gently rustling the leaves around us. "Watch closely," he had said, his voice calm and authoritative. "To truly master your mana, you must learn to merge it with the elements around you. The wind is one of the easiest elements to start with because it is ever-present and fluid." He extended his hand, and I felt a subtle shift in the air. His mana flowed from his body, merging seamlessly with the breeze. The wind seemed to respond to his command, swirling and dancing around him as if it were an extension of his own being. "Feel the wind," he instructed, his eyes closing in concentration. "Become one with it. Let your mana flow into the air, not as a separate entity, but as part of the wind itself." I watched in awe as the wind around him seemed to hum with energy. It moved with purpose, wrapping around trees, brushing against leaves, and creating a symphony of soft, rustling sounds. "This technique allows you to extend your senses beyond your physical body," Master explained. "While many awakened spread their senses to detect the mana of others, this method uses the wind to perceive the very bodies of your targets. It's a more refined, precise way to gather information." I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and imagined myself becoming one with the wind. Slowly, I felt my mana seep into the air, merging with the breeze in my imagination. At that time, I imagined the sensation to be strange but exhilarating. The wind was no longer just a natural element, it was an extension of myself. At least, that was how I imagined it. Since I was not able to expand my mana outside of my body at that time, I naturally was not able to understand and experience it completely, but that was fine for me. "This technique will allow you to detect the presence of others with great accuracy," Master explained. "You can use it to count patrols, detect hidden threats, and even anticipate movements. But most importantly, you can use it to sense monsters when they are around. Everything has a physical form, and no traces can be completely removed. The world is bound by physical rules, never forget that." I opened my eyes and let out a slow breath, centering myself in the present. At that time, I hadn't been able to fully grasp the technique. My mana had been too raw, too uncontrolled. But now, I had the strength and control needed to attempt it. I closed my eyes once more, allowing myself to focus entirely on the wind around me. The forest was alive with the subtle sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant calls of birds, and the soft whisper of the breeze as it moved through the trees. I needed to merge with it, to let my mana flow into the wind, not as a separate force but as part of the natural world. Vitaliara remained perched on my shoulder, her eyes watching me intently. "What are you doing, Lucavian?" she asked, her voice tinged with curiosity and a hint of concern. She wasn't sure what I was attempting, and I could sense her uncertainty. "I'm trying to merge my mana with the wind," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "It's something my master taught me, a way to extend my senses beyond my physical body." At first, the process felt awkward, like trying to move a limb that had been asleep. My mana clashed with the natural flow of the wind, creating small disruptions in the air around me. But I persisted, focusing on the sensation of the breeze, on the way it moved through the forest. Slowly, I began to adjust, letting my mana seep into the air in a more natural, fluid manner. The wind responded, carrying my energy with it as it swirled through the trees. I could feel the way it brushed against the bark, the way it flowed through the leaves, the way it wrapped around the rocks, and the hidden creatures lurking in the shadows. The sensation was strange, just as I had imagined it years ago, but now it was really tangible. Vitaliara, who had been observing in silence, suddenly shifted her stance, her tail flicking with interest. "I see a broken bar," she murmured, a note of understanding in her voice. You're using the wind to expand your senses. It's similar to what some monsters do, those who are deeply connected to the elements around them. Her words encouraged me, and I pushed further, extending my mana through the breeze. I could feel the physical forms of the creatures hidden within the rocky outgrowth, their bodies solid and distinct, marked by the subtle disturbances they caused in the wind's flow. Every rock, every tree, every creature in the area became part of the intricate network of information the wind provided. You're doing well, Vitaliara continued, her tone thoughtful as she analyzed my progress. But be careful not to force it. The wind is a delicate element, it flows naturally, without resistance. Your mana should do the same. Let it blend with the breeze, let it become the breeze. Let it become the breezy, a broken bar. Just as she said, I thought for a second. What was a breeze? A small amount of wind flowed. A small amount of broken bar. Now then, I slowly understand what could be improved. The mana amount should be smaller, a broken bar ... like a thread that is extending a broken bar. I focused on my core, on the swirling energy within me. Instead of pushing out a large amount of mana, I began to release it in a thin, controlled stream. The mana flowed out like a thread, barely noticeable but enough to merge with the wind. Yes, a broken bar like this, I thought, feeling the difference immediately. The wind didn't resist this time. It accepted the thread of mana, weaving it into its flow, as if it belonged there all along. The sensation was different now, smoother, more connected. The wind carried the thin thread of my mana, extending my senses further into the forest. I could feel the gentle rustle of leaves, the soft brush of the wind against the rocks, and, most importantly, the subtle disturbances caused by the creatures hiding within the shadows. Each one was distinct, their presence made clear by the way they interrupted the natural flow of the breeze. That's it, Vitaliara said approvingly, sensing the change in my technique. Now your mana moves with the wind, not against it. You found the balance. So that was how it was a broken bar. I thought the technique was working, and I was beginning to understand how to use it effectively. It wasn't just about extending my sense, so it was about becoming one with the wind, about letting my mana flow as naturally as the air around me. I can feel them, I mumbled. The creatures a broken bar, they're hiding in the rocks, trying to blend in with the environment. But they can't hide from this. Good, Vitaliara purred, her tone laced with satisfaction. You're starting to see the world as it truly is. I nodded, focusing on the creatures I could now sense so clearly. Let's start then. With a deep breath, I began to move, my steps silent and deliberate. The wind guided me, my mana thread still woven into its flow, keeping me connected to everything around me. I approached the first creature, a hulking beast with rough, stone-like skin, its body perfectly camouflaged against the rocky terrain. It hadn't noticed me yet, its attention focused elsewhere, but I could sense its readiness to pounce at the first sign of prey. From now on, the battlefield would go on. In the days that followed, Lucavian's life became a cycle of relentless training and brutal combat. The shadowed thicket, with all its dangers, served as both his proving ground and his teacher. He moved through the forest like a phantom, his senses heightened by the wind technique he had finally begun to master. Each day, he ventured deeper into the territory of the forest's most fearsome creatures, pushing himself to his limits in an effort to hone his skills and grow stronger. The first beast he encountered after that initial rocky outcrop was a creature with skin as tough as stone, perfectly camouflaged against its surroundings. It was a predator lurking in the shadows, waiting for an unsuspecting victim to wander too close. But Lucavian was no ordinary prey. The wind whispered to him, guiding his movements and revealing the hidden dangers before they could strike. His first battle was fierce, the creature's strength formidable. Its stone-like skin deflected most of Lucavian's strikes, and its claws left deep gouges in the earth as it lunged at him. But Lucavian's movements were fluid and precise, and he used the terrain to his advantage. He darted between the rocks, striking at the creature's vulnerable spots, wearing it down little by little. Finally, with a well-timed thrust of his estoc, he pierced the beast's heart, and it collapsed with a thunderous crash. As it died, Lucavian felt the familiar coldness of death's mana rising from the corpse, and he absorbed it into his core, feeding the vortex that was the flame of Equinox. This became his routine. Each day, he sought out new challenges, new creatures to test his strength against. The forest was teeming with life, and with every battle, Lucavian's connection to the flame of Equinox grew stronger. He hunted beasts of all kinds: massive wolves with razor-sharp fangs, serpentine creatures that slithered through the underbrush with lethal grace, and even monstrous birds that swooped down from the treetops with talons like steel. Every battle was a lesson. He learned to harness the flame of Equinox more effectively, to balance the chaos of the black flame with the order of the vortex. The white-hot fire of life, channeled through Vitaliara's guidance, continued to blend with the abyssal energy, creating a power that was as fierce as it was controlled. The technique was demanding, the energy wild and difficult to control, but Lucavian persevered. With each victory, he grew more attuned to the duality within him, and the vortex in his core became more defined and more stable. The layers of the vortex began to take shape, each one representing a deeper level of mastery over the flame of Equinox. His physical abilities also improved as his body adapted to the rigorous demands of the forest. His muscles grew stronger, his reflexes sharper. The constant battles honed his instincts, making him quicker and more efficient in combat. He learned to conserve his energy, to strike with precision rather than brute force, and to use his environment to his advantage. There were moments of pain, moments when the wild energy threatened to overwhelm him, and the chaos within the flame of Equinox surged out of control. But Vitaliara was always there, guiding him and helping him find the balance once more. Her presence was a steadying force, and her own recovery began to progress as well. Together, they explored the depths of the shadowed thicket, pushing further into its dangerous heart. They encountered creatures that tested the very limits of their strength: beasts with venomous fangs, creatures with impenetrable hides, and even ancient predators that had claimed the forest as their own for centuries. But no matter how powerful the foe, Lucavian faced them all with the determination to grow stronger. With each battle, he absorbed more of the death mana, and the flame of Equinox continued to evolve. The black flame within him burned brighter, the vortex in his core spinning faster, more stable. Days turned into weeks, and the transformation was undeniable. Lucavian had become a force to be reckoned with, a warrior forged in the crucible of the forest's dangers. The young man who had once struggled to control his power was now a master of his own destiny, his connection to the flame of Equinox deep and unbreakable. The young man with slightly long hair walked beneath the dense canopy of the forest, his movements fluid and precise. His clothes, however, told a different story. They were haphazard, riddled with countless holes and tears, a testament to the battles he had fought and the dangers he had faced. The once sturdy fabric now hung loosely from his frame, the edges frayed and worn. Yet, despite the state of his attire, there was a sharpness to his presence, an aura of quiet strength and readiness. A long and thin sword rested in the sheath at his side, its hilt within easy reach of his hand. Lucavian's fingers hovered near the weapon, instinctively prepared to draw it at a moment's notice. The blade was his constant companion, a tool of survival, and a symbol of his mastery over the life and death forces within him. His face, in stark contrast to his battered clothing, was surprisingly clean. Despite the weeks spent in the wilderness, there was little sign of the harsh life he had endured. His skin was smooth, unmarred by dirt or stubble, as if he had somehow managed to maintain a semblance of order amid the chaos. His hair, which had grown longer during his time in the forest, was neatly tied behind his head in a ponytail, keeping it out of his eyes and giving him a focused, determined appearance. Surrounding him was a faint, slightly purplish energy, a manifestation of the devourer of the stars, his master's legacy. It pulsed gently around him. The energy was a testament to the power he had cultivated, the mastery he had achieved over the forces that had once threatened to tear him apart. As he walked forward, the energy swirled subtly around him, a reminder of the strength that now resided within his core. Beside him, a sleek and agile cat bounded through the underbrush, her movements graceful and almost playful. Vitaliara had regained much of her former vitality, her fur gleaming with health. The wounds that had once marred her body were healed, and there was a brightness in her eyes that spoke of renewed strength. She leapt effortlessly from rock to rock, her body a blur of motion as she explored their surroundings. Her presence was no longer that of a wounded, desperate creature but of a proud and powerful guardian. The bond between her and Lucavian had only grown stronger, and she seemed to revel in the freedom and strength that the forest had restored to her. "Let's find something to eat," Lucavian said, his voice calm and measured as he surveyed the forest with sharp, discerning eyes. "Are you planning to challenge it now?" In his head, a voice echoed as the cat stopped her tracks to look at him. "Indeed." "After filling my stomach." "Are you sure?" "I am." Lucavian's gaze remained steady as he spoke, his voice tinged with determination. "After spending the last few months training, I've developed the Flame of Equinox to its maximum potential. I'm almost ready to form their first vortex." Vitaliara paused, her sharp eyes studying him intently. "But in the past 3 weeks, all your attempts have met with failure, haven't they?" she asked, her tone more thoughtful than accusatory. He nodded slowly. "Yes. At first, I couldn't understand why I kept hitting a wall, why the vortex refused to fully form. But then, after countless failed attempts, I realized the reason." "And what did you discover?" Vitaliara inquired, though she already had an inkling of what his answer might be. Lucavian's expression grew resolute as he continued, "The monsters I've been hunting are broken bar. The death mana they leave behind is simply not enough. It lacks the intensity and chaos needed to push me past the threshold. Their first vortex requires more than just quantity. It demands a chaotic force, a raw power that can only be found in something truly strong, something that challenges the very limits of my strength." Vitaliara's gaze sharpened, and she nodded in understanding. "So, that is why you are planning to challenge it now?" "Exactly," Lucavian affirmed. "The creatures I've faced so far were formidable, but they weren't enough. If I want to succeed in forming their first vortex, I need to hunt something with a massive amount of mana, something that can provide the level of chaos required for the vortex to fully take shape." He paused for a moment, raising his head to see the place. Lucavian lifted his gaze toward the towering peak of the mountain ahead, his eyes narrowing as he took in the formidable terrain. The summit was jagged and rough, with craggy rocks jutting out like the fangs of some ancient beast. The air was thin here, and the wind howled around the stones, carrying with it a biting chill that cut through even his thick clothes. The mountain's peak was surrounded by an almost otherworldly aura, a sense of foreboding that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. There, nestled at the very top, was a small crater, a shallow depression in the earth that looked as if it had been gouged out by a tremendous force. The edges of the crater were lined with sharp rocks, and within its depths, a strange, pulsating light could be seen, faintly illuminating the otherwise barren landscape. Lucavian knew what lay within that crater. The creature he sought, the one that would provide him with the chaos and mana he needed, resided there. It was a beast that had been marked on his map. Lesser Abyssal Whim. Lesser Abyssal Whim, Lucavian repeated, the name rolling off his tongue like a challenge issued to the world itself. Vitaliara glanced at him, her eyes narrowing with concern. "Are you certain about this, Lucavian?" "The Abyssal Whim isn't just any monster. It's a peak 3-star creature at the very pinnacle of power in this part of the forest. Even with all the progress you've made, this fight will be different." Being one of the mythical monsters, Vitaliara had recovered a part of her strength, but it was only a fraction of it, as they had yet to find any life-concentrated locations. But there was something that she could provide even without her strength returning. It was her knowledge of monsters. With how she had lived in the forest, she was exceptionally knowledgeable about the monsters with life and death attributes, especially the monsters of Abyss. Lucavian nodded, his expression resolute. "I know, Vitaliara. I've been avoiding the Shattered Veil for that very reason. The creatures there are on a different level, most of them rumored to be at least 4-star strength. But this area of Broken Bar, I've pushed myself here, but it's no longer enough. I need a true challenge if I'm going to break through." He took a deep breath, steadying himself as he continued. "I've cleared out most of the monsters in this part of the forest. The fights have become too predictable, too easy. I don't want to get arrogant, but I need something that will push me to my limits. The Abyssal Whim is that challenge. Lucavian's eyes gleamed with determination as he added, the Abyssal Whim is a creature of the abyss, Vitaliara. If what you've told me is true, then there's a chance I can absorb its energy, or at the very least, the death energy in that place must be stronger. The Abyssal Whim might be exactly what I need to complete the first vortex. Vitaliara remained silent for a moment, her gaze sharp as she assessed Lucavian's words. You're right about that, she finally said. The Abyssal Whim's connection to the abyss means it's surrounded by powerful death energy. If you can survive the battle and absorb that energy, it could provide the catalyst you need. Lucavian nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation building within him. That's what I'm counting on. I've been preparing for this, and now it's time to put everything to the test. Sire Broken Bar. A heavy sigh echoed in his head. As expected, Vitaliara did not want him to force himself to do such a thing, and that was understandable. After all, knowing that she had once lost her contractor, she would not want the same thing to happen again. But at the same time, Lucavian was not someone that would back away. Once he made the decision, that would be the end of it, especially after learning that the monster there was lesser Abyssal Whim. Anyway, let's not think about that for the time being. I need to fill my stomach first. You are also hungry, no? Deciding to lighten the mood a little, Lucavian smiled. What do you want to eat? I will treat you what you want. Vitaliara looked up at Lucavian with a gleam in her eyes. If you're offering, then I'd like to eat a Stormclaw hare. Lucavian blinked, a chuckle escaping his lips. A Stormclaw hare? Huh? You don't make things easy, do you? Those are tricky to catch, and they live quite a distance from here. But if that's what you want, I'll get it for you. Stormclaw hares were known for their incredible speed and agility, making them difficult prey even for seasoned hunters. They were also quite rare, their habitats usually being deep within the forest's most treacherous terrains. The effort required to capture one was considerable, but Lucavian wasn't one to back down from a challenge, especially not when it came to fulfilling a promise to his companion. You asked for it, Vitaliara responded, her tone teasing yet appreciative. But you should know, they're delicious. The energy they contain is refreshing, even for a being like me. All right, Lucavian said with a smile, let's get moving then. They made their way through the forest, and Lucavian's steps were quick and deliberate as he navigated the terrain. He had become intimately familiar with the layout of this part of the forest, and it didn't take long for him to find the area where the Stormclaw hares were known to reside. As he approached the dense thicket where the hares were most likely hiding, Lucavian closed his eyes and allowed his mana to flow into the wind. Over the past weeks of intense training, he had honed this technique to near perfection. His mana merged seamlessly with the breeze, spreading out like a fine web, detecting the slightest disturbances in the air. The forest seemed to come alive around him as his senses extended. The rustle of leaves, the scurrying of small animals, the subtle shifts in the wind, all of it became part of his awareness. And then, he felt the faint but distinct presence of a Stormclaw hare, its rapid heartbeat and quick movements giving it away. You are, he thought, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. Moving with the stealth he had painstakingly perfected, Lucavian approached the hare's location. He kept his presence low, his mana barely a whisper in the air, ensuring that the creature wouldn't sense him until it was too late. When he was close enough, he stopped and focused on his core, drawing upon the energy within. He channeled it into his eye stalk, the blade beginning to glow faintly with a soft, silver light. A Void Starfall Blade, Starlight Needly. Eye swoosh. With a swift, precise motion, he released the condensed beam of starlight, a thin, almost invisible ray of energy that shot forward like a needle. Thud. The beam struck the Stormclaw hare before it even had a chance to react, piercing its heart in an instant. The creature collapsed, lifeless, before it even realized it was being hunted. A Broken Bar. Lucavian let out a breath, lowering his blade as he approached the fallen hare. That was easier than I thought, he said with a grin, picking up the creature and examining it. The hare's body was still warm, its fur soft and unmarred by any visible wound. Impressive, Vitaliara commented, her voice carrying a note of approval. "You've gotten even better at this." That was quite expected. After all, he had all the time to focus on his Void Starfall blade and his swordsmanship. Lucavian shrugged modestly. "I've had a lot of practice. Plus, it's nice to see that the techniques Master taught me are really paying off." With the techniques that his master left behind, with his old companion beside him, it was easy to get feedback. "What do you think of my performance? How was it compared to Master?" Vitaliara finished her meal and looked up at Lucavian, her eyes filled with a mix of nostalgia and critical analysis. "Your performance was good, Lucavian, no doubt about it. But if you're asking me to compare you to Gerald a Broken Bar, well, you still have a ways to go." Lucavian raised an eyebrow, curious but not surprised. "Oh? How so?" "Gerald," Vitaliara began, her voice tinged with a mix of admiration and fondness, "could have taken down that Stormclaw hair without even drawing his blade. He had a way of using his mana so efficiently, so precisely, that his presence alone could overwhelm creatures like this. He could manipulate the air, the earth, everything around him until his target had no choice but to surrender." Lucavian chuckled, shaking his head. "That's something only someone at the 4-star level could achieve." "I'm not quite there yet." "No, Gerald would have done it even while being a 3-star. "That means he was a mage?" "Kind of." "I see a broken bar. Then does that mean Master did not teach me the complete technique he had used?" "Most likely. He has a talent for using mana." "No, it was not a normal talent. He was the greatest genius that I had ever seen." "Not that you are too much different," she thought, but did not say it outright. "Because of his talent, he was able to use such a different mana that nobody in the world had used." "But you were Broken Bar. Your condition is unique just like him, so most likely he had altered the technique to teach you." Lucavian considered Vitaliara's words carefully. "So, Master modified his technique for me?" "That makes sense. He always had a way of tailoring his teachings to fit the individual." "Indeed," Vitaliara responded. Gerald understood that no two people are the same, especially when it comes to mana manipulation. His ability to adapt most likely results in his ability to teach you. He knew that your reversed mana meridians made you different, so he adjusted the techniques accordingly. Lucavian nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. "I've always wondered why certain aspects of the technique felt like they were tailored just for me. Now I understand why." "But don't think that means you're lacking in any way," Vitaliara added quickly. "On the contrary, it means that Gerald saw something in was something special, just like he had. Your unique condition might be challenging, but it also gives you the potential that others don't have. Especially that sword in your hand, a broken bar. Even Gerald would never win against you if you just clashed swords. A broken bar." She looked at the sword. There were countless different marks on it, showing countless battles it had endured. Yet the sword stood there. Lucavian smiled faintly, the weight of his master's teachings settling on his shoulders. "I know." After all, his master was the first person to start believing him for the potential he held. "That is why I will not disappoint him." With that, he stood up. After all, he had already filled his stomach as well. "Let's go." "You have already finished your meal." "You really are eager to go." "I am." As Lucavian and Vitaliara began their ascent toward the peak where the lesser abyssal whim resided, the atmosphere around them gradually shifted, becoming darker and more foreboding. The path was rugged and treacherous, lined with jagged rocks that jutted out at odd angles, forcing them to navigate carefully to avoid slipping or cutting themselves on the sharp edges. The air grew colder, the wind sharper, carrying with it a sense of dread that seemed to intensify with every step they took. It was as if the very mountain itself was warning them of the danger that lay ahead. As they climbed higher, Lucavian's sharp eyes caught sight of something scattered along the path: the carcasses and skeletons of various monsters, some fresh, others little more than bleached bones. The remains were strewn across the rocky terrain, a grim reminder of the power of the creature they were about to face. Vitaliara, perched on his shoulder, gazed at the scene with a mix of wariness and recognition. "The abyssal whim's territory, a broken bar," she murmured. "It's marking its domain, warning others to stay away." These creatures were likely foolish enough to challenge it and paid the ultimate price. Lucavian nodded, his expression serious as he surveyed the display of strength. But then he smirked. A mere beast dares to create a territory, a broken bar. I can't wait to trample on its neck once I kill it. His smirk was wide. Sire, broken bar. He really changed personality once again. A broken bar. Vitaliara couldn't help but cringe. A mere beast dares to create a territory, a broken bar. I can't wait to trample on its neck once I kill it. As Lucavian continued his ascent, his smirk only widened, a sharp contrast to the serious demeanor he had just displayed moments ago. His eyes, usually filled with determination, now gleamed with a fierce, almost predatory light. His hand rested confidently on the hilt of his estoc, the weapon that had become an extension of himself, a symbol of his growing power and relentless ambition. Vitaliara, perched on his shoulder, observed the transformation with a mix of concern and understanding. She had seen this change in him before, this shift in his demeanor, this surge of arrogance that seemed to take hold whenever he prepared for battle. It was as if the act of facing an enemy, the thrill of combat, awakened something primal within him. "You've changed again," she noted, her voice tinged with a resigned sigh. "It's as if you become a different person the moment you grab your sword." Lucavian's smirk deepened, his eyes narrowing with a sharp, confident edge. "When I face an opponent, I don't just fight to win," he replied, his voice low and intense. "I fight to dominate." His steps were deliberate, each one resonating with the confidence of a man who knew his own strength and relished in the thought of proving it. The carcasses and bones that littered the path were no longer just signs of danger to Lucavian, they were the trophies of his soon-to-be victory, the evidence of his impending conquest. "You really do change when you're like this." Vitaliara mused, her tone, a mix of exasperation and a hint of admiration. "You become a broken bar arrogant." Lucavian's eyes flashed with fierce pride. "Arrogance is only a flaw if you can't back it up," he said, his grip tightening on the hilt of his estoc. "And considering I am alive till this point, a broken bar. Things do seem like they are not working against me." Vitaliara couldn't deny that there was truth in his words. She had witnessed his growth, seen the way he had honed his skills and refined his techniques. Lucavian was no longer the uncertain young man she had first met. He had become a warrior, one who embraced the challenges before him with a boldness that bordered on recklessness. "Just be careful," she advised, her voice softening slightly. "The abyssal whim is not like the other monsters you've faced. It's a creature of pure abyssal energy, and its strength is formidable. Don't let your confidence blind you to the danger." Lucavian's smirk softened into a determined smile, a flicker of his more familiar self shining through. "I'm not blind to the danger." "So, you feel fear?" "Those who don't feel fear when facing an enemy are the ones who die first." "That is what I had learned from the battlefield." Vitaliara couldn't help but shake her head, her tail flicking slightly in exasperation. "You talk as if you've seen it all, Lucavian." Lucavian's smile remained, but there was a hint of something deeper in his eyes, something that spoke of past battles and hard-won experiences. "I may not have seen it all, but I've seen enough." Rumble. Before Vitaliara could respond, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Screech. The air was suddenly filled with a screech that echoed through the mountains, a sound that sent a chill down even Lucavian's spine. The atmosphere grew tense, the foreboding presence of something powerful drawing closer. Schlink. Without hesitation, Lucavian's hand moved to his estoc, the blade flashing in the dim light as he drew it from its sheath. His senses sharpened, every muscle in his body tensing in preparation for the inevitable confrontation. Swoosh! From one of the carcasses scattered along the path, something dark and swift launched itself toward him with a feral snarl. A shadow stalker, its eyes gleaming with predatory intent. TSK. Lucavian's response was instantaneous. His estoc moved in a blur, the blade slicing through the air with precision honed by countless battles. Slash. There was a brief moment of resistance as the steel met flesh, and then the shadow stalker's momentum faltered. Thud. The beast landed heavily on the ground, its body split cleanly in two by the force of Lucavian's strike. It twitched once, then lay still, its blood pooling around it. As expected, a broken bar. There are always some parasites wandering around like this. You indeed got stronger. Lucavian sheathed his estoc, his gaze never leaving the direction of the abyssal Wim's lair. "Strength alone isn't enough," he replied. "It's about knowing when to strike, how to use the opponent's own momentum against them. That's what keeps you alive." As the echoes of the screech faded, the mountain seemed to fall into an uneasy silence, as if the very land itself was holding its breath. But then, as if triggered by some unseen force, the stillness of the mountain was shattered by a deafening roar that echoed through the craggy peaks. The sound was deep and resonant, a powerful, guttural bellow that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. It was the unmistakable cry of the abyssal Wim. "I screech." Lucavian paused, his eyes narrowing as he listened to the beast's roar. The beast, a broken bar. There was a familiarity in that sound, something primal that stirred deep within him. "It is challenging me," he said, a grim smile forming on his lips. Vitaliara looked at him, her eyes wide with surprise. "How do you know that?" Lucavian didn't turn to face her. His gaze remained fixed on the direction from which the roar had come. "I can feel it," he said quietly, his voice steady. "It's something I've always felt when I'm about to face an opponent alone. It's like a call, an invitation to a duel." Vitaliara could sense the intensity in Lucavian's demeanor, the way his entire being seemed to resonate with the energy of the impending battle. "You've felt this before?" she asked, her tone curious but also concerned. Lucavian nodded. "Every time I've faced a strong opponent, I've felt a broken bar connection. It's like the world narrows down to just me and them. There's nothing else, no distractions, no doubts, just the fight." "You really are something." "Master also scolded me a lot. But, then, he did not have any choice but to accept it." "Gerald did?" "He did." "But what can I do?" Lucavian smiled. "This is what makes me who I am." With that, he reached the top of the mountain, his steps steady and sure as he neared the summit. The wind howled around him, carrying with it the scent of blood and decay, a grim reminder of the countless lives that had been lost on this unforgiving peak. As he took his final steps onto the plateau, the sight that greeted him was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Before him lay a massive crater, its edges jagged and rough, as if the earth itself had been torn apart by some colossal force. The crater was filled with the remnants of past battle, as countless skeletons and carcasses littered the ground, the remains of monsters that had once roamed this mountain. The bones were bleached white by the elements, their hollow eyes staring up at the sky as if in eternal lament. But it wasn't just the sheer number of remains that caught Lucavian's attention. Scattered throughout the crater were massive thorns, each one as thick as a man's arm and as tall as a tree. These thorns jutted out from the ground at odd angles, skewering the skulls of fallen beasts. The sight was both macabre and imposing, a clear indication that this place was not meant for the living. Vitaliara's eyes narrowed as she took in the scene. "This is the Wim's lair," she murmured, her voice tense. "Those thorns, a broken bar, they're not natural. They're the Wim's doing, a manifestation of its abyssal energy. This creature doesn't just kill, it revels in death, in the suffering of its prey." Lucavian's expression remained calm as he surveyed the area. The abyssal energy here was palpable, a heavy presence that weighed down on him like a thick fog. But rather than intimidating him, it made him feel like he was in his home. This was the challenge he had been seeking, the ultimate test of his strength and his mastery of the Flame of Equinox. "This is it," Lucavian said, his voice low but firm. "The abyssal Wim is close. I can feel its presence, a broken bar watching us." He stepped closer to the edge of the crater, his eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. "Are you angry that I stepped into your territory?" The thorns, the bones, the aura of death that hung over this place here, as if to remind him that he was now in the beast's presence. "Well, a broken bar. If there are no contestants like me, you will have no choice but to hunt down. So, please, don't be angry." As Lucavian's words faded into the wind, the silence of the mountain was shattered by a sudden, ear-piercing screech that reverberated through the air. Before he could react, a massive shadow loomed over him, and the ground beneath his feet trembled violently. Screech! The beast made its appearance. Screech! The lesser abyssal Wim burst forth from the depths of the crater, its massive body moving with a speed that belied its size. The creature was a terrifying sight to behold. Its scales glistened with an oily black sheen, and its eyes burned with a malevolent crimson light. The Wim's maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. As it lunged toward Lucavian with a ferocious snarl. Slam! The force of the whim's strike sent Lucavian flying backward, his body crashing into the jagged rocks at the edge of the crater. Pain exploded in his chest as the impact knocked the wind out of him, and for a moment, the world spun in a dizzying blur. Damn, a broken bar fast! Lucavian gritted his teeth, struggling to regain his footing as the whim coiled its massive body around the crater, its movements swift and fluid. The creature's sheer size and speed were overwhelming, and it was clear that this was no ordinary opponent. The whim was a creature born of the abyss, a force of pure, unrelenting power. Lucavian raised his estoc just in time to block another strike from the whim's tail, the impact sending shockwaves through his arms. The force of the blow drove him to one knee, and he could feel the pressure of the whim's attack bearing down on him. Lucavian, Vitaliara's voice rang out in his mind, a mix of urgency and concern. This is no ordinary foe. You must be careful. I know, Lucavian muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes narrowing as he studied the whim's movements. The creature was relentless, its attacks coming from all angles with a speed that left little room for error. The whim lunged again, its jaws snapping shut with a deafening crash mere inches from Lucavian's face. He rolled to the side, barely avoiding the creature's deadly bite, and quickly countered with a swift strike to the whim's exposed side. Clang! The blade of his estoc met the whim's scales with a sharp metallic clang, but it barely left a scratch. The whim's armor was far tougher than he had anticipated, and his weapon seemed almost ineffective against the creature's hardened hide. Its scales are too thick, Vitaliara warned, her voice tinged with frustration. You need to find a weak spot. Sire, broken bar. At that moment, a heavy sigh escaped from his mouth. Vitaliara, please be quiet. Vitaliara was taken aback by Lucavian's sudden command, her eyes widening in surprise. Huh? She blinked, her voice filled with confusion and concern. But Lucavian didn't waver. His expression hardened, his focus sharpening as he fixed his gaze on the whim. I need to focus, he said, his voice low and intense. This is a one-on-one fight. Don't interrupt me. There was a finality to his words, a determination that left no room for argument. Vitaliara felt a pang of guilt, realizing that she had been unintentionally disrupting his concentration. She had seen this side of Lucavian before, the unyielding focus, the singular drive to overcome his opponent without distraction. She sighed inwardly, her tail flicking with a mixture of resignation and understanding. You're right, she admitted. I'll stay quiet. Just a broken bar, be careful. Though she also noted what he said, that was for another time, not now. Lucavian didn't respond immediately. His entire being was now honed in on the whim, his mind working at a rapid pace to analyze every movement, every opening. The heavy sigh he had let out earlier seemed to have released the last of his tension, leaving behind only a razor-sharp focus. Vitaliara watched him in silence, her usual commentary withheld. She knew Lucavian well enough to understand that when he entered this state, there was no breaking through. He was in his element now, and the best thing she could do was to trust him. Swoosh! The whim lunged again, its massive form moving with terrifying speed, but Lucavian was ready. A blackish-colored starlight started oozing from him. His eyes, which were usually pitch black, were now filled with a purplish light. A void starfall blade, Star Surgia. The blade moved with fluid grace, slicing through the air as if it were an extension of Lucavian's very soul. The whim, undeterred by the change in its opponent, lunged forward with another ferocious strike, its jaws snapping shut with enough force to crush stone. I can already see that. But Lucavian was faster this time with his reaction. His estoc, now imbued with the power of the void starfall blade, danced in his hands, the starlight trailing behind each movement like a comet streaking across the night sky. Clang! The blade met the whim's scales, and this time, the impact was different. The starlight-infused estoc sliced through the air with a sharp, resonant note, its edge cutting through the whim's armor with a precision that defied logic. Sparks flew as the blade met resistance, but it pressed on, carving a deep gash into the whim's side. Screech! The creature let out a deafening roar of pain, its massive body writhing as it tried to shake off the attack. But Lucavian was relentless. He pressed forward, his movements fluid and controlled, Each strike of the Void Starfall blade, delivered with lethal accuracy. A-E Void Starfall blade. Eclipse Star Trail. A-. He whispered the command under his breath, and the starlight around him intensified. The blade in his hand began to pulse with energy, the light condensing into a concentrated point at the tip. With a powerful thrust, Lucavian drove the blade forward, the starlight exploding outward in a burst of raw, destructive force. The Whim's tough scales were no match for the concentrated power of the Eclipse Star Trail, as the whole amount of energy was compressed right on the tip. After all, there was a reason why a stock was thin and long. Stab! The blade pierced through the creature's armor, sinking deep into its flesh. The Whim let out another ear-splitting screech, its body convulsing as the energy from the starlight surged through it, disrupting its very essence. The technique was meant to disturb the enemy's internal energy. Lucavian could feel the raw power of the starlight coursing through the creature, but before he could press the advantage, a sudden tremor beneath his feet caught his attention. Something is coming. The ground trembled violently, and Lucavian's sharpened battlefield senses screamed a warning. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. His instincts, honed by countless battles, told him that his life was in imminent danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucavian yanked his stock from the Whim's flesh, the blade sliding free with a wet, sickening sound. In the same motion, he planted his foot against the creature's side and kicked off, channeling a burst of starlight through his body to propel himself backward. Boom! The blast of starlight was more powerful than he had anticipated. It sent him hurtling through the air at breakneck speed, his body moving faster than he could control. The force of the explosion left him disoriented, and for a brief moment, everything was a blur of light and sound. But his decision had been the right one. As he tumbled through the air, Lucavian caught sight of the spot where he had just been standing. There, jutting out of the ground like a forest of deadly spears, were a series of massive, jagged skewers made of dark, abyssal energy. They had erupted from the earth with terrifying speed, their razor-sharp tips gleaming with a malevolent light. Had he stayed even a fraction of a second longer, those skewers would have impaled him, ending the fight in an instant. Lucavian twisted in the air, managing to regain some control as he braced for impact. He hit the ground hard, rolling to absorb the shock before coming to a stop. His chest heaved as he caught his breath, the adrenaline coursing through his veins. A broken bar. As expected, a broken bar. You will not go down without a fight. A broken bar. Well, that is befitting to the lord of this mountain, is it not? He laughed, but there was no time to rest. The lesser abyssal Whim was far from defeated. The creature rose from the ground, its body writhing with abyssal energy. The wounds inflicted by their Eclipse Star Trail still bled, but the Whim's regeneration had already begun, dark energy knitting its flesh back together. Its eyes burned with a vengeful fury, and the ground beneath it seemed to pulse with the same malevolent force. Hey, a broken bar. Don't get mad. A broken bar. Why are you angry? Lucavian's gaze narrowed as he assessed the situation. The Whim wasn't just a mindless beast, it was cunning, capable of using its abyssal energy to manipulate the battlefield. A growl. The Whim let out a low, guttural growl, its form shifting as more of the abyssal energy gathered around it. The skewers that had erupted from the ground began to retract, melting back into the earth like shadows retreating from the light. But Lucavian wasn't about to be caught off guard again. His grip tightened on the hilt of his stock, the blade still glowing faintly with the remnants of starlight. If I want to keep myself from getting cornered, I need to stay on the move. The creature lunged again, its movements fluid and predatory. Lucavian darted to the side, his eyes locked on the Whim's every move. Lucavian's mind raced as he searched for an opening. The Whim is regening, but this process will take time. The damage to the Eclipse Star Trail cannot be easily recovered. The starlight should still be messing with his insides. If he could find a way to exploit that delay, to strike at the heart of the abyssal energy fueling the creature, he might be able to end this once and for all. That is the right way. A broken bar. To do that, I need to create an opening. In his mind, slowly the outline of the battle started forming. Lucavian's mind was a whirlwind of calculations as the lesser abyssal Whim shifted its tactics. The creature's regeneration was remarkable, but it was only a matter of time before Lucavian would find the opening he needed. The battle was now a deadly game of patience and precision, where the slightest mistake could mean his end. The whim, sensing that brute force alone would not be enough, shifted its approach. Its massive form began to tremble, and a deep, guttural growl reverberated through the air. Lucavian's eyes narrowed, his instincts screaming a warning. It's preparing something, a broken bar, something big. Without warning, the whim reared back, its maw gaping wide. A seething mass of dark energy began to gather in its throat, coalescing into a dense, swirling vortex. The very air around Lucavian seemed to thrum with power as the whim unleashed its breath, an inferno of abyssal fire. Whoosh! The black flames erupted from the whim's jaws, sweeping across the crater like a tidal wave of death. The heat was intense, the very ground beneath Lucavian's feet beginning to melt and crack under the assault. A devourer of stars. Manifester. There was no time to think, only react. Lucavian summoned every ounce of starlight within him, forming a protective barrier around his body as he leapt backward. The barrier held, but the force of the flames drove him further back, his feet skidding across the scorched earth. Despite the protection, he could feel the searing heat piercing through, licking at his skin and burning away the edges of his clothes. This fire, a broken bar, it's not normal. It's devouring everything, even mana itself. The realization struck him harder. This was no ordinary fire. So, that is what she meant by the essence of abyss. The abyssal flames were consuming not just the physical world but the very essence of energy itself. Lucavian knew that he couldn't afford to take another direct hit like that. But the whim wasn't finished. As the flames died down, a thick, impenetrable fog began to rise from the ground, blanketing the entire battlefield. The fog was unnatural, an eerie blend of darkness and shadow that seemed to swallow all light. Lucavian's vision blurred, his senses dulled by the oppressive miasma. A smoke screen, a broken bar, or something more? Lucavian's mind raced as he tried to pierce through the fog with his senses. But it wasn't just his sight that was impeded. The fog seemed to distort sound, distance, and even his perception of time. It was as if the whim had drawn him into a world where the rules of reality no longer applied. Then, without warning, the ground beneath him trembled violently. Lucavian's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. The whim had disappeared into the earth, its massive body burrowing through the ground like a serpent. The tremors grew stronger, more erratic, as the creature wormed its way beneath him, ready to strike from any direction. This is Barda, broken bar. He barely had time to react before the ground exploded beneath him. The whim's massive head burst forth, its jaws snapping shut with bone-crushing force. Swoosh! Lucavian twisted his body at the last second, narrowly avoiding being bitten in half, but the creature's tail whipped around with blinding speed, catching him in the side. Thud! UGH! The impact sent Lucavian flying through the air, his body slamming into the jagged rocks at the crater's edge. Pain radiated through his ribs, and he tasted blood in his mouth. The world tilted precariously as he struggled to stay conscious. Lucavian, Vitaliara's voice echoed in his mind, a mix of panic and concern. But she held back, remembering his earlier command. Lucavian coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he forced himself to his feet. His body ached, and every breath was a struggle, but his eyes remained focused and sharp. Focus, a broken bar. I need to focus, a broken bar. The whim had burrowed back into the ground, and the fog still hung thick around him, obscuring his vision. But in that moment of clarity, Lucavian realized something. There was a pattern to the whim's movements. The tremors, the shifts in the ground, the way the fog moved, it all followed a rhythm, a cadence that he had almost overlooked in the heat of battle. It's using the fog to mask its approach. But the ground, a broken bar, the ground gives it away. Lucavian closed his eyes, shutting out everything but the subtle vibrations beneath his feet. He focused on the rhythm, the slight changes in pressure, the way the earth shifted ever so slightly as the whim moved. A broken bar, I've got you. He opened his eyes, now filled with the fierce energy. The whim was cunning, but it wasn't invincible. Lucavian had seen through its tricks and had grasped the rhythm of its attacks. And now, he knew what to do. The ground trembled again, and Lucavian's body tensed, ready to spring into action. The vibrations grew stronger and closer, and he could sense the whim rising up beneath him, ready to strike. Now, Lucavian leapt to the side just as the ground exploded once more. The whim's head shot out of the earth, its jaws snapping shut where he had just been standing. But this time, Lucavian was ready. He pivoted on his heel, his estoc already in motion, the blade glowing with concentrated starlight. "Take these!" exclamation mark. He drove the blade forward, aiming not for the whim's armor but for a specific point to an exposed area near the base of its skull where the abyssal energy converged. There, Void Starfall blade, struck true, the starlight-infused estoc piercing through the whim's thick hide and sinking deep into its flesh. Screech! The whim let out a deafening roar, its body convulsing violently as the energy from the starlight surged through it. But Lucavian didn't stop. He twisted the blade, driving it deeper, channeling more starlight into the wound. "Got you now!" a broken bar. The whim thrashed and writhed, but its movements were growing weaker, more erratic. The fog began to dissipate, and the tremors in the ground lessened. Lucavian could feel the abyssal energy waning, its hold on the creature slipping. Screech! But just as he was about to dispel more energy, the creature screeched once more, a sound that reverberated through the very air, filled with desperate fury. Lucavian's instincts screamed at him a primal warning that something far more dangerous was coming. The whim's body convulsed violently, its scales beginning to shimmer with an eerie, malevolent light. Lucavian's eyes narrowed as he watched the creature's last-ditch effort to survive. The scales, once smooth and impervious, began to tip upwards, standing on end like rows of deadly blades. The air around the whim crackled with energy as the beast prepared its final strike. "It's going to broken bar self-destruct?" Lucavian's mind raced, but there was no time to react. The whim's entire body began to shake, and with one final, deafening screech, it unleashed its ultimate attack. The scales shot out in all directions like a storm of razors, each one glowing with the abyssal energy that had once fueled the beast's life. The sheer number of scales filled the air, each one honed to a deadly edge. Lucavian knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that this was something he could not simply evade. His instincts, honed by countless battles, told him that this attack was all-encompassing, leaving no room for escape. "There's no dodging these a broken bar." Lucavian closed his eyes, his mind reaching a state of perfect clarity. He could feel the energy around him, the currents of power swirling through the air as the scales bore down on him. Slowly, deliberately, he pointed his estoc to the side, the blade steady in his grasp. "Lucavian!" Vitaliara's voice rang out in his mind, frantic and filled with fear. "What are you doing?" "The scalies are there, coming straight for you." But Lucavian remained calm, even with his breathing. A small, almost imperceptible circle of starlight began to form around him, its light soft yet unwavering. The scales drew closer, a storm of death descending upon him from all sides. "I have to trust in these a broken bar." Lucavian released his breath, his body relaxing into the stance. The circle of starlight around him solidified, glowing brighter as he centered himself within it. And then, with a quiet resolve, he spoke the name of his technique. A tilde Annihilation Sword. Null space dot A tilde. The moment the words left his lips, the circle of starlight flared with a sudden turning into a black-grayish hue. The scales, now mere inches from his body, entered the circle, and in that instant, they were met with an invisible force. Clank, 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 clank. Each scale that crossed the boundary was cut down with surgical precision and disintegrated into nothingness before it could touch him. The air around Lucavian was filled with the sound of metal clashing against an unseen barrier, a symphony of destruction. As the scales were obliterated one by one, the starlight within the circle hummed with power, its glow unwavering as it annihilated everything that dared to enter. Vitaliara watched in awe and disbelief as the storm of scales was neutralized, her mind struggling to comprehend the sheer mastery of the technique. "Incredibly broken bar, he's cutting them all down." Lucavian remained motionless within the circle, his focus absolute. His breathing was calm and measured. At least, that was how it looked from the outside. Upon close inspection, he was actually moving at a rapid speed and cutting everything that was coming his way. That was a technique he had developed on his own, just by himself. the sword style that he had used as Bruce. It was the manifestation of that sword. The Wim's final attack, a last-ditch effort to take him down, was reduced to nothing more than dust in the wind. When the last of the scales had been destroyed, the circle of starlight slowly faded, leaving Lucavian standing alone in the aftermath. The Wim's massive form slumped to the ground, utterly spent. Yet, the beast did not die. Of course, it would not. After all, no beast would sacrifice itself just for the sake of taking its enemy along. They had only one instinct. It was to survive. Well, a broken bar. That was Glucy broken bar. As the adrenaline of battle faded, exhaustion began to take hold. His body, pushed to its absolute limits, was starting to show the toll of his relentless efforts. Blood trickled from his nose, a dark crimson trail that dripped onto the ground. He could feel the sharp pain in his muscles, the deep ache in his bones as signs of the internal injuries he had sustained from forcing his body to perform a technique that was not yet complete. Vitaliara's concerned voice echoed in his mind. Lucavian, your hut a broken bar. You've got internal injuries. He nodded slightly, wincing as he shifted his weight. Yeah, broken bar. I know. The technique, yeah, broken bar. It's not finished. I pushed myself too hard. His breaths were shallow and labored, each one sending a jolt of pain through his chest. But despite the pain, a smirk played on his lips as he looked down at the Wim. The once mighty creature, now slumped and defeated, still clung to life, its body trembling with the last vestiges of its strength. House a broken bar. House a broken bar. Lucavian mumbled as he stepped closer, his eyes cold and mocking. In the end, you ended up just like Thesey broken bar, he said, pointing to the skulls all around. And now you are going to become my meal. The lesser abyssal Wim, now stripped of its once impenetrable scales, lay exposed and vulnerable before Lucavian. Its flesh, pale and almost translucent, pulsed with the last remnants of the abyssal energy that had once made it so fearsome. Without its protective armor, the creature no longer looked like the mighty beast that had terrorized the forest. Its body was long and sinuous, covered in patches of raw, bleeding flesh where the scales had been torn away. The Wim's eyes, once glowing with a malevolent light, were now dull and glazed, filled with a mixture of pain and fear. The creature's elongated maw, lined with jagged, broken teeth, gaped open as it struggled to breathe. Its massive claws, which had once raked through the earth with terrifying force, now twitched weakly, scraping against the rocky ground in a pitiful attempt to defend its. Lucavian watched the Wim's futile efforts with a detached expression, the coldness in his eyes reflecting the fate that awaited the beast. It was no longer a monster to be feared. It was just a pest, a dying creature that had been stripped of its power and dignity. The sight of the wriggling, pitiful mass before him stirred no sympathy in Lucavian. Instead, it only solidified his resolve. As a mere beast, you have already achieved quite a lot, Lucavian said with a smirk, his voice mocking. He raised his estoc, the blade gleaming in the dim light, and took a step closer to the Wim. But in the end, you became nothing but a stepping stone. The Wim's body convulsed, a final, desperate spasm of life as Lucavian approached. Its tail lashed out one last time, but the movement was slow and weak, easily avoided. Lucavian didn't flinch. His focus was absolute, his mind clear as he prepared to deliver the final blow. With a swift, decisive motion, Lucavian plunged his estoc deep into the Wim's exposed flesh, aiming for the creature's heart. The blade sank in smoothly, meeting little resistance as it pierced through muscle and bone. The Wim let out a final, shuddering gasp, its body going still as the last of its life force drained away. Lucavian watched as the light faded from the Wim's eyes, the once terrifying beast reduced to nothing more than a lifeless husk. He pulled his blade free, wiping it clean on the creature's pale flesh before stepping back. It's over, he said, his voice steady despite the weariness that now settled over him. He could feel the toll the battle had taken on his body, the strain of pushing himself beyond his limits. But the sight of the dead Wim at his feet brought him a sense of satisfaction. He had won, and the power he sought was now within his grasp. Vitaliara's voice broke through the silence, her tone filled with concern. Lucavian, you need to rest. You've pushed yourself too hard, and these injuries. I know, he interrupted, his voice soft but firm. But first, I need to finish this. Lucavian knew he couldn't just reach out and absorb the death energy by pushing his hand. The energy in this place was different, denser, more potent. It required a different approach, one that would allow him to fully harness the chaotic power that surrounded him. Ignoring the pain that racked his body, Lucavian lowered himself to the ground, crossing his legs as he assumed a meditative posture. He closed his eyes, shutting out the world around him, and focused on his breathing. Each breath was slow and deliberate, drawing in the cold, dark air of the crater and releasing it in a steady rhythm. The death energy in the crater was thick, almost tangible. It clung to the air like a heavy mist, seeping into every corner of the barren landscape. The lesser abyssal wym's presence had left an indelible mark on this place, its abyssal energy mingling with the residual death energy from the countless creatures it had slain. This place was like a nexus of death, a perfect environment for Lucavian to strengthen their first vortex. I'm walking a fine line, he mused, his mind swirling with the dark energy that filled the crater. Balancing life and death, a broken bar, creation and destruction, a broken bar. It's not something that should be taken lightly. As he continued to breathe, Lucavian could feel the energy beginning to respond to him. It was subtle at first, a faint tingling sensation at the edge of his consciousness, but it grew stronger with each passing moment. The death energy began to flow toward him, drawn by their flame of equinox, within his core. Lucavian remained perfectly still, his focus unyielding. He allowed the energy to gather around him, letting it seep into his body with every breath. Don't stop now. Such an opportunity will never come again like this. The process was slow and methodical. He couldn't afford to rush it, not with the injuries he had sustained. But despite the pain, he persisted, knowing that this was the only way to fully harness the power he needed. Ignore the pain. As the energy flowed into him, Lucavian could feel their first vortex within his core beginning to stabilize. Slowly, the black flame that represented the flame of equinox burned brighter, fed by the death energy that now surged through his veins. Lucavian visualized the vortex as a whirlpool, its spiraling layers growing more distinct as the death energy was drawn into it. Each layer represented a new level of mastery, a deeper connection to the abyssal power that now resided within him. He could feel the first layer forming, solidifying, as the energy flowed smoothly into place. It was still rough, still incomplete, but it was taking shape, becoming more defined with each breath. Keep the controller broken bar. It is becoming more and more chaotic. The pain in his body began to recede, replaced by a growing sense of power, a feeling of control over the chaos within him. The energy of the whim, combined with the death energy that saturated the crater, was exactly what he needed to push the vortex to the next level. Just a little more, a broken bar, Lucavian thought, his mind focused entirely on the process. He could feel the vortex nearing completion, the first layer almost fully formed. The energy swirled faster, tighter, condensing into a powerful force that threatened to break free of his control. But Lucavian held firm, his will unyielding as he guided the final strands of death energy into place. The vortex spun wildly, the black flame of equinox, burning brighter and colder, but it held together, its form solidifying into something more than just a chaotic swirl of energy. Huff, with a final breath, Lucavian felt the vortex click into place, the first layer complete. The energy within him stabilized, the wild chaos settling into a steady, controlled rhythm. Their first vortex was finished, a powerful storm of life and death, creation and destruction, all held in perfect balance within his core. Lucavian slowly opened his eyes, feeling the energy thrumming through his veins. The exhaustion was still there, but it was overshadowed by the sense of accomplishment, the knowledge that he had taken another step toward mastering the power that now resided within him. The crater around him was still the death energy drained from the air and absorbed into his being. He had done it. He had conquered the whim, absorbed its power, and completed the first stage of his new technique. His breathing was rough as he could feel the energy inside his core. But then he noticed the scene before him. What the hell happened? It was a scene of utter destruction, as the first vortex stabilized within Lucavian's core. The energy that had been swirling wildly settled into a harmonious rhythm, a perfect balance of life and death, fire and frost. Lucavian let out a long breath, the tension in his body releasing as the chaotic storm within him finally came under control. But just as he was beginning to savor the success of his breakthrough, the atmosphere around him shifted. The air grew heavy, charged with a palpable tension that seemed to ripple outward from where he sat. Lucavian didn't notice the change, his focus still inward, but Vitaliara, perched nearby, felt it immediately. Her sharp eyes widened as she saw something extraordinary. Above Lucavian's head, a pitch-black star began to form, shimmering into existence like a tear in the fabric of reality itself. The star was small at first, a point of darkness that absorbed all light around it, but it quickly expanded, its presence growing more oppressive, more intense. What a broken bar! Vitaliara's thoughts raced as she watched the star pulse with a raw, chaotic energy unlike anything she had ever encountered before. The black star seemed to resonate with the vortex inside Lucavian, responding to the energies he had just harnessed. It was as if the very forces of the universe were bending to his will, drawn to the power he had cultivated. The star continued to expand, and then, without warning, it began to disperse. The darkness unraveled, stretching outwards until it took the form of a massive, swirling hurricane of black energy. The air around Lucavian twisted and distorted, the environment bending under the immense pressure of the phenomenon that had been unleashed. Vitaliara's concern deepened. This is more than just to break through a broken bar. It's like the energy is out of control. The hurricane of black energy spun faster and faster, the ground beneath Lucavian cracking and splintering as the forces at play grew more volatile. The entire crater seemed to tremble, the earth groaning under the strain of the energy Lucavian had unwittingly summoned. Vitaliara tried to call out to him, but her voice was lost in the deafening roar of the hurricane. She could only watch in alarm as the situation spiraled beyond anything she had anticipated. This was no ordinary breakthrough. This was something far more dangerous, more chaotic. And then, in a blinding instant, the hurricane contracted, collapsing in on itself with a force that sent shockwaves ripping through the air. The explosion that followed was immense, a detonation of pure energy that erupted from the center of the crater, sending debris flying in all directions. Vitaliara was thrown back by the force of the blast, tumbling through the air before she managed to regain her footing. She landed a distance away, her fur bristling as she tried to process what had just happened. When the dust and debris finally began to settle, Vitaliara forced herself to her feet, her eyes scanning the destruction left in the wake of the explosion. The crater had been deepened, its walls shattered and scorched, and in the center, where Lucavian had been meditating, a thick cloud of black smoke swirled ominously. Vitaliara's heart pounded in her chest as she approached cautiously, her senses alert for any sign of movement. Lucavian, a broken bar. Before she could finish the thought, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Lucavian's form within. He stood in the center of the chaos, breathing heavily but with a satisfied face. But then, upon seeing the scene, he could not help but look surprised. What the hell happened here? Lucavian's eyes widened in genuine surprise as he took in the devastation around him. The once solid ground had been reduced to a shattered landscape, and the air was thick with lingering traces of raw, chaotic energy. He turned to Vitaliara, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. What the hell happened here? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Vitaliara, still shaken from the force of the explosion, approached him cautiously, her eyes filled with concern. It was because of you, Lucavian, she replied, her tone serious. The energy you unleashed during your breakthrough a broken bar, it was far more destructive than anything I've ever seen. Because of me? Lucavian repeated, still trying to comprehend the extent of the destruction he had caused. He looked down at his hands as if expecting to see some trace of the power that had just erupted from within him. But they were steady, and the energy within him had settled into a calm, controlled rhythm. Vitaliara nodded, her gaze never leaving him. The power you've harnessed is the flame of Equinox, so it's not just powerful, it's volatile. The forces you're dealing with aren't meant to be tamed easily, and when they're pushed too far, they can become incredibly destructive. Lucavian furrowed his brow, the realization slowly sinking in. I see a broken bar. I was just trying to stabilize the vortex, to bring it under control, and was just too focused on my core I missed what was happening outside. Indeed, Vitaliara acknowledged, her tone softening slightly. You have already tapped into a power that goes beyond normal limits. The vortex within your broken bar, it's a force of nature, a balance of life and death, and when that balance is disturbed, it can unleash chaos. Lucavian took a deep breath, trying to steady his thoughts. The thrill of the breakthrough, the surge of power, it had felt like nothing he had ever experienced before. This is really different. He could feel the energy now wanting to go out of his body. After all, the moment one would reach the second star realm, they would now be able to control the mana out of the core. Lucavian took a deep breath, centering himself as he turned his focus inward. The devastation around him faded into the background as he honed in on the energy within his core. He could feel it, a powerful, swirling force, no longer just contained within him but now pulsing with a new level of intensity. Let's see a broken bar, he thought, his mind zeroing in on their flame of equinox. As he peered into his core, Lucavian's eyes widened slightly. The once flickering black flame that had represented the flame of equinox was now burning with a steady, fierce light. It had changed, grown. The energy had solidified into something more potent, more tangible. The vortex that had been chaotic and uncontrolled before now spun with purpose and direction. He could see the layers of energy, each one representing a new level of mastery, spiraling together in perfect harmony. The energy was no longer just something he could harness within his body, it was something he could project outward, something that could extend beyond the confines of his core. Lucavian's gaze shifted to his estoc, still stained with the blood of the lesser abyssal whim. His hand tightened around the hilt, the metal cool and familiar against his skin. Let's try it. With a deliberate focus, he willed the flame of equinox to flow through him, directing the energy toward the blade. He could feel the mana responding to his command, surging from his core and traveling through his reversed meridians, a sensation that was both familiar and new. The energy felt different now, as stronger, more assertive, but also more controlled. As the energy reached the estoc, the blade began to glow faintly, the dark metal taking on an eerie, almost ethereal quality. The black flame of the flame of equinox licked along the edge of the sword, casting an unnatural light in the dim surroundings. Lucavian felt a thrill of power as he watched the flame dance along the blade. It wasn't just a visual effect, the energy was real, tangible, and he could feel it waiting, a broken bar, waiting to kill. Now a broken bar, let's see what you can do. With that thought, Lucavian took a decisive step forward, raising his estoc high before bringing it down in a swift, calculated arc. The blade slashed through the air, aimed directly at the thick carcass on one of the skewers of the lesser abyssal whim that lay scattered around him. He could feel the resistance as the blade met the hardened flesh, or dense and tough, even in the creature's weakened state. But then, something unexpected happened. As the blade made contact, the black flame of the flame of equinox flared, sinking into the skewer. The estoc cut through the tough flesh, not effortlessly, but with a noticeable resistance. It wasn't the clean, effortless slice he had hoped for, but it was enough. The blade passed through the skewer, leaving a deep, jagged cut in its wake. Lucavian frowned slightly. So, it's not as smooth as I thought, a broken bar. He could tell that while their flame of equinox had enhanced his strike, it wasn't quite the same as when he wielded their devourer of stars. The energy didn't seem to project beyond the blade as he had imagined. Instead, it was contained in a weird way. If the starlight was like a compressed laser, this one was a fire that would ignite. And it did just that. The black flame, which had sunk into the flesh, was spreading. The point where his blade had made contact was starting to smolder, the fire eating away at the carcass. It wasn't a fast process, but it was relentless. The flame slowly consumed the skewer, eroding the dense material and reducing it to a blackened, grumbling mess. Lucavian watched with a mix of curiosity and satisfaction. It's not just a simple enhancement, a broken bar. This flame has a corrosive property. The skewer continued to disintegrate, the black flame devouring it from the inside out. Where the blade had made its mark, the fire spread, melting the flesh as it went, leaving nothing but ash in its wake. It was a slow, creeping destruction, but there was no denying its effectiveness. The Flame of Death, a broken bar. A fitting name, is it not? He thought with a smile. There was something weird with that flame, something that was far more dangerous than he could see. But he did not know what it was for the time being. So, this is how the Flame of Equinox works now. A broken bar, he thought, his mind racing with possibilities. The power was there, potent and deadly, but it required a different approach. He couldn't just rely on brute force. He needed to be precise and strategic, using the flame's corrosive nature to his advantage. He glanced down at his estoc, the blade still faintly glowing with the remnants of the black flame. But then he noticed something. Your blade, a broken bar, it cannot hold your flames. Vitaliara's voice echoed in his mind, her tone laced with concern as she observed the estoc. She was right. The weapon was clearly struggling to contain the power of the Flame of Equinox. The corrosive nature of the black flame wasn't just devouring his enemies, it was slowly consuming his blade as well. Lucavian ran his fingers along the blade's surface, feeling the rough texture where the metal had started to degrade. The estoc had been his companion through thick and thin, but now it was clear that it couldn't keep up with the demands of his newfound power. The thought of losing the weapon, of it shattering in the middle of a crucial fight, sent a chill down his spine. It's already starting to break down. A broken bar, Lucavian thought grimly. He could see the damage spreading, the cracks widening ever so slightly as the corrosive energy continued to eat away at the metal. I haven't been able to take proper care of it in the forest, a broken bar, and now it's paying the price. His time in the wilderness has been grueling, with little opportunity to maintain or repair his gear. The materials he needed were scarce, and the battles had taken their toll. The estoc, which had been his companion for many years, was now reaching its limit. Vitaliara's voice broke through his thoughts again, this time more solemn. The techniques you've been using, Lucavian, a broken bar, they demand too much from your blade. Especially that last one. It's a technique that's far more advanced than you're ready for, and you didn't execute it well. Never forget, a broken bar. If you ever break a sword, a broken bar, it is not because of the blade but because of your lack of ability. He remembered what Gerald had said to him once. Vitaliara's words just meant the same thing. Indeed, that is right. Vitaliara watched Lucavian closely, her eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke. His determination was clear, as Lucavian looked at her with a slight smile, saying, "Indeed, that is right. But there is not much that can be done about this, is there? Next time, a broken bar, I should put more effort into perfecting my technique." She couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Vitaliara shook her head slowly, her gaze softening as she considered his words. She knew how much time Lucavian had already spent honing his skills, how he had poured every ounce of his being into perfecting his swordsmanship. And now, even after all that effort, he was saying he needed to do more. He's indeed crazy when it comes to the sword, Vitaliara thought, her tone inward, almost affectionate in its exasperation. But she kept the thought to herself, not wanting to dampen his spirit. She understood his drive, his need to push beyond his limits, but it was still difficult to watch him be so hard on himself. Lucavian, unaware of her internal musings, continued to examine the estoc, his mind already turning over new ideas and strategies. Vitaliara sighed inwardly. He won't stop, not until he's perfected every last detail, a broken bar, and even then, he'll find something else to strive for. Despite her concerns, she couldn't help but admire his tenacity. It was what had brought him this far, after all, and she knew it would continue to drive him forward, no matter the obstacles. "Now, let me rest a little," Lucavian mumbled as he grabbed the one last healing potion that he had in his pouch. "And then we will leave this forest." It was time for him to leave this place, as Lucavian settled into a meditative posture, the healing potion working its magic on his battered body. Vitaliara moved silently through the remnants of the battlefield. Her sharp eyes scanned the area, taking in the scattered scales of the lesser abyssal wind that had been blown away by Lucavian's final strike. The scales, once a part of the beast's impenetrable armor, were now strewn across the crater, their dark, reflective surfaces glinting ominously in the dim light. Vitaliara began to gather the scales, her movements precise and deliberate. Each scale was a reminder of the fierce battle that had just taken place, a testament to Lucavian's relentless drive and the power he had unleashed. She handled them with care, knowing that they held a significance beyond their immediate value. They were pieces of a creature that had been formidable, and they might still serve a purpose in the future. After all, most of the time, a beast's remains can be used for many things. The carcasses, especially for beasts with scales like these, would be used for making weapons. And since the lesser abyssal whim was a best of peak 3-star rank, it was something that would not be easily hunted. Because of that, the value it posed would be much higher. He can even make a weapon from its scales. That was what she had thought. As she worked, Vitaliara's gaze occasionally drifted back to Lucavian, who remained seated in meditation, his breathing slow and even. The contrast between the two scenes was striking. Around her, the landscape was a portrait of destruction. The ground was shattered, scorched, and marred by deep scars where their flame of equinox had burned through flesh and stone alike. The air was thick with the lingering scent of ash and decay, a grim reminder of the life that had been snuffed out in this place. But in the midst of this devastation, there was Lucavian, a figure of complete stillness and tranquility. His expression was calm, his body relaxed as the healing potion did its work. The chaos that had erupted from his breakthrough had subsided, leaving behind only the quiet, focused energy of his meditation to recover his starlight energy. It was as if he had become a part of the stillness, a serene presence in the eye of the storm. The tranquility in Hema Broken Bar, it's almost unsettling, Vitaliara mused, her thoughts tinged with a mix of admiration and concern. To be so calm after causing such destruction at Broken Bar, it was indeed a rare thing. Not everyone would possess such a quality. He was indeed not lying when he said he had seen in or for Broken Bar, she thought. As she continued to gather the scales, her mind wandered back to the moment when the black star had formed above Lucavian, when the air had crackled with raw, chaotic energy. The memory of that power, so overwhelming and untamed, made her shiver slightly. That star, a Broken Bar. It was of an abyss but at the same time of a cosmos. A Broken Bar. Being a mythical beast who had seen countless different things, she could easily say that that star was not something that was normal. Just what are you, Lucavian? She could not help but think. And just what kind of monster have you released to the world, Gerald? There were many questions but no answers at all. In the end, she could only shake her head, looking at the play of fate. The play of the fate of Broken Bar. Vitaliara cast one last glance at the destruction around her before turning back to Lucavian. His breathing had steadied, the tension in his muscles easing as the healing potion took effect. The harsh lines of exhaustion that had marred his face were softening, replaced by the calm determination that was so characteristic of him. With her task complete, Vitaliara approached Lucavian quietly, settling down nearby to keep watch over him as he continued his meditation. The peak around them was silent, as if holding its breath in the aftermath of the battle. Even the usual sounds of distant creatures had faded, leaving only the faint rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the wind. Let's see what the play has in store for a Broken Bar, she thought. And whatever it was, she would follow him. A Broken Bar. After all, she was his contracted beast from now on. As Lucavian's meditation drew to a close, his breathing deepened, and a final wave of energy swept through his body, signaling the end of his recovery. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feeling the residual warmth of the healing potion dissipate as his starlight energy fully replenished. His muscles, once tight with strain, now felt refreshed and ready to move. That is good. I can now leave this place. He looked around the crater, taking in the aftermath of the battle one last time. The destruction was extensive, a testament to the fight that had just happened here, but he felt no attachment to the scene. It was just another step in his journey, one that had left its mark but was now behind him. He glanced at Vitaliara, who had been quietly watching over him, her presence a comforting constant. She gave him a small nod, acknowledging that the time had come to move on. The map will show the way, Lucavian thought as he reached into his pouch and retrieved the old, worn map of the shadowed thicket. He had studied it countless times during his stay here, memorizing the paths, the landmarks, and the dangers that lay in wait. The exit is to the north, through the dense undergrowth. A broken bar then passed the River of Shrouded Echoes. The River of Shrouded Echoes was a wide, fast-moving river that cut through the heart of the shadowed thicket. "I'll need to clean myself before we go," Lucavian murmured, his voice steady as he sheathed his stock and adjusted his gear. The blade, though worn and cracked, was still a part of him, and he wouldn't discard it until he had something to replace it with. "Looks like you will be with me for a little longer," he thought with a small smile. Vitaliara, who had finished gathering the scales of the lesser abyssal whim, nodded in agreement. "It's a good idea. The river will help you clear your mind as well." Lucavian gave her a brief smile before turning his attention to the path ahead. The forest was quiet, the usual sounds of life muted, as if the creatures themselves were wary of what had transpired here. Well, that was to be expected. After all, the leader of this place was now dead, and most of the beasts would have already sensed it. "This place will turn chaotic soon." Not long after, seeing that no one was claiming this place, more and more beasts would flood here. After all, the peak could very well be a place where many monsters could reside. He took one last look at the battlefield, at the smoldering remnants of the whim and the scars left by his breakthrough. "This place here, Broken Bar, I will not forget it." With that, Lucavian began his trek toward the River of Shrouded Echoes, Vitaliara following close behind. The journey was uneventful, the forest seemingly devoid of any immediate threats. Perhaps the presence of the lesser abyssal whim had kept other creatures at bay, or perhaps they were simply lying low, sensing the power that Lucavian had unleashed. After a short walk, they reached the river's edge. The water was as dark as Lucavian remembered, its surface reflecting the twisted branches of the trees above, creating a distorted, haunting image of the world around them. The sound of the rushing water was soothing, a stark contrast to the silence that had enveloped the forest. With a sigh, he began to strip off the clothes he had been wearing for what felt like an eternity. The fabric was stiff with dried blood, dirt, and sweat, the remnants of countless battles and harsh conditions. The once sturdy material was now worn and frayed, barely holding together after enduring the rigors of the shadowed thicket. "I guess I need to change my clothes from now on," Lucavian thought, glancing at the path that led out of the forest. He knew that leaving this place would no longer pose a significant threat. The time he had spent here had sharpened his senses and instincts to a razor's edge, allowing him to navigate the dangers with ease. The monsters that once haunted his every step were now merely obstacles to be avoided or dispatched without much effort. As he discarded his clothing, Lucavian's bare body was revealed, a testament to the relentless training and battles he had endured. His physique was lean and sculpted, not bulky, but every muscle was defined and firm, a result of the intense physical regimen he had subjected himself to. But what truly stood out were the scars. They were scattered across his body, small cuts, slashes, and marks that told the story of his past. Each one was a reminder of a battle fought, a near miss, or a wound that could have been fatal. They were remnants of his time on the battlefield, each scar a chapter in the saga of his life as a warrior. "Are you not coming?" He turned to look at Vitaliara, who was just looking at him with her eyes. The small cat somehow looked sad. Cats dislike water. And Vitaliara appeared to be grumpy. Rakenshaw City. Rakenshaw, a modest city perched on the edge of the Empire of Arcanes, hummed with a newfound energy. Nestled against the backdrop of jagged mountains, the city had long been a place of tension, its people bearing the brunt of the Empire's ambitions. But today, the streets were transformed. The war had finally ended, and Rakenshaw was free to celebrate. Bright banners of crimson and gold, the colors of the Empire, fluttered from every rooftop and balcony, catching the soft summer breeze that carried the scent of roasting meats and fresh-baked bread. The central square, usually a place of hurried transactions and wary glances, has become the heart of the festival. Stalls lined the cobblestone paths, their owners shouting to passers-by, offering everything from spiced wine to intricate trinkets. At the center of the square stood a grand statue, newly erected to commemorate the Empire's victory. The figure of a stern-faced major of the city, sword raised in triumph, loomed over the festivities, a reminder of the price paid for this celebration. Yet, the people did not shy away from its shadow. Instead, they danced beneath it, children darting through the crowd with laughter that had been absent for far too long. The streets of Rackenshaw buzzed with conversation, the air thick with the sounds of lively chatter and the scent of summer blooms. Farmers and their families filled the square, their faces flushed with the rare joy of peace. "I tell you, Beric, I haven't seen a haul this good in years," an older man with weathered hands and a broad smile remarked, lifting a mug of spiced wine to his lips. His name was Corwin, a farmer whose fields had been the lifeblood of his family for generations. "Aye, Corwin," his friend Beric responded, a grin splitting his suntanned face. "The land's been good to us, even with the war hanging over our heads. But I won't lie, I'm glad we don't have to send any more of our best crops to the front lines." Corwin nodded, his expression turning serious for a moment. "We gave what we could, but it's been hard on everyone. My boy, Lyle, he's been worried we'd lose the farm if the taxes kept rising." Beric clapped Corwin on the back, his voice reassuring. "Well, Lyle can rest easy now. The war's over, and we've got a good harvest ahead of us. We'll fill our own tables before we fill the Empire's stores again." Nearby, a young woman named Greta, her arms full of vibrant wildflowers, joined the conversation. "It feels strange, doesn't it? Not having to look over our shoulders anymore, worrying if this season's crops will go to our families or the soldiers." Beric nodded, his gaze drifting to the statue of the Major in the square's center. "We've all made sacrifices, but today our broken bar today's different. We can finally enjoy the fruits of our labor." Greta's eyes sparkled with a mixture of relief and hope. "And we can plan for the future now, plant what we want instead of what's needed for rations. My father's been talking about expanding the orchard, says we might finally be able to afford it." Corwin chuckled, raising his mug in a toast. "Here's to that, Greta. May your orchards grow as full as your heart." As the three continued to talk, their voices blending with the general hum of the festival, the crowd's attention was drawn toward the center of the square. There, atop a small platform draped in the Empire's colors, stood the Baron overseeing Rackenshaw, Baron Edris Windhall, a man of middle years with a dignified bearing and the crest of his familiar silvertree on the field of green emblazoned on his chest, raised a hand to the crowd. His presence commanded respect, yet his eyes held a warmth that endeared him to the citizens. "My friends, my fellow citizens of Rackenshaw," Baron Windhall began, his voice carrying easily over the gathered throng. "Today, we celebrate not just the Empire's victory but our own. We have endured hardships together, we have supported our soldiers and our empire with the bounty of our lands. And now, we reap the rewards." The crowd erupted in cheers, the noise a cathartic release after months of tension. Baron Windhall continued, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Let this festival be a reminder that the strength of Rackenshaw lies not just in our soil but in our spirit. As we move forward, may our fields grow ever more bountiful, and may our hearts remain ever united." Corwin, Beric, and Greta joined in the applause, their hands meeting in a shared rhythm of gratitude and hope. Around them, the celebration surged with renewed vigor, the citizens of Rackenshaw buoyed by the words of their Baron. "Baron Windhall's a good man," Beric said, his voice filled with respect. "He knows what we've been through, and he's stood by us through it all." Corwin nodded in agreement. "He has. And now we can stand tall, knowing our work has brought us here." Yet the gaze belonging to Greta was not the same as the others. It was a little different. There was a small hatred on her face, an expression that many others have missed. A ring. But amongst the music and the cheerfulness of the festival, her expression had disappeared without being noticed by anyone at all. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, the festival in Rackenshaw showed no signs of slowing down. The music grew louder, the dances more exuberant, and the laughter more uninhibited as the people celebrated the end of their long ordeal. The stalls were still bustling with activity, though the barrels of spiced wine were rapidly emptying, and the scent of roasted meats mingled with the sweet tang of spilled ale. Children, tired from hours of play, were now clinging to their parents, their eyelids heavy but their spirits still high. The more seasoned citizens, too, were beginning to feel the effects of the day's festivities. Many had found their way to the long wooden tables set up in the square, their faces flushed from drink and cheer, sharing stories of past harvests and dreams of a prosperous future. Yet, amid the revelry, Greta moved quietly, her steps steady and purposeful. She offered polite smiles and nods to those who greeted her, but her mind was elsewhere. The flicker of hatred that had crossed her face earlier was now buried deep within, hidden behind the practiced calm of someone used to keep her true feelings to herself. As the night wore on, the festival began to wind down. The music slowed to a softer, more languid pace, and the once roaring fires in the square burned low. Drunken voices rose in song, the lyrics slurred and joyous, as groups of friends leaned on one another, staggering through the cobblestone streets toward their homes. Greta, too, finally turned her steps toward home. Her family's inn, the Verdant Hearth, stood on the edge of the square, a sturdy stone building with warm lights glowing from its windows. The inn had been in her family for generations, and it was as much a part of Rackenshaw as the fields and orchards that surrounded the city. Pushing open a heavy wooden door, Greta was greeted by the familiar sounds of her family's bustling establishment. The common room was filled with patrons, many of them regulars, who were either too drunk to find their way home or preferred the company of others to an empty house. Her mother, a robust woman with a no-nonsense air, was behind the bar, expertly filling mugs of ale while her father moved among the tables, chatting with guests and ensuring everyone was well cared for. "Greta, there you are," her mother called out as she caught sight of her. "Come and help your father with the guests, will you?" "It's been a busy night." Greta moved swiftly through the common room of the Verdant Hearth, balancing trays of ale and plates of steaming food with the practiced ease of someone who had grown up in the bustling inn. The warmth of the hearth fire mixed with the hearty laughter and lively conversations, creating a cozy and welcoming atmosphere. "Greta, another round here," called a group of farmers huddled around a table near the fireplace. Their faces were flushed with drink and cheer, and they waved their mugs in the air, signaling their need for more ale. "Coming right up," Greta responded with a smile, expertly weaving her way through the crowded room. As she approached the table, she caught snippets of their conversation. "Did you hear about Old Man Rake's harvest?" "Biggest one in years, they say," one of the farmers said, his voice slurred but enthusiastic. I heard. "We might finally get some good prices at the market this year," another added, raising his mug in a toast. Greta set down the fresh mugs of ale, and one of the farmers, a burly man with a bushy beard, gave her a grateful nod. "Thanks, lass. You're a blessing, you are." She offered a polite smile in return and moved on to the next table, where a group of merchants were engaged in a heated discussion about the best trade routes now that the war was over. The clinking of coins and the rustling of maps punctuated their conversation, and Greta couldn't help but listen in as she served them their drinks. "The southern pass is open again, but the tolls are higher than ever," one of the merchants complained, shaking his head. "Better to pay the toll than risk the old forest road," another countered, taking a deep swig of his ale. "Bandits are still lurking there, I hear." As Greta continued to move through the room, her hands busy but her mind elsewhere, she suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. The lively chatter and laughter seemed to quiet just a bit, as if the very air in the inn had thickened with unspoken tension. "A broken bar. Lively, isn't it?" And she heard the voice of someone she disliked from the bottom of her heart. "A broken bar. Lively, isn't it?" Greta's heart sank at the sound of that familiar, grating voice. She turned slowly to see the young man striding into the inn, his bulky frame taking up more space than necessary as he made his entrance. His rough, unshaven face was split into a wide grin that never reached his cold eyes, and his swaggering gait was accompanied by the sound of heavy boots clomping on the wooden floor. Well, if it isn't the lovely Greta," the young man drawled, his voice dripping with mockery as he approached her. His name was Radgar, and he had become a thorn in the side of many in Rackenshaw since his recent elevation to the Baron's garrison. Behind him, a group of similarly rough-looking men followed, all of them wearing the same smug expressions. They were his cronies, fellow soldiers who had taken to exploiting their new positions with disturbing enthusiasm. The other patrons of the inn shifted uncomfortably, their previous lively conversations now reduced to uneasy murmurs as Radgar and his entourage made their presence known. Greta forced herself to remain calm, though her stomach churned with unease. "Good evening, Radgar," she greeted him politely, though her tone was far less warm than it had been with the other guests. Radgar's grin widened as he stepped closer, invading her personal space. "Oh, don't be so cold, Greta. We're here to celebrate, just like everyone else. Why don't you bring us a round of your finest ale, and maybe a little something extra, just for me?" His eyes roved over her in a way that made her skin crawl. She knew exactly what he meant by something extra, and it took all her willpower not to recoil in disgust. But she couldn't afford to provoke him, not when he had the Baron's favor and the power to make life difficult for her family. After all, with the recent war that was happening around the Valerius Plains, most of the soldiers from the garrison had been sent to the war. That was why there was a need for new recruitment, and that was also why people like Radgar were also chosen for this place. But there can be nothing done. With how the finances of the city being tight and the manpower being short, things were really hard for both Baron and the citizens. Considering the bandits that had frequently appeared, the importance of the soldiers increased. That was why no one could oppose, at least not the common folk. "I'll get your drinks," she replied evenly, turning away to head back to the bar. As she did, she heard the snickers and crude comments from Radgar's companions, their voices carrying through the inn like an unpleasant stench. As Greta prepared the drinks, she could feel the eyes of the other patrons on her, their sympathy mixed with helplessness. Radgar had made it clear to everyone that he was untouchable, and anyone who dared to stand up to him would pay the price. Even Baron Windhall, who was generally well regarded by the people, seemed either oblivious or indifferent to the abuses carried out by his new soldier. When she returned to the table with the tray of ale, Radgar reached out to grab her wrist, pulling her closer than was necessary. "Why don't you stay a while, Greta?" "We could use some company," he said, his breath hot and foul against her skin. Greta gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stay calm. "I have other customers to serve, Radgar." "Please, let go." Radgar's grip tightened, his fingers digging painfully into Greta's wrist as his expression darkened. The cheerful Fa sectionade he wore moments ago slipped, revealing the simmering anger beneath. "I said sit here," he growled, his voice low and menacing, sending a chill down Greta's spine. Greta's heart raced, her breath catching in her throat as she felt the full weight of Radgar's dominance. Why, she asked herself. For this reason, she needed to endure such a thing. Her body stiffened, and she instinctively tried to pull away, but his grip was like iron, unyielding and cold. A shiver ran through her as fear settled deep within her chest, constricting her lungs and making it difficult to breathe. She glanced around the room, hoping and praying that someone would step in, that someone would have the courage to stand up to Radgar. But all she saw were lowered gazes and averted eyes. The patrons who had been so lively moments before now seemed to shrink into themselves, unwilling to draw Radgar's attention. Her gaze then met her father's across the room. He stood behind the bar, his hands clenched tightly around a mug, the knuckles white with tension. His eyes were filled with sorrow and helplessness, a reflection of the same emotions that Greta felt. He looked like he wanted nothing more than to come to her aid, but the knowledge of what Radgar could do, what he had the power to do, kept him rooted in place. The weight of her father's sadness and powerlessness bore down on Greta, adding to the crushing despair she felt. She was trapped, caught between her own fear and the reality of her situation. There was no one who could help her, no one who would stand up to Radgar, not even the man she loved most in the world. As if sensing the shift in her emotions, Radgar's expression changed once more. The anger in his eyes faded, replaced by that unsettling, too bright grin he often wore. He let out a loud, forced laugh, the sound grating against Greta's nerves. "Ah, don't be like that, Greta. We're just having a bit of fun, aren't we?" he said, his tone suddenly light and jovial, as if he hadn't just threatened her. He loosened his grip on the wrist, though he didn't let go entirely, his thumb tracing slow, possessive circles on her skin. Disgusting, a broken bar. Disgusting, a broken bar. Disgusting, a broken bar. The shift in his demeanor was disorienting, the sudden change from anger to false cheerfulness making Greta's head spin. She knew better than to believe the mask he wore now. It was just a cover for the darkness that lurked beneath. But just as the nausea threatened to overwhelm her, the door to the inn burst open with a loud bang, causing every head in the room to turn in unison. The sudden noise sliced through the oppressive atmosphere, and for a brief moment, all eyes were on the entrance. Standing in the doorway was a young man, slightly above average height, around 180 centimeters. His clothes were rough and travel-worn, the kind a weary traveler might wear after days on the road. His face was shadowed by the hood of his cloak, and though his features were hard to discern, it was clear that he was a stranger, or someone unfamiliar to the people of Rackenshaw. The room held its breath as the newcomer stepped inside, his movements slow and deliberate. He ignored the curious and wary gazes of the patrons, his presence unsettling the previously boisterous atmosphere. It was as if his very entrance had cast a shadow over the room, one that made even the most brazen hesitate. Who is he? A broken bar? Greta wondered, her discomfort momentarily pushed aside by this new arrival. The man's silence was almost eerie, and there was something about the way he moved, a purposeful, unhurried that made him seem as though he was in control of the entire room without saying a word. Trailing closely behind him was a small cat, its sleek white fur a stark contrast to the roughness of the traveler's attire. The cat moved with the same quiet grace as its master, curling around his neck like a living scarf, its bright eyes scanning the room with an intelligence that belied its size. Radgar's grip on Greta's wrist loosened as his attention shifted to the newcomer. The forced smile slipped from his face, replaced by a scowl of irritation. "Who the hell is this?" he muttered under his breath, his gaze narrowing as he watched the stranger's every move. The traveler paid no mind to Radgar or anyone else in the room. He moved toward an empty table near the far wall, his steps barely making a sound on the wooden floor. Once there, he pulled out a chair and sat down, the cat leaping onto the table with effortless ease. For a moment, silence reigned. The tension in the room was palpable, the patrons unsure of what to make of this mysterious figure. Even Radgar, who thrived on asserting his dominance, seemed momentarily at a loss. Greta, still standing by Radgar's side, felt a flicker of something she hadn't allowed herself to feel in a long time, a hope. It was faint, almost fragile, but it was there. The stranger's arrival had disrupted the oppressive control Radgar held over the room, if only for a moment. Could this be broken bar a chance? The thought was barely formed before Radgar let out a derisive snort, the moment of hesitation gone. He released Greta's wrist completely, turning his full attention to the newcomer. "Hey, you!" Radgar called out, his voice carrying across the room. "You've got some nerve, barging in here like that." But that hope was soon crushed. After all, the traveler was also targeted by Ragnar, and he was also not spared. "Hey, you!" Radgar called out, his voice carrying across the room. "You've got some nerve, barging in here like that." The traveler didn't respond. He merely reached up to scratch the cat behind its ears, his movements slow and deliberate, as if he hadn't heard Radgar at all. Radgar's eyes narrowed, and the men at his table exchanged uneasy glances. Greta could sense the tension building again, the room teetering on the edge of something dangerous. But the traveler remained unfazed, his silence and stillness somehow more unnerving than any words he could have spoken. The cat purred softly, its eyes half closed as it enjoyed the attention, utterly unconcerned with the brewing storm around it. Greta's heart pounded in her chest as she watched the scene unfold. She knew Radgar well enough to know that he wouldn't let this perceived slight go unchallenged. Yet there was something about the traveler that made her think he wasn't someone to be trifled with despite his rough appearance. Radgar took a step forward, his posture aggressive. "I'm talking to you, traveler. You'd better show some respect or The traveler finally lifted his head, his hood falling back just enough to reveal piercing pitch-black eyes that seemed to hold a depth of experience far beyond his years. He didn't speak, but the look he gave Radgar was enough to stop the man in his tracks. And then the newcomer slowly lowered his hood, revealing the face underneath that caused a ripple of surprise to pass through the room. He was indeed young, as May had suspected, but his features were striking. His skin was pale, almost luminescent in the dim light of the inn, with a chiseled jawline and high cheekbones that gave him an air of refinement. His face was smooth, devoid of the roughness of a seasoned warrior, but there was something about his expression, a calm, composed, and slightly colder, that suggested a life far from ordinary. What caught everyone's attention, however, was not just the traveler's youth or the sharpness of his features, but the long scar that marred the right side of his face, running from his brow down past his cheek. It cut through the pristine white of his skin like a jagged reminder of violence, giving him a menacing edge despite the otherwise handsome visage. The most unsettling aspect, though, were his eyes, a pitch black, like twin voids that seemed to absorb the very light around him. Those eyes, filled with an unnerving depth, held Radgar's gaze firmly, freezing him in place. The silence that followed the reveal of the traveler's face was thick and oppressive, as if the very air in the room had solidified. Radgar blinked, a momentary flicker of doubt crossing his face. He's just a kid, he thought, trying to dismiss the sudden fear that had gripped him. A damn kid with a scar. But the doubt lingered, gnawing at the edges of his bravado. How could this young man, barely more than a boy, with his rough clothes and traveler's gear, make him feel so broken, intimidated? Radgar clenched his fists, trying to force the unease away, telling himself that the kid's cold demeanor and scar were nothing to fear. The traveler, seemingly unbothered by the attention, turned his gaze away from Radgar and looked over to Greta, who was still standing nearby, her body tense and uncertain. His voice, when he finally spoke, was calm and steady, carrying a surprising amount of authority. "I'd like a meal, please." Something warm. The request was simple and polite, but it was the complete disregard for Radgar's presence that made it sting. Radgar's jaw tightened, his face turning a shade of red as he realized he was being ignored. The crowd in the inn watched with bated breath, sensing the confrontation that was about to unfold. Greta hesitated for a split second before nodding, grateful for the distraction from Radgar's unwelcome attention. "Of course," she replied, her voice soft but steady. She quickly moved toward the kitchen, eager to fulfill the traveler's request and to put some distance between herself and Radgar. But as she turned away, Radgar snapped. The humiliation of being dismissed by this stranger in front of the entire inn was too much for him to bear. He took another step forward, his posture more aggressive than before. "Hey, I'm talking to you, you little shit," he spat, his voice loud and furious. The traveler didn't react immediately, still focused on Greta's retreating form. But when he did turn his attention back to Radgar, it was with an expression of cold indifference, as if the larger man's outburst was nothing more than an annoyance. Radgar's anger flared even hotter, fueled by the disdain he perceived in the traveler's eyes. He was used to being feared, respected, or at the very least, obeyed, especially now that he had the backing of the Baron. This boy's calm defiance was something he wasn't prepared for, and it set his blood boiling. "You think you can just walk in here, ignore me, and get away with it?" Radgar snarled, his hand moving to the hilt of the sword at his side. "I'll teach you some respect." The young man's lips curled into a smirk, the expression clearly mocking Radgar. His pitch-black eyes gleamed with a mix of amusement and challenge as he leaned back slightly in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest. "Really? And how exactly do you plan to teach me these a broken respect?" he asked, his tone dripping with condescension. The taunt hit its mark. Radgar's eyes flared with anger, the heat of his fury making his vision narrow to the smirking face before him. The blood pounded in his ears, drowning out the murmurs of the onlookers as his grip on the hilt of his sword tightened. The young man's calm defiance, the audacity to mock him in front of everyone, was more than Radgar could bear. "Who the hell do you think you are, you little shit?" Radgar spat, his voice low and dangerous. "You must be new around here, so let me educate you." Radgar's words dripped with venom, but they also carried a weight that sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. There was a reason why Radgar commanded fear in Ragnarshaw beyond his position in the garrison and the Baron's backing. Radgar wasn't just any soldier, he was an awakened, a man who had unlocked a level of power beyond that of ordinary folk. To even be considered for the garrison, one had to be at least a one-star awakened, someone who had tapped into the latent energy within themselves, enhancing their strength, speed, and abilities far beyond normal human limits. Radgar had been fortunate enough to possess the talent to awaken, a fact that he wielded like a weapon to assert his dominance over the people of Rackenshaw. The room seemed to shrink around them, the tension mounting as Radgar's anger grew. The other patrons exchanged nervous glances, fully aware of what Radgar was capable of. His temper was notorious, and everyone knew that once it was unleashed, there was no turning back. The young traveler, however, didn't flinch. If anything, his smirk grew wider, as if he found the whole situation entertaining. He leaned forward slightly, his voice calm but edged with a sharpness that cut through the tension. "Oh, I'm well aware of what you are. A one-star awakened, right?" He paused, letting the words sink in, his smirk never faltering. "But tell me, do you really think that makes you strong?" The question hung in the air, its implication clear. Radgar was indeed stronger than the average person in Rackenshaw, stronger than any of the patrons in the inn, and stronger even than most of the garrison. But the way the young man spoke, with such confidence and derision, suggested that he didn't consider Radgar's awakening to be impressive at all. For a split second, Ragnar considered that maybe this bastard might be a child of a noble or something. But there was no way a noble's child would have such a scar on his face. Radgar's rage exploded. "You little bastard!" he roared, drawing his sword fully and advancing on the traveler with murderous intent. The patrons gasped, some shrinking back in their seats, others instinctively reaching for their own weapons, though none dared to intervene. The young man remained seated, his eyes never leaving Radgar's as the larger man loomed over him, sword poised to strike. But instead of fear, his expression held nothing but a smirk. The same smirk that was there. "You think you can just mock me and walk away?" Radgar snarled, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. "I'll show you what happens to those who disrespect me." Radgar's sword gleamed in the dim light of the inn as he raised it, ready to bring it down on the traveler with all the force. Swoosh! The blade fell down as it reached the young man. Spurt! And following that, blood spurted to the ground. Silence. The inn fell into stunned silence, the air thick with the sudden, sharp scent of blood. Every eye was fixed on the scene, the tension that had built to a fever pitch now breaking with the sight of crimson splattering across the wooden floor. The sound of the sword cutting through the air and the subsequent spurt of blood seemed to echo in the minds of everyone present, a brutal punctuation to the violence that had erupted so suddenly. Radgar stood frozen, his sword still raised, his breath coming in harsh, ragged gasps. His eyes were wide, his expression a mix of rage and disbelief. For a moment, it was as if he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The young man, still seated, had not moved from his chair. His smirk had not faltered, and his pitch-black eyes remained fixed on Radgar. But the blood, everyone could see it now, was not his. It was Radgar's blood that stained the floor, dripping steadily from a deep gash across his forearm, where the traveler's unseen blade had cut through flesh and muscle with precise, lethal efficiency. The patrons, who had shrunk back in their seats, now stared in a mixture of horror and morbid fascination. While fights had broken out in the inn before, and there had been threats and bluster aplenty, this was the first time they had seen blood spilled so openly in this place here, especially the blood of a man as feared as Radgar. The shock of it reverberated through the room, turning the once lively inn into a space of hushed whispers and fearful glances. No one dared to move or speak too loudly lest they draw attention to themselves. Radgar, still reeling from the sudden wound, staggered back, clutching his arm. His sword clattered to the ground, forgotten in his pain and confusion. The look on his face was one of utter disbelief, a disbelief that this young man, whom he had dismissed as a mere traveler, had not only mocked him but had drawn his blood with such ease. The young man slowly stood up from his chair, his movements calm and deliberate. As he rose to his full height, the small cat that had been sitting on the table hopped back onto his shoulder as if it, too, were unfazed by the violence that had just occurred. The traveler's eyes never left Radgar, his expression unreadable as he regarded the man who had tried to cut him down. "A broken bar, you bastard, a broken bar," Radgar hissed through clenched teeth, his voice trembling with a mixture of pain and anger. But the fire that had driven him moments before had dimmed, replaced by a growing fear that he could no longer hide. The traveler finally spoke, his voice as cold and cutting as the blade that had wounded Radgar. "I told you, he said softly, the words barely more than a whisper, yet carrying the weight of a death sentence. You made a mistake. The inn remained deathly quiet, the tension so thick it was almost suffocating. Greta, who had returned from the kitchen just in time to witness the aftermath, stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with shock. The sight of the blood on the floor, the realization that the young man had drawn it without so much as standing up, filled her with a mix of fear and awe. The men who had followed Radgar into the inn were now standing in a tight cluster, their faces pale with fear and anger. The sight of their leader, Radgar, cut down so effortlessly had shaken them to their core, but there was something else gnawing at them, an indignation that burned just beneath the surface. They had spent months, even years, building their reputation in Rackenshaw, thriving on the fear and respect that their newfound power had afforded them. And now, in mere moments, that reputation was crumbling before their eyes. Radgar, though wounded and clearly in pain, couldn't let go of the humiliation. His gaze flicked between the young man seated before him and his own men, and the rage that had fueled him moments before began to rekindle. He hated this, hated the fact that he had been bested so easily, hated the idea that the people in this inner people who had once cowered before him were now watching his downfall. He gritted his teeth, trying to push through the pain and the fear that threatened to overwhelm him. I can't let it end like this, he thought, his pride screaming for retaliation. His eyes met those of his men, and in that brief exchange, a silent understanding passed between them. Each one of them nodded, their expressions hardening as they prepared to restore their shattered honor. But before they could take a single step, the young man raised his head, his black eyes locking onto theirs with a calm, cold gaze. His voice, when he spoke, was soft but carried a chilling certainty that made the blood in their veins turn to ice. What you're thinking right now, a broken bar is not a good idea. The men froze, their bravado faltering as the young man's words cut through the tension like a knife. They exchanged uneasy glances, their earlier confidence wavering under the weight of his gaze. But then, one of them, a burly man with a scarred face, managed a smirk, his attempt to regain control evident in the forced expression. And why's that, huh? The man sneered, his voice tinged with a bravado that rang hollow in the silence of the room. You think we're just gonna let you walk out of here after what you did to Radgar? The young man didn't blink, didn't move. His expression remained unchanged, the calm in his eyes unwavering. Because once my blade is drawn, he said quietly, his words laced with an edge sharper than any sword, it never goes back into the sheath without cutting. The meaning behind his words was clear, deadly clear. Hence, I suggest you stand back, a broken bar. Or else, I will not show any mercy this time. The moment the young man's words hung in the air, the men felt a cold, suffocating pressure that seemed to descend upon them, wrapping around their chests and squeezing the breath from their lungs. It wasn't just fear, it was something far more primal, something that clawed at the deepest recesses of their instincts. What is this, a broken bar? One of the men thought, his heart hammering in his chest as a wave of sheer terror washed over him. It wasn't just the young man's calm demeanor or his threatening words, so it was something far darker, something raw and unbridled, that filled the room like a dense, suffocating fog. The intent they felt wasn't just any ordinary killing intent, it was bloodthirst, pure and unfiltered. It was the kind of bloodthirst that only a seasoned killer, one who had taken countless lives, could exude. The air was thick with it, heavy and oppressive, as if they were standing in the presence of a beast, a predator that had no qualms about tearing them apart. Their instincts screamed at them to run, to flee from this force that was so much greater than anything they had ever encountered. The young man before them was no mere traveler, he was a slaughterer, someone who had bathed in the blood of others, someone who knew how to kill and wouldn't hesitate to do so. Young man. The oppressive atmosphere in the inn was suddenly punctuated by a voice, deep and resonant, coming from the entrance. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Standing in the doorway was an old man, his figure broad and imposing despite his age. His belly was large, a testament to a life well lived, but there was no mistaking the strength in his stance or the authority in his presence. His face, though lined with the wrinkles of time, radiated a fatherly warmth and calmness that contrasted sharply with the suffocating tension in the room. The young man, still seated at his table, slowly turned his head to regard the newcomer. The bloodthirst that had hung in the air like a thick fog seemed to waver, its oppressive weight shifting slightly as the old man's calm voice cut through the silence. "Young man," the old man repeated, his tone gentle but firm, "it's better for you to control that bloodthirst. You're suffocating everyone here, not just those fools." He gestured with a broad hand to the other patrons, some of whom were visibly struggling to breathe under the weight of the young man's raw, unfiltered killing intent. It was only then that the young man seemed to notice the effect he was having on the others in the inn. The smirk that had played on his lips faded slightly, and his eyes softened as he surveyed the room. The faces of the patrons were pale, their eyes wide with fear. Some were gripping the edges of their tables, their knuckles white, while others were gasping for breath as if the very air had been stolen from their lungs. For a split second, the young man said nothing. "Sire Broken Bar." Then, with a slow, deliberate breath, he closed his eyes and released the bloodthirst he had been exuding. The effect was immediate. The oppressive weight lifted from the room, the air seemed to clear, and the patrons let out a collective sigh of relief as the pressure on their chests ceased. The old man nodded approvingly, his gaze steady as he approached the young man's table. The fear in the room didn't dissipate entirely, but it lessened significantly with the old man's presence, as if his very being was a calming balm against the terror that had just gripped them all. "Thank you," the old man said, his voice kind but with an undertone of sternness, as he turned to look at the Radgar and others. "Leave this place in this instant, you fools." "Don't you read the atmosphere?" The old man's voice, though calm, carried an unmistakable authority that sent a shiver down the spines of Radgar and his men. His words were a command, not a suggestion, and the weight of his presence made it clear that defiance was not an option. Radgar, still clutching his wounded arm, felt a surge of humiliation wash over him. He had already been bested by the young traveler, and now this old man was ordering him around as if he were a child. But the pain in his arm, coupled with the oppressive atmosphere that still lingered in the room, sapped any lingering defiance from him. The memory of the bloodthirst that had nearly crushed him was too fresh, too vivid. The others, who had been on the verge of drawing their weapons in a desperate attempt to salvage their pride, suddenly found themselves unable to meet the old man's gaze. "Tch!" And with a click of their tongue, Radgar turned on his heel and hurried toward the door, his steps uneven as he tried to maintain some semblance of dignity despite his defeat. His men followed suit, their expressions a mix of fear and shame. The bravado that had fueled them earlier was gone, replaced by a desperate need to escape the situation as quickly as possible. The patrons watched in silence as Radgar and his cronies fled the inn, their hurried footsteps echoing in the quiet room. The door swung shut behind them with a finality that seemed to seal their fate, leaving the inn once again in the calm, almost sacred, silence that had descended with the old man's arrival. "Tsk, youngster these days," the old man spoke and then walked towards the bar. "Greta, give me a beer," and requested a beer. Greta was shaken by all the things that happened there. Was she supposed to be happy, or should she feel fearful? She did not know the answer clearly. "Young man." But the moment he appeared at the door, she knew she was in safe hands. "It's better for you to control that bloodthirst. You're suffocating everyone here, not just those fools." The fact that he was here meant things would be more stable from now on. After all, even Radgar or his group would not be able to do anything in his presence, and she hoped the same would hold true for the young man, since he was one of the people she liked and respected a lot. "Greta, give me a beer." Greta nodded as he made his request, the tension that had gripped her beginning to ease. She turned to fetch the beer for the old man, but as she reached for a mug, she suddenly remembered the meal she still needed to prepare for the newcomer. "What do I do?" Her hand hovered over the mug, torn between fulfilling the old man's request and attending to the young man who had so dramatically altered the course of the evening. She glanced between the two men, her hesitation evident in her eyes. The old man, who had been a source of comfort and authority, and the young traveler, whose presence still lingered like a shadow over the room. Greta's mind raced, trying to decide who to prioritize, not wanting to slight either of them. The old man, being perceptive, noticed her dilemma immediately. He gave a soft chuckle and waved his hand dismissively, his fatherly smile returning. "It's fine, Greta," he said gently. "Go on and get that young man his meal first. I can wait. I'll take my beer from Maren." He nodded toward the other bartender, Maren, who was wiping down the counter nearby. Maren, a burly man with a gruff exterior but a kind heart, caught his gaze and gave a quick nod of understanding. Relieved, Greta smiled gratefully at Harlan. "Thank you, Uncle Harlan. I'll be right back with your beer after I take care of this." Harlan waved her off again, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "No rush, my dear. Take your time." With that, Greta turned and quickly made her way to the kitchen, her steps lightened by the old man's understanding. She busied herself with preparing the meal for the young traveler, her hands moving with practiced ease as she put together a hearty plate of roasted meat, fresh bread, and vegetables. All the while, her mind lingered on the events of the evening, the contrast between the men who had shaped it so profoundly, one with calm wisdom, the other with a dangerous edge. As she plated the meal and carried it back to the main room, Greta's thoughts drifted back to the young man. Who was he, really? And what had brought him to Rackenshaw? She couldn't help but wonder if there was more to his story, something deeper that had yet to be revealed. When she approached the young traveler's table, she placed the meal in front of him with a smile. "Here you go, sir," she said softly. "I hope it's to your liking." The young man looked up at her, his expression softening for the first time that evening. "Thank you," he replied, his voice quiet but sincere. He glanced at the plate before him, then back at Greta. "I hope you are relieved now." Greta blinked, taken aback by the young man's words. How could he know? This was something she had kept hidden, something that most outsiders wouldn't notice, especially not someone just passing through. Her surprise must have shown on her face because the young man's expression softened further, and a hint of regret flickered in his dark eyes. "Relieved?" she repeated, her voice a little shaky as she tried to process what he had just said. The young man nodded, his gaze steady and kind in a way that contrasted sharply with the fierce presence he had exuded earlier. "Yes, those men. They've been giving you a hard time, haven't they?" Greta's breath caught in her throat. She opened her mouth to respond, but the words seemed to stick, her mind racing to make sense of the situation. She had grown so accustomed to hiding her discomfort, to putting on a brave face for the sake of her family and the patrons, that hearing someone acknowledge her suffering so plainly was both shocking and oddly comforting. "How did you know?" she finally managed to ask, her voice barely above a whisper. She felt exposed as if he had seen right through her carefully constructed facade. Greta's breath hitched as the young man's smirk widened, his dark eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint. "I just guessed," he said, his tone light and teasing. "And you confirmed it." Realization dawned on her, and she felt a rush of embarrassment mixed with irritation. He had played her, using her own emotions against her to draw out the truth. She had fallen for his bluff, and now he was clearly enjoying the moment. Greta's cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and humiliation as she stared at him, her earlier gratitude quickly turning into annoyance. "So, this was all a game to you?" she snapped, her voice rising with frustration. "You were just playing around?" The young man's smirk didn't fade. Instead, he raised his hand to his chin, tapping it thoughtfully as if considering her words. "A game, a broken bar," he mused, his tone still light but with a hint of something deeper. "Isn't life just a game where the strong ones are the players?" Greta's irritation faltered, her mind scrambling to find a response. The flippant way he spoke, as if the world and all its hardships could be reduced to something as simple as a game, left her momentarily speechless. She opened her mouth to retort, but the words wouldn't come. The way he said it, so casually, so matter-of-factly, made her question the life she had lived. And being just a countryside girl, she did not know many things as well. That a broken bar. So, she could not say anything at all. The young man watched her, his expression still holding that playful edge, but now there was something else there, too, an underlying seriousness that belied his earlier teasing. At least, that it was for a split second before his smirk returned. "Aha, broken bar. I'm sorry if I've spoken a bit too deeply," he said, his tone lightened now as if brushing off the weight of his previous words. "It's been a while since I've had a conversation with someone." Before Greta could respond, the cat perched on his shoulder suddenly snarled at him, its eyes narrowing in displeasure. With a quick, sharp swipe, it batted at the young man's head, its tiny claws making contact with his cheek. The sound was more of a warning than a serious attack, but it was clear that the cat was not pleased with him. The young man didn't flinch, though. Instead, he chuckled softly, reaching up to gently scratch the cat behind the ears. All right, I get it," he said, still smiling. "I suppose I should have said I haven't talked with a human for a while." The cat's snarl faded into a soft purr as it leaned into his touch, clearly appeased by his attention. Greta watched the exchange with a mix of amusement and surprise. The young man's demeanor, which had been so intense just moments before, now seemed almost to broken bar normal. His interaction with the cat was tender, affectionate, and utterly at odds with the dangerous aura he had exuded earlier. And at the same time, his words a broken bar. They implied that he had been talking with someone other than a human. "That a broken bar is that our broken bar," she stammered, her curiosity and disbelief getting the better of her. The young man's smile widened as he met her gaze, clearly enjoying her reaction. "That's right. She's my contracted familiar," he confirmed, his tone matter-of-fact, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Wow, a broken bar, a contracted familiar," Greta thought inwardly, her mind racing with the implications. Contracted familiars were rare, not just because they required a significant bond between the summoner and the creature, but also because it was rare to find someone awakened with the power to form such a bond in the first place. But as she looked at the cat, who was now purring contentedly under the young man's touch, she couldn't help but feel a pang of confusion. A cat as a contracted familiar? She mused, her thoughts reflecting the surprise she felt. From what little she knew, familiars were often depicted as more ferocious or mystical creatures, beasts of power that matched the strength of their masters. She had heard stories of mighty wolves, fierce eagles, and even serpents with scales as hard as steel. But a cat? It was unexpected, to say the least. The young man seemed to sense her thoughts, his grin turning slightly teasing as he continued to scratch the cat's ears. "Not what you expected, huh?" he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "I suppose you were thinking of something more, a broken bar intimidating?" Greta nodded, unable to keep her thoughts from spilling out. "I've just never seen a contracted familiar like her before. The stories I've heard a broken bar, they usually talk about fierce beasts, not a broken bar, well, not cats." The young man chuckled softly, clearly entertained by her reaction. "True, most people expect something more dramatic. But don't let her appearance fool you." He glanced at the cat, who had now settled comfortably on his shoulder, her eyes half closed in contentment. "She's far more than meets the eye." Greta tilted her head, intrigued by his words. "Really? What can she do?" "You would not want to see." "Aha, broken bar." She imagined this small cat storming through the battlefield with her tiny structure, a broken bar. And for some reason, she could not do so. For broken bar, she could only laugh slightly. "You should keep doing that." "Doing what?" "Smile. You are beautiful when you smile." "Smile. You are beautiful when you smile." Greta's cheeks flushed a deep shade of red at the young man's words, the compliment catching her completely off guard. She wasn't used to hearing such things, especially not from someone like him. The way he said it, so casually yet sincerely, left her momentarily speechless. She lowered her gaze, suddenly feeling shy and self-conscious, the warmth of the compliment settling in her chest. She had received compliments before, remarks on her hard work, her kindness, even her looks, but none had made her feel quite like this. It was as if he had seen something in her that she hadn't even noticed in herself, and that thought both flattered and embarrassed her. After a moment, she gathered the courage to look back up at him, intending to thank him or say something or anything to acknowledge the compliment. But when she raised her head, she found that he had already turned his attention back to his meal, his focus now entirely on the food before him, as if the conversation had never happened. The ease with which he had shifted his attention only added to her confusion. For him, it seemed, the compliment had been nothing more than a simple, honest observation delivered without any expectation of a response. And now, he was back to being the mysterious traveler, with his enigmatic air and his unusual familiar. Greta stood there for a moment longer, her mind a whirl of thoughts and emotions, before she finally turned away, a small smile playing on her lips despite herself. His words lingered in her mind, making her feel lighter and more confident, and she couldn't help but replay them over and over as she went about her tasks. I could feel Vitaliara's sharp gaze on me as I picked up my fork, her tail flicking with barely concealed irritation. "Broken bar, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" she accused, her voice echoing in my mind with a mix of exasperation and amusement. I didn't bother hiding my smirk as I cut into the roasted meat. "What are you talking about?" I asked innocently, not bothering to look at her. "You know what I'm talking about," she shot back, her tone carrying the distinct air of someone who was used to my antics. "Complimenting that girl like that. You enjoyed watching her squirm, didn't you?" I chuckled softly, savoring the tender meat as I chewed. "Perhaps. But can you blame me? People are always so honest when they're caught off guard." "It's fascinating." Vitaliara let out a huff, her tiny paws pressing lightly on my shoulder. As she leaned closer, her presence warm against my skin. "You're hopeless, you know that? You could have just let the poor girl be, but no, you had to go and make her blush." "She needed it," I replied, my tone softening slightly. "You saw how tense she was." "A little kindness goes a long way, especially for someone who's been dealing with men like those." Vitaliara paused, her irritation fading as she considered my words. "True," she admitted, her tone more thoughtful now. "But still, you didn't have to toy with her emotions like that." "It wasn't my intention to toy with her," I said, pushing my plate slightly to the side as I took a sip of water. "She's been through a lot, and sometimes a simple compliment can do wonders." Beside us a broken bar. I glanced at Greta, who was now busy behind the bar, her cheeks still faintly pink. "She deserved to know that she's more than just a caretaker in this place. She's stronger than she realizes." Vitaliara was silent for a moment, her gaze shifting between Greta and me. "You really mean that, don't you?" I nodded, my expression serious. "I do. People like here a broken bar. They're the backbone of places like this. They keep things running, even when the world around them is falling apart. It's easy to overlook that strength, but it's there." I still remember that time when I was in the army. At that time, Clara also got hit a lot, and there were many men who wanted to be with her. At that time, I knew she had it hard since when she was just a non-awakened woman, she constantly needed to be on alert. Sire broken bar. Then, remembering that somehow made me reminisce about the past. However, it was far, long gone. In any case, since I knew what kind of hardships people like this girl faced, I decided to give a little help that I couldn't at that time. That was it. "But, why did you enter like that?" "Everyone looked at you like some sort of monster." "Fatter broken bar. I just wanted to look cool." "Here," I thought. "What?" "You thought what?" "Nothing." He broken bar. "It is a man's romance to do such things, you know." Vitaliara tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing as if she were considering something deeply. "You know, Gerald had his share of antics like that, too." "I suppose this really is a men's thing." I couldn't help but chuckle at her comment. "It's a universal truth," I said, nodding in agreement. "Every man, given the right situation, would act the same way." "There's something about making an entrance, especially when it means standing up for someone who can't do it themselves." Vitaliara let out a soft purr, her earlier amusement returning. "I guess I'll never fully understand it, but as long as you're not causing too much trouble, I'll tolerate it." I grinned, feeling a sense of camaraderie in our shared moment. "I'll try not to overdo it," I promised, though we both knew that was unlikely. There was something satisfying about those moments, where I could combine a bit of theatrics with a genuine desire to help. It wasn't just about looking cool, it was about making a statement, about showing strength in a way that words alone couldn't convey. With that, I returned to my meal, savoring each bite. It had been far too long since I'd had a proper, cooked meal like this, and I could feel the warmth spreading through me as I ate. The flavors were rich and comforting, a stark contrast to the rations I'd been surviving on for so long. There was a simple pleasure in this, something grounding about sitting in a warm inn, eating good food, and bantering with Vitaliara. For a moment, It almost felt like the world outside didn't exist, that there was no looming danger, no need to keep moving, just the present moment. As I ate, I glanced around the room, noticing how the tension had eased. The patrons were gradually returning to their conversations, though they still shot the occasional glance my way. But the fear was gone, replaced by a cautious curiosity. It seemed that the old man's presence had done wonders to calm the atmosphere, and I was grateful for that. "Enjoying yourself?" Vitaliara asked, her tone light as she sensed my contentment. "I am," I admitted, taking another bite of the roasted meat. "It's been too long since I've had a meal like this. I almost forgot what real food tastes like." "Then savor it," she replied, her voice carrying a note of satisfaction. "You've earned it." I nodded, saying, "That is my intention," and then continued eating. As I continued eating, savoring each bite, Vitaliara's voice cut through my thoughts. "You know, that girl been throwing you some quick glances for a while now. Seems like she really liked you." I glanced over at the bar, catching Greta's gaze just as she quickly looked away, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. A small, amused smile tugged at the corner of my lips. "It's nothing," I said, my tone light. "Just a momentary thing. She'll forget about it soon enough." "Will she?" Vitaliara mused, her tone teasing. "Humans have a funny way of holding on to things, especially when it comes to matters of the heart." I chuckled softly, shaking my head. "It's not like that. Besides, you do know my circumstances." "Yeah, heartbroken bar." Vitaliara didn't press the matter further, instead shifting to a more serious topic. "But what about those men? How do you plan to deal with them?" The question brought a chill to my demeanor, and I felt my expression harden. My eyes grew cold as I thought about that guy and his cronies. "This world is what it is," I replied quietly, the warmth from earlier fading from my voice. "If I kill them here, another group just like them will take their place. The problem isn't with individuals like them, it's with the lack of a governing force in this city." I took another bite of food, chewing thoughtfully before continuing. "But that's changing. The war is finished, and soon, this territory will become more stable. The power vacuum that allowed people like Redger to thrive will be filled, and order will be restored." "And you're not interested in bullying the weak for no reason," she added, more a statement than a question. "Exactly," I said, smiling at the fact that she knew me well. "I am only interested in strong people," I mumbled, "though that is under the pretense of no reason." "Yeah, heartbroken bar. If you want to rise in the ranks, you need to be ruthless." "What do you think the master would have done?" "Gerald? He would have killed them, most likely." "Really?" "Yeah, heartbroken bar. He was not a broken bar. Not that gentle when he was young, let's say." "I will take that as a compliment." "A broken bar." Vitaliara paused, her curiosity piqued. "Then what do you plan to do now?" she asked, her tone expectant. I took a final sip of water, savoring the calm before the next step. "What else?" I replied with a slight grin. "I'm going to get a new weapon, of course." Vitaliara tilted her head, a hint of skepticism in her voice. "In this small city, how will you find a blacksmith here?" I couldn't help but chuckle at her doubt. "How will I find one, huh?" I said, leaning back in my chair with a satisfied smile. "I've already met him." After a broken bar. "There was a reason I came to this city out of all. When I first picked up Shattered Innocence, it was just to pass the time." The story was ongoing, with plots and subplots unfolding in every corner of its world, characters thrown into chaos, and a complex web of alliances and betrayals. I found myself reading it at a rapid pace, devouring chapter after chapter. But despite my speed, I wasn't just skimming through the pages. I paid attention to the details, every little thing that the author weaved into the story, the hints dropped, the subtle foreshadowing that would later come to fruition. The cast of characters was massive, each with their own quirks, backstories, and motivations. Some were easy to overlook, but others so well, they had a certain spark. They were the ones that stood out, the ones that kept me hooked even when the plot seemed to be dragging. One character, in particular, caught my interest early on, a blacksmith. He wasn't one of the main characters, not by a long shot, but there was something about him that made him more than just a background figure. The way he was described and the depth of his character, despite his limited appearances, all hinted at something more. The blacksmith wasn't just a simple artisan hammering away at metal. He had a past, a story that was hinted at but never fully revealed. His presence in the story was subtle, but the impact he had on the characters and the plot was undeniable. The weapons he forged weren't just tools, they were extensions of the people who wielded them, imbued with his craftsmanship and a touch of something almost mystical. I found myself intrigued by him, eager to see how he would influence the events to come. And it wasn't just about the weapons he made, there was a wisdom to his character, a depth that suggested he knew far more than he let on. Every interaction he had with the main cast felt significant, as if he was guiding them in ways they didn't even realize. In a way, he was similar to Master, at the very least. The influence he had on me was very similar to the influence he had on the main cast. Though his past was not fully revealed, I remembered a certain phrase. It was something that caught my attention. "I've seen my fair share of battles." Spent some time in a border city, a place that was struggling to keep its head above water because of the war. The Valerius Plains weren't kind to anyone, and Racknshire a broken bar well. It was one of the hardest hit. That phrase had stuck with me, even though it was just a brief mention, a passing comment in a larger conversation. The blacksmith didn't delve into the details of his time there. He rarely spoke about his past in any depth, but the way he said it, the way his voice softened, and his gaze grew distant, it was clear that the experience had left its mark on him. Racknshire, the name had seemed so insignificant at the time, just another place in a world ravaged by conflict. At least for a reader, that could be explained in a way that is easy. But for me, who was now a citizen of this world and someone who had deserted from the battlefield, that phrase contained a meaning, or a clue. There is a high chance that the blacksmith is in that city. That was the primary reason why my first direction was this city. Since it was close to the border, it did not take too long for me to reach this place. After all, it was close to the border, and so was I. It was even shown on the map that Elias had left behind. The city seems to be a very old one. In any case, that old man who had appeared out of nowhere, his presence commanding the room with an effortless authority, it had to be him. Harlan. It was him. The blacksmith. I couldn't help but smile to myself. It was almost surreal. I had come here with a purpose, and now that purpose was within reach. There was still much to do, much to learn, but the first step had been taken. "You seem pretty satisfied with yourself," Vitaliara commented, her voice laced with amusement. "I am," I admitted, my tone reflecting the satisfaction I felt. "I've found him." "The blacksmith," she guessed, her keen intuition piecing together my thoughts. I nodded, my gaze still fixed on Harlan. "Yes." "And now, it's time to see if he's willing to help." Vitaliara purred in approval, her tiny paws shifting slightly on my shoulder. "Then let's get to work." "You've made it this far, Lucavian. Don't let this opportunity slip away." She did not even question how I knew Harlan was here, though if she were to ask, the only answer I could give to her would be that someone told me. Finishing the last of my meal, I pushed the plate aside and stood up, my movements deliberate and calm. I could feel Harlan's gaze on me as I approached the bar, but he didn't speak right away. Instead, he watched me with those wise, knowing eyes, the kind that had seen much and understood even more. When I reached the bar, I nodded to him in greeting. "Old man," I said, keeping my voice low and respectful. The old man raised an eyebrow, clearly curious about what I was going to say next. "Yes, young man. What can I do for you?" I took a deep breath, meeting his gaze with unwavering resolve. "I'm looking for a blacksmith." "I believe you're the one I've been searching for." For a moment, Harlan's expression didn't change. At least, that was how it looked. However, I could see that a small pressure was emanating from him. Then, slowly, a small smile tugged at the corners of his lips, and he let out a soft chuckle. "Is that so?" he said, his tone carrying a note of intrigue. "And what makes you think I'm the one you're looking for?" "Just a hunch," I replied, keeping my tone light, though my gaze was unwavering as I met Harlan's eyes. The old man's smile didn't falter, but I felt the subtle shift in the air, the pressure that seemed to radiate from him growing slightly heavier. "Well, your hunch is wrong then," he said with a casual wave of his hand. "I'm no blacksmith and certainly not the person you're looking for." I didn't react immediately, letting the silence stretch between us. Instead, I held his gaze, searching for something or anything that would betray his words as false. It was a gamble, a shot in the dark, but I had a feeling I wasn't entirely off the mark. After a few moments, I leaned in slightly, my voice lowering to a near whisper. "If that's what you wish to say, that's fine." Buta broken bar. I paused, letting my words hang in the air for a heartbeat longer. It would be quite unfortunate if word got out that the legendary blacksmith who once forged the holy sword was staying here in Rackenshaw, wouldn't it? The effect was immediate. The easygoing smile that had graced Harlan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of cold, steely focus. The subtle pressure I had felt earlier now intensified, wrapping around me like a vice, and for a brief moment, I felt the weight of his presence, a presence that spoke of countless battles and an unmatched skill in the craft of war. Harlan's eyes, which had been warm and fatherly, now bore into mine with an intensity that made it clear I had struck a nerve. "You're playing a dangerous game, boy," he said, his voice low and edged with a warning. "You might not like where it leads." I didn't flinch under his gaze. Instead, I met his intensity with my own, refusing to back down. "I'm not looking for trouble," I said, my tone steady. "I'm looking for the best. And if you're the blacksmith I think you are, then you're exactly who I need." Harlan held my gaze for a long moment, the tension between us thick and palpable. Then, slowly, the pressure began to ease, and the stern expression on his face softened just slightly. "You're persistent," he finally said, his voice carrying a hint of reluctant admiration. "I'll give you that. But persistence alone doesn't forge a blade, young man." I nodded, understanding the weight of his words. "I'm willing to prove myself," I replied. "Whatever it takes." I didn't come all this way just to turn back now. Harlan studied me for a few more seconds, then let out a long sigh as if conceding to something he had been resisting. "You've got guts," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "But guts don't guarantee skill." He straightened, and for the first time, there was a flicker of something in his eyes, something like respect. "Very well," he said, his voice firm. "We'll see if you're worth my time. But be warned if you fail, I won't waste another second on you." "Understood," I replied, feeling a surge of determination. Harlan's expression softened just a bit, and the faintest hint of a smile returned to his lips. "Then let's get to work," he said while standing up. "Add it to my tab." "Got it." And then he turned to look at me. "Come boy, what are you waiting for?" "Aha, broken bar." I got caught off guard by his rapid decision, but it was not an unwelcome one. Okay. Since it was the display of skills, I was confident. Harlan led the way out of the inn, his stride purposeful and brisk, leaving me to follow in his wake. The old man moved with a surprising energy, given his age, and I found myself quickening my pace to keep up with him. We walked through the narrow streets of Rackenshaw, passing by buildings that had seen better days. The city bore the scars of war, cracked walls, broken windows, and a general air of weariness. But there was also a sense of resilience here, a determination to rebuild and carry on despite the hardships. It was fitting, I thought, that a blacksmith like Harlan would choose to remain in a place like this. Eventually, we reached a small, nondescript building tucked away at the edge of town. The sign above the door was faded and nearly illegible, but there was no mistaking the sound of metal being worked inside. The rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil echoed faintly through the air, a sound that spoke of countless hours of labor and skill. Harlan pushed open the door and stepped inside, gesturing for me to follow. The interior of the smithy was dimly lit, the walls lined with tools and racks of old weapons, many of them covered in a fine layer of dust. The forge at the back of the room glowed faintly with embers, the heat radiating outward and filling the space with a dry warmth. The weapons scattered on the ground were a mix of swords, axes, and spears, all in various states of disrepair. Some were rusted, their edges dulled by time, while others were chipped or bent, the remnants of battles long past. Harlan walked over to one of the piles and picked up a sword, its blade pitted and rusty. He held it up, inspecting it for a moment before turning to face me. The sword was nothing special, a simple, single-edged blade with a worn hilt, but the way Harlan held it made it clear that he knew exactly how to use it. Without a word, he pointed the sword at me, his eyes narrowing. "Come at me," he said, his voice gruff and commanding. I blinked, taken aback by the sudden challenge. "Are you serious?" I asked, my hand instinctively moving toward the hilt of my own sword. Harlan's expression didn't change. "Don't make me repeat myself, boy," he growled, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Is that so?" Harlan's challenge hung in the air, the tension between us thick and charged. My hand gripped the hilt of my stock as I drew it in one smooth motion, the blade glinting faintly in the dim light of the smithy. Harlan's eyes, sharp and calculating, never left mine as he held the rusty sword with an air of familiarity that hinted at years of experience. There was no hesitation in his movements, no sign of age slowing him down. Despite his weathered appearance, the old man exuded a strength and presence that belied his years. It was clear that Harlan was not someone to be taken lightly. I swoosh. Without warning, Harlan lunged forward, his rusty blade cutting through the air with surprising speed. I barely had time to react, bringing my stock up to parry the blow. Indeed, not a weak one. The force of his strike reverberated through my arm, and I realized just how strong he was. This wasn't going to be an easy test. I pushed back against his blade, creating a momentary distance between us. Harlan didn't give me time to catch my breath, following up with a series of rapid strikes that forced me on the defensive. His movements were precise, each swing of his sword calculated to keep me off balance. Despite the worn state of his weapon, Harlan wielded it with deadly efficiency. I shifted my stance, relying on my speed and agility to evade his attacks. My stock, designed for thrusts and quick strikes, found its mark as I aimed for the openings in Harlan's defenses. But each time I thought I had an advantage, the old man countered with a move that forced me to reassess my approach. This crafty old man. He is using his strength advantage. While I may have been improving myself quite well, just from the first clash alone, I could see that Harlan was someone who was stronger than me in terms of raw power. It became clear that Harlan was testing me, pushing me to see how I would react under pressure. His strikes grew heavier, and I could feel the weight of his experience behind each blow. But as the battle wore on, something clicked within me. I can see it. The blade, the style. While it may not be easy for a good swordsman, for someone like Harlan, who was rather using his raw strength, it was not that hard to assess his swordsmanship and decipher it. I began to see the patterns in his attacks, the subtle shifts in his stance that telegraphed his next move. I adjusted my own movements, and my strikes became more focused and efficient. With each exchange, I matched Harlan's strength with my skill, the clash of our blades echoing through the smithy. Clank. My stock darted forward, aimed at the gaps in his defense, and I could feel the momentum shifting in my favor. Harlan's eyes narrowed as he recognized the change, but he didn't slow down. If anything, he became more aggressive, testing the limits of my abilities. Clank. Swoosh. But in the end, it came down to one single swing. Thud. One single swing made the blade fly and hit the ground. "How was it?" I asked, with my breath slightly fast. "Slightly." Harlan's eyes slowly shifted downward to the blade hovering just below his chin. The stock's tip was steady, mere inches from his weathered skin. I expected him to acknowledge my victory, maybe even offer a begrudging nod of respect. But instead, his face twisted into a frown, deep lines of disappointment etching across his features. He remained silent for a long moment, the weight of his gaze fixed on the blade. My breath came in shallow bursts, the adrenaline from our clash still coursing through my veins. Yet, as the seconds ticked by, the satisfaction I'd felt moments ago began to wane, replaced by a growing unease. Finally, Harlan let out a low, rumbling sigh. His frown deepened as he slowly reached up and, with a firm yet deliberate motion, pushed the tip of my stock away from his throat. The blade scraped lightly against the calloused skin of his palm before falling to his side. I lowered my weapon, confusion gnawing at me. "What's wrong?" I asked. Harlan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he bent down, retrieving the rusty sword I'd disarmed from him. He turned it over in his hands, inspecting the edge with a critical eye as if the fault lay not in my performance but in the weapon itself. After what felt like an eternity, He finally looked up, his eyes meeting mine with a mix of frustration and something I couldn't quite place. "You've got skill, lad," he said. His voice rough and low, like gravel being ground beneath a heavy boot. "But skill alone isn't enough." I blinked, taken aback. "I don't understand." What was that supposed to mean? Skill alone is not enough? Harlan's eyes bore into mine, his frown deepening as he continued. "You fight well, lad. Damn well. Like someone who's seen life and death more times than they care to remember." I felt a strange mixture of pride and confusion at his words. I wanted to thank him and acknowledge the compliment, but something in his tone made me hesitate. There was an edge to his voice, a warning that cut through the praise. "But that's precisely the problem," Harlan added, his voice growing harsher, like the grating of steel against stone. "You're skilled, no doubt about that. You wield the blade with lethal precision. Every slash, every strike here you know how to kill. Your blade moves with purpose, and you've honed that purpose into something deadly." He took a step closer, his gaze narrowing as he studied me, searching for something deeper. "But that's what makes you terrifying, boy. That's why you're dangerous." I blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift in his tone. "Dangerous?" I echoed the word, hanging heavy in the air between us. Harlan nodded slowly, his expression grave. Dangerous. Like a wild beast. You fight with the intent to kill, with the bloodlust that you don't even try to hide. It was there, clear as day, when you disarmed me. You're not just fighting to win, you're fighting to end your opponent. And that's what makes you like a beast, boy. He paused, his eyes never leaving mine, and I felt the weight of his words settling on my shoulders. "Your weapon," he continued, "is a graceful one. An estoc is a blade of precision, of finesse. It's meant for thrusting, for finding the gaps in armor, for striking with elegance. But the way you fight a broken bar, it's anything but graceful. You wield the blade like a beast, all raw power and bloodlust. There's no balance, no harmony between you and your weapon. It's as if the sword itself is screaming against the way you use it." Somehow, while his words looked weird, they felt true. "That is why, no matter how good your sword is in your hands, it will not last long. And I refuse to create a weapon that is tied to such a fate." It seemed I was still lacking. Harlan's voice softened, though his gaze remained stern. "There's more to wielding a blade than just knowing how to kill. A true swordsman understands the balance between power and grace, between the blade and the hand that guides it. You've got the skill, boy, but you lack the understanding. You're letting the beast inside you control the sword rather than mastering the beast and letting the sword become an extension of yourself." "Mastering the beast inside me?" The moment I heard about this, I suddenly thought of the past. They were fragments, fleeting images of a time when everything was simpler yet far more complicated. When I first picked the weapon, and my master started teaching me, he also mentioned the same thing. "You are smiling when you fight." He had watched me with those sharp, discerning eyes of his, and I remember the day he spoke to me about it. It was a clear afternoon, the sun casting long shadows over the training grounds. I stood before him, clutching a wooden practice sword, my young heart pounding with excitement and something darker. Master had approached me, his expression unreadable, but there was a seriousness in his gaze that made me stand a little straighter, my grip tightening on a hilt. "Kid," he had said, his voice calm yet firm. "There's something you need to understand about the path you're choosing. The sword is more than just a weapon. It's a reflection of the soul that wields it." I had frowned, not fully grasping his meaning at the time. To me, the sword was something that I meant to use, something that was an extension of mine. But Master had seen beyond my macron of understanding. He had seen the beast lurking within me, the raw, untamed hunger that drove me to pick up the blade with such fervor. "There's a beast inside you," he had continued, his eyes never leaving mine. "It's different from the ones in others. Yours is different, a broken bar. You do not seek simple strength. Having strength will not satisfy you." His words struck a chord within me, a truth I hadn't fully acknowledged. I had always thought that my desire to grow stronger was like everyone else's, a natural drive to protect myself. But Master was right. There was something deeper, something more consuming. "You want more than just strength," Master said, his voice carrying a weight that made my heart pound. You want to clash blades. You want to converse with your blade rather than with words. Every swing, every thrust to it's like you're speaking through your sword, revealing all the things you've buried deep inside. His words felt like he was pulling back the layers of my soul, exposing the raw truth that I had tried to keep hidden, even from myself. The blade wasn't just a tool for me, it was a voice, a way to express the emotions and thoughts I couldn't put into words. The thrill of battle, the connection between two warriors clashing with all the harder, that was where I felt truly alive. But there's a danger in that, Master had said, his tone growing somber. When you speak through your blade, you're opening yourself up, laying bare your soul. And in that thrill, in that moment of connection, you start to lose yourself. The beast inside you takes over, driving you to fight harder, faster, more recklessly. It's not just about winning or losing, it's about the rush, the feeling of being fully alive in that moment. Of course, before he could talk to me further, he left this world, leaving me still pondering what he meant by that. And still, I had yet to find the correct balance. As the memory faded, I found myself back in Harlan's smithy, the echoes of my master's words still ringing in my ears. Harlan was right. The way I fought was raw, unrefined, driven by a hunger that wasn't entirely my own. I needed to find a way to bring balance between that primal edge and the precision my weapon demanded. Mastering the beast inside me, a broken bar, I muttered under my breath, the resolve hardening within me. It was a journey I had begun long ago, but one I had yet to truly understand. Harlan, still watching me closely, seemed to recognize the shift in my demeanor. You've got the skill, he repeated, his voice softer now. But skill without control is like a sword without a hilt. It'll cut you just as easily as it'll cut your enemy. Remember that. Vitaliara's voice echoed in my mind, her tone calm but laced with concern. I didn't say anything before because it wasn't detrimental, but you change when you hold the sword, Lucavian. There's something different about you. Something that even I can sense. I frowned slightly, her words striking a chord with the thoughts that had been swirling in my mind ever since Harlan's harsh critique. You've noticed it too? I asked quietly, glancing at the estoc in my hand. Of course I have, she replied, her voice gentle. You become a broken bar sharper, more focused, but also more distant. It's like you're letting something else take over, something that's not entirely you. It worries me. I let out a slow breath, the weight of her observation pressing down on me. What do I need to do? I asked, turning my gaze back to Harlan. To make you forge a weapon for me? One that can help me master these a broken bar beast inside. Harlan looked at me for a long moment, his eyes studying me with a depth that made me feel exposed, as if he could see every flaw, every doubt within me. Then, his gaze dropped to the estoc in my hand, his expression hardening slightly. The blade you're holding now, Harlan said, his voice gruff but steady, it's on its last breath. You've pushed it far beyond what it was meant to endure. If you want me to forge a weapon for you, I need you to prove that you can control yourself or control that beast. I nodded, my grip tightening on the hilt of my estoc. How? Harlan's lips curled into a small, almost imperceptible smile. There's a group of bandits that have been causing trouble around these parts. They've taken advantage of the war and the lack of order, and they've been terrorizing the nearby villages. Clear them out. But here's the catch, you have to do it with the blade you're holding now. If it remains intact by the time you're done, you will get your new weapon. But while he was saying that, his last words caught my attention. If I succeed, I will get my new weapon? Harlan's smile widened, a glint of something almost playful in his eyes. If you succeed, you'll get your weapon. But I get the payment up front. Payment up front? I echoed, confused. Harlan's eyes sparkled with knowing amusement as he saw the confusion on my face. Indeed. Spill what you have. The materials. I hesitated for a moment before asking, how did you know? Harlan chuckled, his rough voice carrying a hint of warmth. I've seen far too many people like you before, lad. That gleam in your eye, The excitement you're trying to hide, dear broken bar. It's the same look every swordsman gets when they've found something precious. It's as clear as day. You wouldn't be so eager for a new weapon unless you had the materials to make it worth my while. A sigh escaped my lips as I realized how transparent I must have seemed to him. It was as if I was a child in front of this old man, someone who had seen and done far more than I could imagine. The feeling was oddly familiar, reminiscent of my time with Master. Though there was a subtle difference. At that time, when I was with Master, I was really a kid. A faint smile tugged at the corners of my mouth as I reached into the small pouch at my side. I suppose there's no point in hiding it then, I said, pulling out a handful of rare, gleaming scales that I had gathered. Harlan's eyes lingered on the scales I handed him, the gleaming surface reflecting the dim light of the forge. He ran his fingers over the rough texture, his expression a mix of admiration and surprise. The scales of an abyssal wimmer broken bar. No, these are from a lesser one, he said, his voice carrying a note of recognition. You hunted this beast yourself? I met his gaze evenly, nodding. I did. For a moment, there was silence as Harlan studied me, his eyes narrowing slightly. The weight of his scrutiny was palpable, as if he was trying to see through me and understand what kind of person would challenge such a creature at my age. He finally let out a low, impressed whistle. Only someone like you would have the guts to take on a beast like that at your age. Most would run from a lesser abyssal whim, not seek it out. A smirk tugged at my lips, the corners curling up just slightly. I'm a beast myself, after all. Harlan chuckled, a deep, rough sound that echoed through the smithy. It's good that you know yourself, he said, a gleam of respect in his eyes. Most people spend their whole lives trying to figure out who they are. You've already got that part down. I shrugged, the weight of his words settling on me. It's something I've had to learn, whether I wanted to or not. Harlan's gaze softened slightly, the gruffness in his demeanor easing just a bit. You're young, but you've been through a lot, haven't you? That kind of experience, a broken bar, it shapes a man, for better or worse. His words struck a chord within me, a reminder of the battles I had fought, the lives I had taken, and the scars both visible and invisibly that I carried with me. It's made me who I am, I replied quietly, the truth of it echoing in my heart. Harlan nodded as if understanding more than he let on. Well, lad, you've got the spirit and the skills. But remember, a good weapon isn't just about what it can do. It's about the bond between the blade and the wielder. If you can keep that sword intact while clearing out those bandits, you'll have earned yourself a weapon that will be with you for life. If the blade is not enough, at some point, I doubted that a blade made from the scales of a peak rank 3 monster could endure much in the future. Then it is the blade's fault, not yours. Just focus on yourself, for now, kid. You may not see the blade yourself. How broken bar. That is right. He gave the scales one last look before setting them aside with care. I'll start preparing the forge. You focus on the task ahead. But don't forget, this isn't just a test of your strength. It's a test of who you are. I nodded, the weight of his words settling on my shoulders. I understand. As I turned to leave the smithy, I somehow felt a little fulfilled. Let's rest now. It has been a while since I stayed in an inn. Thankfully, I had some money from Empire in the pouch, something that could last me for a little while. I made my way back to the inn, my mind still buzzing with the conversation I'd had with Harlan. The smithy's warmth lingered on my skin, but the cool evening air quickly chased it away as I walked through the narrow streets of Rackenshaw. The city was beginning to come alive again after the lull of the afternoon, with people slowly returning to their homes, eager to escape the dangers that lurked in the dark corners of the world. When I reached the inn, I could hear the murmur of voices and the clatter of dishes before I even stepped through the door. The place was busier now, the earlier tension that had filled the air seemingly forgotten as the patrons relaxed into their routines. The scent of cooked food and ale wafted out, mingling with the faint smell of smoke from the hearth. Pushing open the door, I stepped inside, the warm atmosphere of the tavern washing over me. The inn was indeed more crowded than before, with more people seated at the tables, enjoying their meals or talking in low voices. The earlier incident with Radgar and his men seemed like a distant memory now, though I noticed a few wary glances thrown my way as I entered. I ignored them, making my way to an empty table near the corner. The familiarity of the place was comforting, a stark contrast to the unknowns that awaited me in the coming days. The girl, Greta, noticed me as I sat down, and I saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes. She seemed surprised to see me back so soon but quickly composed herself, giving me a small nod before returning to her duties. I leaned back in my chair, letting the hum of conversation wash over me. The room was alive with the sounds of clinking glasses, murmured conversations, and the occasional burst of laughter. It was a stark contrast to the quiet intensity of the smithy, but in its own way, it was just as comforting. I could go and get my new room right away, but it had been a while since I was in such a crowded place. The months that I had spent in the forest somehow made me yearn for the presence of humans around me for a little. That is why I decided to stay here a little bit. As I sat there, I couldn't help but think about what Harlan had said. Harness the beast inside you. How am I going to do that? It was a question that I would need to ponder for a while. The bandits wouldn't be easy to deal with, especially if I had to preserve the integrity of my blade. But I welcomed the challenge. It was a chance to push myself, to see just how far I could go, and to gain something more than just a new weapon. As the night wore on, the inn gradually began to quiet down, the patrons finishing their meals and drifting off to their rooms. I remained at my table, lost in thought, until Greta approached with a warm smile. "Would you like a room for the night, sir?" she asked, her voice gentle and polite. "Yes, please," I replied, nodding. Greta gave a small nod of understanding and handed me a key. "Rooms upstairs, third on the left." "It's not much, but it should be comfortable enough." "Thank you," I said, taking the key from her hand. She hesitated for a moment as if she wanted to say something else but then decided against it. "If you need anything, just let me know." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving me to my thoughts once more. As Greta walked away, Vitaliara's voice piped up in my mind, her tone laced with amusement. "She probably wanted to spend the night with you, you know." I shook my head, a small smile tugging at my lips. "No, I don't think that's the case." "Oh? And why not?" Vitaliara asked, curiosity evident in her voice. She seemed rather hesitant, as if she wanted to say something more. "It's just a hunch," I replied, glancing at the key in my hand. But the way she looked at me, a broken bar, it wasn't out of lust or desire. It was something else. "Something else?" Vitaliara's interest was piqued, and I could feel her attention focused on me as I made my way toward the stairs. "Yes," I nodded, making my way up the creaky wooden steps. Her gaze, a broken bar, it had a certain softness to it. It was almost like she was searching for something, or maybe she just needed reassurance. "But it wasn't anything like what you're suggesting." "How can you be sure of this?" "Let's say I have seen my fair share of such looks." "Really?" Vitaliara mused, her tone thoughtful. "Humans can be complicated, can't they? So many emotions wrapped up in a single look." I chuckled softly, reaching the top of the stairs. "That's true. But it's also what makes them interesting." "Well, whatever it was, you handled it well," Vitaliara conceded. "But if she does come knocking at your door tonight, don't say I didn't warn you." I smiled at her playful tone. "If that happens, I'll be sure to thank you for the warning. But for now, let's just focus on getting some rest." With that, I reached my room, the third on the left, as Greta had indicated. The door creaked slightly as I pushed it open, revealing the small, simple space within. I set my belongings down on the table and took a moment to absorb the quiet, peaceful atmosphere of the room. The bed looked inviting, and I felt the day's weariness weighing heavily on me. But as my head hit the pillow, and I allowed my thoughts to drift, I knew that for now, the best thing I could do was rest, since tomorrow, I would most likely need to deal with something. The actions of yesterday did not disappear after all. The morning light filtered through the small window, casting a warm glow across the room as I slowly opened my eyes. The first thing I noticed was the sun's position in the sky, already quite high. "You slept in longer than usual," Vitaliara commented, her tone laced with mild amusement. I stretched, feeling the lingering weariness in my muscles. "I needed it," I replied, my voice still a bit groggy. "After everything that's happened, it's better to let my body rest and recover fully." Fair enough, she conceded. But don't make it a habit. We have a lot to do. I smiled at her reminder, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. Don't worry, I am not lazy. After washing up quickly and gathering my belongings, I made my way downstairs. The inn was quiet, the remnants of last night's activity all but gone. The scent of fresh bread and cooking meat wafted through the air, reminding me that it was indeed morning and the world outside had already begun to stir. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I saw the owners of the inn bustling about, preparing for the day ahead. The inn girl, Greta, was nowhere to be seen, but there was another woman, older, with a striking resemblance to her. She had the same kind eyes and soft features, though the lines on her face spoke of years of hard work and care. The woman noticed me descending the stairs, and her eyes widened slightly. She hesitated for a moment, a flicker of fear crossing her face, but she quickly composed herself, offering me a polite smile. "Good morning, sir," she greeted me, bowing her head slightly. "Good morning," I replied, nodding in return. The woman's fear was subtle but noticeably likely due to the events of last night. I didn't blame her. Anyone would be cautious after what had happened. She seemed to sense my understanding and relaxed a bit, her smile becoming more genuine. "I hope you slept well," she added, her voice warm despite the slight tension in her posture. "I did, thank you," I replied, glancing around the inn. "You must be Greta's mother?" At the mention of her daughter's name from my mouth, the woman, Elena, made a slightly tense face. "Makes sense that they are tense. I may not be an expert at reading the people, but I can see the reason why she did that. Considering that her daughter was targeted by an awakened before, she must have assumed the same would be happening. Though I am not like them, let's not make things uncomfortable. Is the breakfast ready?" Elena seemed to hesitate for a brief moment, but then she nodded, her smile returning though still tinged with a hint of caution. "Yes, it is." "Please, have a seat, and I'll bring it right over." I offered her a reassuring smile, hoping to ease the tension. "Thank you." "I appreciate it." I chose a seat near the window, where the morning light streamed in, casting a warm glow over the room. The inn was starting to fill with the quiet hum of activity, patrons beginning their day with a meal or a cup of coffee. It was a peaceful scene, a stark contrast to the tension of the night before. As I waited, I glanced around the room, taking in the simple but cozy surroundings. The inn had a rustic charm, with wooden beams overhead and a stone fireplace that added to the warmth. It was a place that had seen its share of hardships but had endured, just like the people who ran it. A few minutes later, Elena returned with a tray in hand. She carefully placed a plate of eggs, bread, and some fruit in front of me, along with a steaming cup of tea. "Here you are, sir," she said with a small smile. "I hope you enjoy it." Normally, I did not like eating sweet things like fruits in the morning, but I decided to give it a try. "Maybe something could be different. Who knew?" "Thank you, miss," I replied, nodding to her. She lingered for a moment, her eyes searching mine as if trying to gauge my intentions. I met her gaze steadily, keeping my expression calm and friendly. Finally, she seemed to relax a little more and gave a slight bow before turning to attend to other guests. As I began to eat, I could feel Vitalia's presence, her watchful eyes taking in everything around us. "You handled that well," she remarked, her tone approving. "But they will not drop their guard around you." "That is fine. In the end, I will leave this place soon anyway. There is no need to overly make things complicated." Greek. Just as I was about to take another bite, the door to the inn burst open with a loud bang, the force of which caused several patrons to jump in their seats. "That is fine. In the end, I will leave this place soon anyway. There is no need to overly make things complicated." Greek. As I was savoring the delicious meal in front of me, the tranquility of the inn was suddenly shattered by the deafening sound of the door bursting open. Startled patrons jumped in their seats, and the previously cheerful morning ambience was replaced by an atmosphere of surprise and curiosity as everyone's attention swiftly shifted toward the entrance. A tall figure stood in the doorway, his broad shoulders filling the frame as he surveyed the room with a look of barely concealed irritation. His clothes were rugged, a mix of leather and worn fabric, and his boots were caked with mud. A heavy, imposing sword hung at his side, its hilts worn from use. The man's face was hard, weathered by years of battle, with a scar running down his left cheek that only added to his menacing appearance. For a moment, the room was silent, the tension palpable as everyone waited to see what this newcomer would do. But they seemed to know this person. They did not show the same reaction that they did to me when I entered, but the fear was still there. His gaze swept over the patrons, lingering on each one as if assessing their worth before finally settling on me. His eyes narrowed, and I could feel the weight of his scrutiny. There was a coldness in his stare, a calculation that suggested he was no stranger to violence. This was a man who had seen his share of battles and had likely caused more than a few of them himself. Vitaliara's voice whispered in my mind, "Stay alert. This one doesn't look like he's here for a peaceful morning." I noticed, I replied mentally, my hand instinctively drifting toward the hilt of my estoc, which rested by my side. I kept my movements subtle, not wanting to provoke a confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Just as I felt the cold gaze of the scarred man boring to me, I sensed more presence approaching from behind him. A familiar, unwelcome aura seeped into the room, a one I had encountered just yesterday. So, they're back for more. A broken bar. Ragnar and his men filed in behind the tall man, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. It was clear they weren't acting on their own volition anymore. Ragnar's eyes flickered with recognition when he spotted me, and a twisted grin spread across his face. "There he is," Ragnar sneered, pointing directly at me. "That's the one who caused us all that trouble." The moment he spoke, the tall man's gaze hardened further. His cold eyes never left mine as he took a step forward, the sound of his boots echoing ominously through the now silent inn. The patrons who had been quietly eating their breakfast were now frozen in place, their fear palpable. "I see a broken bar. So this is what it is." The tall man moved with a deliberate, almost predatory grace, closing the distance between us until he was standing right in front of me. He was even more imposing up close, his presence radiating an aura of danger and command. He didn't speak at first, merely looking down at me with a disdainful expression. The silence stretched the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a knife. I kept my hand resting lightly on the hilt of my estoc, ready for whatever might come next, but not making any overtly hostile moves. Finally, the tall man broke the silence, his voice low and gravelly. "So, you're the one who thought it'd be a good idea to mess with my men?" His tone was calm, almost conversational, but there was an unmistakable threat lurking beneath the surface. He leaned in slightly, his scarred face just inches from mine, as if daring me to give him a reason to escalate this encounter. I met his gaze evenly, refusing to be intimidated. "Your men were the ones who caused trouble first," I replied, keeping my voice steady. "I merely defended myself." A muscle in the man's jaw twitched, and for a brief moment, I saw a flash of something dangerous in his eyes. But he didn't lash out, not yet, anyway. Instead, he straightened up, his expression shifting from contempt to something more calculating. "You've got guts, I'll give you that," he said slowly. "But you're stepping into dangerous territory, boy. This isn't a place for heroes. You should have kept your head down." His hand rested casually on the hilt of his own sword, a clear warning. Behind him, Ragnar and his men exchanged glances, eager to see how this confrontation would play out. It was obvious they were relying on their leader to exact some sort of revenge for the humiliation they had suffered. I could feel Vitaliara's presence sharpening, her instincts telling me that things could go south at any moment. "He's testing you," she whispered, her voice tinged with concern. Be careful, huh?" There was indeed tension around the room, something that everyone could sense. But I was already expecting such a thing to happen from the start. After all, when confronted, cockroaches like Ragnar tend to hide behind someone stronger. "Maybe I should have," I said, my tone even. "But then again, I'm not one to back down when challenged." The tall man's lips curled into a faint, humorless smile. "Is that so?" He glanced over his shoulder at Ragnar, who was watching the exchange with a mixture of anticipation and fear. "Seems like my men underestimated you." Ragnar flinched slightly at the indirect rebuke but quickly regained his composure, glaring at me with undisguised malice. The tall man turned his attention back to me, his expression hardening once more. "You've got one chance," he said, his voice dropping to a low growl. "Apologize for what you did to my men, and maybe I'll let you walk out of here in one piece." "You have broken bar." I let out a quiet breath, feeling the tension in the room spike even further. The man was offering me a way out, one that would let me avoid a fight. But it was clear that this was more than just about an apology. It was about dominance, about showing everyone in the room who held the real power here. And this was exactly what I wanted. "Mr. Leader, let me ask you something," I said, my voice calm but carrying a weight that demanded attention. The tall man narrowed his eyes at me, clearly not expecting the shift in tone. "What is it?" he growled, his patience wearing thin. "Are you married?" I asked, my gaze steady. "Or do you have a significant other?" The man's brows furrowed in confusion. "Significant other?" he repeated, the term unfamiliar and odd in this context. He glanced at Ragnar, who looked just as puzzled, before turning back to me. "What does that have to do with anything?" I leaned slightly forward, my voice dropping just enough to draw him in. "What if someone were to molest your daughter?" I asked, my tone deadly serious. "What would you do?" The question hung in the air, the atmosphere in the room growing even heavier. The man's eyes darkened, and I could see a flicker of something dangerous behind them. "If someone were to molest my daughter," he said slowly, his voice dripping with menace, "then that person would no longer be in this world." "So, you would kill him?" I pressed, my gaze never leaving his. "Yes," he replied without hesitation, his eyes cold and unforgiving. There was no doubt in his mind, no room for mercy or understanding. The conviction in his voice was chilling, and it was clear that he meant every word. I nodded, acknowledging his response. "But what if you weren't strong enough?" I continued, my tone unwavering. "What if the person who molested your daughter was stronger than you? What would you do then?" When asked this, he was not able to give any answer at all at first, as he seemed to be thinking. Something that he is not much accustomed to. The people of such an era, especially those who live in the countryside like this, they are not accustomed to thinking. But when they do, most of them tend to reveal how they were raised. The man's face twisted with thought, his brow furrowing as he processed my words. It was clear that this wasn't something he was used to contemplating. The concept of strength being the ultimate decider was deeply ingrained in him, but the idea of being powerless in the face of greater strength seemed to trouble him. After a moment, he finally spoke, his voice cold and resigned. "If that's the case, then I can only blame myself for being weak." I tilted my head slightly, studying him. "So, by your logic, the strong are allowed to do anything without consequence?" "That's right," he replied, his eyes hardening as if steeling himself against the implications of his own words. "In this world, the strong make the rules. The weak either fall in line or get crushed." I nodded slowly, a faint smile playing at the corners of my lips. "Then it seems we're in agreement. That is why I both hated and loved this world at the same time. In this place, if you are strong enough, you can do anything, and if you are weak, you can't." In that split second, my blade flashed a quick, precise motion that sliced through the air. Swoosh! The room seemed to freeze, the tension reaching its peak as the patrons watched with bated breath. The man didn't have time to react. His eyes widened in shock as my stock was already at his throat, the cold steel pressing against his skin. His breath hitched, and I could see the realization dawning in his eyes that, at this moment, he was at the mercy of someone stronger. The silence in the room was deafening, every eye on us as I held the blade steady, my expression calm and unyielding. I could feel the weight of my words, of the situation, settling over him like a heavy shroud. "Then, by your own rules," I said quietly, my voice low and firm, "you've lost."